As you know, this is the INFJ Experience, and let's that's not really doing. We'll go with that light there. Yes, we're going with the. Okay, yeah, this is the INFJ Experience, as you know, and yeah, I decided to do a vertical live today. Go back to the old-fashioned ways of doing these things again, and yeah, now, last couple weeks, I've been experimenting with my newer technology, I guess you could call it, and so I had gotten into the let's say some of the yeah, like I said, a lot of newer technology, newer fields, microphones, webcams, all that kind of thing. But I decided to, you see, I'm still trying to do things on a budget. All the stuff, if I pay a lot of money, I can do dual lives, vertical and horizontal. And well, I don't need to explain everything, but bottom line is, I wanted to just go back to doing it like this. Plus, this is the anniversary. This weekend, I would say, is the anniversary of the the founding of this channel. It's actually on the 9th, but the 9th I won't be able to do a live on the 9th because I got to work that day. And yeah, I think a lot of other people are working that day as well. So I decided to do the live anniversary, the first anniversary birthday party for the INFJ Experience, I guess you could say. Okay. I mean, I could have had it tomorrow, but either way, it's Saturday night is the Saturday Night Live for the experience as well. So let's get this pulled up here. I'm gonna get myself in here. Okay. All right. So yeah, we're gonna try this a little bit. I tried with a different feed. Like I said, sometimes I like going with these vertical feeds as well. These vertical feeds typically are yeah, they're just they're a little different. They're a little different. I noticed that it's an algorithm thing too. You get a lot of different faces come in here. A lot of different people come in during these feeds, and sometimes during a full moon. You never know what you're gonna get. It's kind of like Forrest Gump. Remember that? It's kind of like a life's like a box of chocolates. You just don't know what you're gonna get. That's kind of what these vertical lives turn into sometimes, people. You just never know who's coming on in here. So it makes it for an interesting night. So I thought, you know what? It's a birthday thing going on here. So we're gonna go live. We're gonna go vertical live as well. Okay. So as you know, this is Tom Omega. And this show is the INFJ Experience. I like to talk a little bit about everything. Primarily, I like to talk about self-help issues, I like to talk about what impacts our lives, especially as introverted, intuitive types, even. Typically, that's what I like to think that we can advance on, is that. Okay? But we can talk about other stuff too. Okay? We can talk about other things that are interesting. Okay? So, but if you want to leave your comment on the chat, just talk to me, say hello, let me know where you're from, and if you're new to this broadcast, I will engage. All right, and if it's somebody I've seen before, then yeah, it'd be like old friends just hanging out again. See what I'm saying? Okay. So anyway, that's what we got going on tonight. Okay. So yes, but like I said, we talk a little bit about a lot of things. A lot of things. It's just trying to improve our lives as far as that goes. Oh, I have a few. Oh, hello there. So, Yahoo, you. I'm not sure what country. What is that? I'm looking at a country flag on that live stream. It's black, red, and green. What is that? That's not Mexico, is it? So, Jod, forgive me. I know a little bit about a lot of things. I don't know everything, people. I don't recognize that flag. There's another one here. We got another one here. It's a kind of a light blue one with something in the middle that's kind of yellow. I'm not really too familiar with that one either. I should have. Maybe I need to get my a poster with all the country flags. So I go, oh, that's the country we're from. I mean, some I know. I mean, some of the ones I do know. I don't know them, all of them. Oh, Kazakhstan. Thank you. Thank you. That's Kazakhstan. Is that what that is? Okay. Well, thanks a lot. Now, Sahad, F70. You have another one there. I didn't recognize that one as well, but I'm sure it is a flag, maybe from maybe the Middle East, maybe some Asian country, possibly. I'm guessing. I believe Mexico's is it's yellow, red, and green. I think it's kind of like Ireland and Mexico have the same color flags, but in the different orders. It's something like that. Is it Ireland or is it France? I can't remember. Okay. Do you think about Trump and his bleep posting? Uh, you know, listen. I Trump. I mean, I don't really get too much into the political thing here. I try to avoid that, but I I really haven't watched too much about that, so I can't really comment a whole lot about that. But I know sometimes I think media tries to, he's got so many enemies out there too, and they always try to make him out worse than he ever will be. Okay, and it's been like that right along. Okay, so unfortunately, politics is a dirty business, very, very dirty business. Did I say it's a dirty business? Politics is dirty, and there's dirty people out there. Okay, sorry. I couldn't help myself. I haven't done a Trump impression here yet, but I don't really have his mold. I definitely don't have that hair that he's got. I mean, I got good thick hair, but just it's not the same color though. Trump 2028. Well, I don't think that can happen. He'd be on his third term. Look, he's getting old too. But anyway, if anybody want to talk about, we could talk about pretty much a lot of things. I try, like I said, this, if I ever got a channel that is focuses on political issues, I will do that. But right now, I want to focus on self-help. Let's talk about our mind. Let's talk about what makes us tick. Let's talk about what drives us, what moves us, why we do the things we do. Okay. And why are everybody different? Everybody has a different mindset. People think different. People have different temperaments, different personalities, as you know. Now you could trace it back to the Myers-Briggs personality thing and find out that there are 16 distinctive personality types, of course. But of course, it's in how people are their upbringing, their just their education, what they've been molded into, what they've been taught into. I mean, everything has a lot to do with defining us. What state are you from? I am from the state of New Hampshire in the northeast part of the United States of America. Yes. Hello, Vamp Fox. We got Vamp in the audience. Hello, it's good to see you. Morning and evening, INFJ Experience family. Oh, we're family. There you go, Vamp. We're family over there. That's sweet. That's so sweet. Well, you know what? Yeah, it's good to see you in the audience, and I really look forward to. If I didn't see your name come up, Vamp, these lives, I don't know, they would they'd be missing something. Okay, there's a lot of names that come up on this chat that I look forward to seeing, some of the regulars, and it's something's missing when if you're busy. I mean, sometimes people get busy. I get that. It's good to see everybody out there. Yes, but so we got some from Kazakhstan, and yeah, that's awesome. Now I've had a few new breakthroughs on the channel, as you know, and but work, I tell you, work has been very busy. I've been just during the week I work and then I come home, I sleep, and I get ready for my next day for work. So I have weekends to do my prep time. So I mean, the channel's coming around quite a bit, but at the same time, it's work really has been demanding. So I'm trying to catch up on a few things, do things different, but yeah, that is. LST PNG, watching all the way from PNG. The Pacific Island countries. Okay, you mean like Guam and Midway and all those? Yeah, they're not necessarily states out there, but yes, they're all territories, and um, they're still part of the United States. I knew that. Yeah. Well, that's awesome. So it must be quite. It must be quite. Yeah, it must be quite early. It must be probably late morning for you by now, right? I would think. Watching. What do you say about lust and temptation, corn addiction? Uh, well, you know what? That's an interesting question now. As INFJs, as human beings in general, I mean, we have an animalistic tendency. I mean, we are half spiritual. We are also half animal. I mean, we have animalistic drives that move us. So yes, we have to procreate. We have to copulate and perpetuate our species. How's that sound? But the thing is, human nature is as fallen that it is. We are a fallen being as well. So sometimes those natures that we have, those corn addictions and lusts and temptations, and basically that part of us goes down into many deviated. It has the proclivity to go very deviated into many dark alleys, let's say. Okay. I don't need to go into specifics. I think we understand a lot about where this goes. And yes, but these things are these things is these things are like things that we have to work out within ourselves. I mean, as men, of course, we have definitely temptations and lusts, especially as men. We have a drive for that. Not to say women don't, but I think it's I think we have to know first of all, we have to keep some kind of a border, a foundation, that we don't just be liberal about that and just go anywhere, everywhere. There's got to be certain limits we have to put on ourselves, certain moral limits that we have to take. Now, listen, some people may disagree with that. Whatever feels good, do it. I mean, but you can get into a really twisted, tangled knot of in your mind. And your mind can get really twisted if you have too much of that. Okay. Now, again, I'm not gonna get too much into specifics and things, but I just know that that's bottom line. Listen, I think we all wrestle with that. All right. Now, I believe that's one of the reasons why marriage was instituted in the first place. The whole idea of a man and a woman being married and having that was to initiate a foundation, a bond, a matrimony. Okay, and it was supposed to be a trust as well, and that's where that was worked out, and this marriage was supposed to covet that. Okay, that's what was supposed to be worked out. Okay. But there's something we have to find before we just go jump into marriages. I mean, there's a certain level of spiritual development we have to take before we get to that step as well. Now, people jump that step all the time. Yeah. And this is one of the reasons why the human race is so dysfunctional. Yeah. It really is. I mean, we have to make sure, first of all, we find a certain level of grace before we go to that next step with in a marriage. That is to say. Hi, buddy. Start panting like a dog. What? What? Oh, I like corn. See, here we go. See, this is one thing about the vertical feeds. I got to remember sometimes it's a whole different algorithm. I get a lot of people coming in here, and a lot of people say stuff that aren't always as appropriate. All right, so message was retracted. I like corn. Yeah. All right. But yeah, but that's you asked a question. I thought, well, I can go with that one. I don't really cover that too much, only because, yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not a perfect man, and I still wrestle with certain things within my own nature. I mean, I'll be honest with that. But I mean, what is the best places with nature in the U.S.? Oh, listen, every place has its own unique and individual um, flair with nature, let's say. Okay, everything has a. I mean, you can go to the deserts, you can go to the oceans, go to the forests here up here in wonderful New England where I live. Okay, see the four seasons. I mean, every part of this grand country of ours has a unique. Uh, your opinion. Hey, I just said. I mean, personally, you know, I mean, I like it where it's not too hot, not too cold. I like a little bit of balance. I wish there was a perfect amount of weather, perfect weather condition all the time, but sometimes you just have to take it for what it is. All right. I wouldn't want to live too much in the cold. I probably wouldn't want to live in Alaska. Not to say Alaska is a beautiful state, not to take anything away, but that's a very, very harsh climate up there. And you have to be rugged to want to live up in a place that's maybe 8 months out of the year, it's viciously cold and brutal winters. And you get maybe 2 to 4 months out of the year that you actually have something, that is decent, like right around now. Okay. So, I mean, you have to be cut out for that kind of thing. Then you get too far down south, you get into some very humid weathers. I mean, yeah, you get some warm weather, but the humidity and the heat like you get in Florida. Florida's a wonderful state. But gosh, I mean, now you have an extreme of you get some very humid summer times, and you have no choice but to almost live in air conditioning all the time. So there's got to be a happy medium somewhere. Okay. So hey, New Hampshire for me, I mean, yeah, I get winter up here, but it's like maybe 3, 4 months out of the year. Then I get 8 months up that are halfway decent. So more than half my year up here is decent weather. Okay. So I kind of like New England. New England's where I grew up. I mean, New England's beautiful. Four seasons, you know. So yeah. Okay, hello. Your opinion. What's going on here? Norbert. Hello there, Norbert. Yeah, this is I'm Tom Omega. This is the INFJ Experience. I talk a little bit about everything. Okay, mainly I like to talk about human events. I mean, this is the INFJ Experience is it's a 16 personalities, and this is one of it is the rarest of the personalities. Let me go into a little bit of topic about that. I basically started this channel for that reason because um, INFJ, it stands for, it's one of the MBTI types. It's introverted, intuitive, and the F is feeling and judging. So there's a set of alignments, and there are 16 different ones. Okay, so some people are more outgoing. They like people. They can hang out with people. They're extroverted. Okay, they gather life from other people. They love parties. They love big crowds, and they seem to just be energized by that. Other people are different. They're introverts. And loud crowds and too many people drain them. Hanging around with too many people, they have a certain time limit they can do that. That's what an introvert is, okay? And then you have the intuitive versus the sensors. I mean, intuitive people basically, they're able to see a situation, but they look beyond. They're not just seeing the surface of their senses. They're trying to figure out a future outcome, trying to figure out what's going on behind the scenes based on people's um, maybe the tone of their voice, the way they look. They can tell if people are disingenuous, if they're dishonest, just by looking at them. See, certain people are intuitive, and sometimes they can project on things what's going to happen in other people's lives and their own lives. But people are different, and other people are sensors. Some people primarily look at their senses, and they judge and they gather the information from their sight, their sound, from what they hear, and they try to logically compute what they see around them. So that's what I mean. But so each and every one of us have different functions that we have to rely on, and depending on our personality type, the way we are aligned, this is our preferences. We have preferences and how we respond to the world. Okay. And of course, the other ones were feeling and thinkers. The third one, well, some people are logical, some people are more emotional, some people think more with their heart, some people are more strictly uh, think on the most logical outcome. Okay, and then there's judges and procedures that define the end one, the J versus the P. Some people are perceivers. That's when people are more rooted in the moment, the now. and they think for the moment typically, and they make decisions for the now. Not to say they can't plan for the future, but primarily they're very spontaneous types, and they can do things differently. They can think things up and be good at doing things spontaneously. Now you get judges that are more planners, which are INFJs. Okay, so you take an introverted intuitive and a planner, and these type of people like structure in their life. They like routine. They want things in, things like they've seen, they've planned out, and they like to keep things in order that way. They like routine. They like doing things similar in similar orders every day, and they like more of a predictability because they've already planned it. Okay, that's what I mean. Everybody's different. So there's 16 different personalities that all these different functions that I listed have combinations that allow us to make the decisions based on these personality types. Now, the INFJ, as it is right now, it is the rarest of all 16 types. There is only anywhere from 1 to 3%, anywhere in that range of the world population that are INFJs. Now, like there could be other types, other introverted types that could be 4 to 5, maybe 6. I mean, so some of the other types though, they're still on the rarer end. But now you get some of the other types are they could be, like 9, 10, 13% of the population with some of your other types, like ESTPs, ENFPs. I mean, there's other types they're more common. You see a lot more of them. Okay. But the INFJ is most rare. Okay. Uh, hey, there's my favorite guy. Glad to see you again. You talking about me? I Coob is what? That's hey, KUB Coob. All right. I don't think I've ever. Have you been here before? I don't. You say that see me again. I'm like, oh, okay. Pride is not a trendy reality. Happy Pride Month to you. Oh, it's Pride Month. Oh, I forgot. Well, I'm not here for Pride Month. I mean, I'm not. Listen, that's not what I'm here for. I know what's out there. I know somebody's celebrating it. Well, listen, it's not like I really acknowledge that. I mean, but it is what it is. Well, happy if it helps you any. Well, happy Pride Month. Okay, being that it's okay. Tom, thanks for the new video. It's helping me understand what letters were. Oh, okay. Um, Now, you mean when you say new video, Vamp, you mean like the one I just recorded and then uploaded, or the one I just talked about just now about what the letters mean? You mean like that? Okay. I didn't comment, but oh, okay. Yes, you were on a vertical feed then too. See, I get a lot of different traffic in here from verticals. There you go. Captain Kirk and David Hasselhoff. That's right, the Knight Rider guy. That's right. Hey, I just got a haircut too. I was a little shaggy. I was getting a little bit long, and I just got a haircut. Went to the barber. He took everything off, got my beard trimmed, and I tell you, I feel a lot better when I just get a haircut. Too, you know what I mean? All right. You were wearing a yellow sweater. I believe that was my jacket. That was a jacket I was wearing before. That's what that was. You said it looked like Captain Kirk. I remember and then I did a Captain Kirk impression. That's right. Hi, Edith. Oh, that's right. Uh, Edith, that's actually Vamp. Vamp is Edith. I knew that. You told me that one time. Yeah. I'm so used to calling you Vamp. I mean, yeah. But we have Ray out there from Frog Pond School. How you doing, Ray? How are you, sir? How's everything going out there in your world? Tom, the new letters were as an extra added in after INFJ. Oh, you mean the A and the T? The assertive and the turbulent. That's what they do on some of the tests. I mean, typically we focus on the first four, but Occasionally, we look at they when you take the test, though, they will tell you like if you're an assertive or a turbulent. And I do believe all the 16 personality types have that other distinction as well. Most INFJs, I think, high percentage of them are turbulent. Basically, turbulence are what we talk about here, what we need, because turbulence is when people they let life confuses them. Life will upset them. Life will toss and turn them. Kind of like, think about it, when you're up, you know, 8 miles high, whatever, 30,000 feet in jet, and all of a sudden Captain Kirk says, "Hello, hello, passengers. I just want to inform you that we're going to enter some turbulence. Yes, well, it'll be a little rough and rocky road, but this turbulence will pass." You see, oh, okay, that's, hey, talk about Captain Kirk, okay? Imagine Captain Kirk flying a plane, you know what I mean? Imagine him. This is your captain speaking. We are presently on course to the island of Guam. I hope you have a marvelous time there. Kirk out. You know what I mean? Just that would be funny. But okay. But anyway, what was I talking about? Oh, the turbulence. Okay, turbulence, basically it's a little bit rocky. When you're in turbulence, the plane shakes a little bit. It's kind of uncomfortable. Well, imagine that's basically what your character's going through. You're having that uncomfortability in your character. You know, you're responding to things not comfortably sometimes, and that's what INFJs go through. There's times in our life where we are turbulent. Then you have people that are more assertive. When you think of assertive, you think of people that are just going for it. You know, that they're more aggressive. They're asserting themselves into something. You know what I mean? Like going towards something. Now, typically, the assertive INFJ or any personality type is just a little more level-headed, I guess you could say. They don't tend to pine about things. I mean, not as much. They're a little more level-headed. They're a little more centered, I guess you could say. A little. They get their act together a little bit, and so they're able to focus on things. Maybe they have structure better. They keep things in order better. They're not turbulent like the INFJ. Basically, that's what that is. Okay, but I do believe that most INFJs fall into the turbulent category as far as that goes. Good, working on my journal tonight. Hey, good, working on your journal. Hey, the Wall Street Journal? No, I'm only kidding. I don't know. I just came to mind, you know what I mean? Okay, I don't know why I was thinking of Jurassic Park, welcome to Park. Oh, okay, Jurassic Park, huh? Yeah. Boy, they really did a great job bringing dinosaurs to life with CGI. That was one of the first times we saw real CGI. I was like, wow, man, they're making dinosaurs. These things are all real. Yeah, now it's all over the place. CGI's everywhere. But that was the beginning of that stuff. I remember that. Yeah. So the newsletters were an extra added after the INFJ. Okay, yep. Heck yeah, brother. Yeah, but I'm glad you found. I mean, I do remember I made a short like months ago. If you're referring to that, Vamp, about the distinction between the A and the T. I think it was like a 3 minute short I did in my car. I do remember that, and that was months ago. You must have just saw that one, right? Yeah. Hey, you know who actually informed me on that? I'm gonna give a little plug to FJ, Frank James. I actually saw him do a video. He's very smart, very, very smart. And sometimes he's good at teaching because he's very, very good with the MBTI and all the 16 types. I mean, that he's one of them, you know. And he said something about the turbulent and the assertive and what the difference were. So I it kind of resonated a little bit with me. I said, I can understand that. I can understand. I know I'm turbulent. I'm still turbulent, you know. And I think most of us, a lot of us are. Okay. Good working on my journal. But as far as I always wondered though, could I know typically they say you can't change your personality type, you know, And sometimes people might say they were this type and they turned into a that type. I mean, you might, like, for instance, maybe you're an INFJ, but early in your life you were a little bit more sensitive. Let's say you were way more emotional, okay? But as you got older, you started getting less emotional. You became more, let's say, logical. You started being more rational, and you weren't as sensitive. It doesn't mean you've changed. It just means that you've grown up. You've adapted to the world. You still have the F in there, but you integrated somewhat of your logic. You've settled down where your maturity, your wisdom, your thinking was able to differentiate, the logic from the emotion. In a sense, you've fine-tuned your emotional intelligence, which is a little bit of both of everything. Okay. And as you know, as we get older, I mean, sometimes we can't say no to people. People are, people need from us, and sometimes we can't say no early on in our life. People asking for help, and we have this reputation of not being able to say no. Just can't do it. As you get older, you find a little bit more, time for yourself. You find that preserving your own time and your own needs first is actually better for you because you're not burning yourself out. These are some of the things we talk about, how we have to find that balance within ourselves between that emotional side and that logical side. Okay. I mean, and then again, you can't be so cold and stubborn where you don't have any little bit of compassion or rational, any kind of, consideration for anybody. See, there's got to be a balance in there. Okay. But the INFJ is very balanced like that. We have the proclivity to be very, very balanced in our emotion and logic. Okay. So that's one of the things we got going on. Oh, hey, so far we got quite a bit going on tonight. This is awesome. This is awesome. Yeah, so like I said before, I kind of I did get to a point where I did get to a point this week where I was very busy with work, trying to get things going, and like I said, I've been busy, and I got to keep up with that. I'm on this mission right now to make sure that I'm always future planning, and I know I've just got a few years before I can retire. I really do. I know maybe I look like a young guy, but I mean, I I may not be I may not be able to work till I'm 70. It's gonna maybe 65 or so. That's a few years off. So I'm making all these plans. So in the meantime, yeah, I got to keep making sure that I keep working steady, working hard. Of course, this YouTube channel is supposed to be there, but right now, work, my regular 8 to 5 blue collar job is primarily what I gotta do. You know? But again, I like this, but I have to make sure these lives make contact as well. Okay, I do, and plus I enjoy doing these as well. I've said that before. Uh, for StreamYard, I was ready to push the button. I have chameleon into a speaker and was ready to speak. Oh, did you really? Okay, I wanted to actually do the StreamYard again and do that, and I like I did last week. Okay, you do remember that because I was okay. Really? Well, that's good to know. You so you researched on how to do the thing. Okay, we got to talk sometime. Um, I was thinking of going on StreamYard again. Now, still, I'm still in the free version of that, so I didn't want to pay. Once you start paying money, it's like $45 a month, and they start you think, oh, that's not too bad. But right now, I mean, I can't do it just yet. But yeah, I mean, I could still do it on the free version. I was gonna try to save that a little bit, maybe do it again. Maybe not doing it every week. I wanted to go vertical. There's another way of going vertical and horizontal, like I said, on these lives, and you need like a, an app for streaming, like a thing. But I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there eventually. I was actually poking around with OBS, like looking at the possibility of doing like the reaction videos and stuff, and finding out all the rights for all that. Nice for. I did buy this diary. Work on a free air, but rough because of health. No, oh yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Good. There you go. No, but we'll get there. We're gonna get there eventually. Like I said, I'm gonna go back to the live chat as well. Like I said, I gave the microphone a kind of uh, a little bit of a rest here. I wanted to do the vertical. So gratuitous footnote. I remember that name. I remember that name before. I believe that was from another vertical stream as well. Hi, I hope everyone is well. Tom, do you think INFJs are more prone to addiction? My mind works on overtime, spinning its wheels on every single little thing. Things like alcohol help sometimes. Wow, that's a very, very good question. Let's dive in a little bit. Oh my gosh. I want to thank you for that question because that just gave me something to think about. For one thing, do you think that INFJs are more prone to addiction? Honestly, I'm going to tell you the truth. I think that being that we are the way we are. I mean, we're very alone within ourselves. With as you know, we have that lone spot. Like I've talked about before, we have issues go on in our life, especially the turbulence. And I've talked about these extensively, and you know that we have bouts of our depression and sadness, and of course we feel isolated. And when we're in these bouts, we might turn to things to get us out of them, things that will just relieve us of that loneliness, substances, even things that the sensual things, sensing things, anything to get us out of that. Yes, that will get us out, but also I've noticed from my own standpoint in the course of my life, I've done that. I've gone down avenues where I've gotten out of it. I mean, I've got into substance and I had got into things that weren't good for me. But I also had something gnawing at me. I had a conscience too. I also had something that was the introspection kicked in because I saw myself being pulled out of my center. I could feel myself getting away from my calm, my still, even though I was, even though I was escaping my pain, let's just say. But there was always something eating at me that wouldn't let me enjoy it a lot. It wouldn't just let me enjoy all of it. You see what I mean? It's like it was a little bit of a border that always was saying, this is killing you. This is really tearing you apart. You were, even though you had you were alone. You were in that lone spot. At least you had more control. Now you're losing control. Look, you got a cough now because you started smoking cigarettes. I'm smoking a half a pack of cigarettes now. I got this cough I can't get rid of. You're killing yourself. I've always had that, so I could never quite enjoy it fully. But are we prone to addiction? I suppose we could be. I could be, but from my own experience, that gnawing little voice of introspection within me was my salvation too. I mean, it was always my. I mean, part of that's your conscience. I mean, conscience literally translates into with God, conscience. I mean, it's a Latin word that means that your conscience is what guides you. Now, I think that's one of the saving graces because I think we will drift into these shadows, these temptations, these places. But now I can't speak for all of you. This is my own experience, and yes, I think we could drift there because of the vapidness of our soul at times. And but again, it's going to. These are all part of those isolating moments too. I mean, sometimes we have to pull ourselves back and recenter and start, giving things up. Even cold turkey. I mean, I smoked cigarettes for a while. I was smoking cigars. I was smoking marijuana in my life early on. I got away from everything. Everything. I don't do substances. I can't. So, but that's a good point. So I think there's definitely a proclivity there, but I mean, INFJ is the way we're built to be so introspective. That's one of our saving graces because our intuition will start working and our introspection. Think about it. We're intuitive, but also, are we not planning and seeing what's going to happen? You got that nagging cough. You're driving too fast. You don't care. You're drinking too much. You're feeling sick. You're coughing. and something saying, I'm not going to live very long. I'm only going to live 5 years. I'm only going to live 10 years. I'm going to get cancer. I'm going to get cirrhosis. I mean, these thoughts used to bug me. I could never quite enjoy it enough. So I think that's one of the balances that we have. This is one of those things that reels us back in, or it's supposed to. I think I think human nature, it's not just INFJ, this is everybody. We're supposed to have that little voice, that Jiminy Cricket, that's supposed to lure us back into our center. That's supposed to pull us into doing the right thing. Okay. And yeah, so unfortunately, not everybody does listen to that. You see a lot of people just, you know, abusing themselves to an early grave. I hope I answered that. Um, but that's, again, that's a lot of my own opinion that happened. But that was an excellent question. Now, if anybody else thinks, I mean, does anybody else feel as though they have addiction problems? Now, there's some people out there. I've heard that I've got a few of you, like a few people on the channel that visit, and some people like partaking in mushrooms, and you hear them like token and they're vaping certain things. Listen, I mean, we all got a life. I mean, we've all done that. I've tried all these things, and but you do have to understand that in the back of your mind, something has to, at least a little voice has to nod you, and you have to sometimes listen to that. You really do. Okay, this is what's pulled me out of the fire many, many times in my life. This that I finally could not ignore that voice anymore. It wouldn't let me. It wouldn't let me get too comfortable in my sins, I guess you could say. Okay, but thanks. I love that question. That's why I'm here. I love questions like that. Actually, hi Jethro's out there. Yes, Honey Rose. Honey Rose. George helped me figure out how I changed my name. Oh, you would. That's right, Honey Rose. I did see that you changed your name and you got a new eye. Hey, just for the heck of it, you can't really see it when it's kind of small. I tried to look into your eye a little closer. Try to look into your soul. And when I got there, I saw some fingers climbing out of that eyeball. I says, "Whoa, what's with that?" You have to get really close to Honey Rose's eye, and you see the fingers climbing out of like the eye. Like, I'm like, wow, that's creepy. What's going on? What's climbing out of there? I thought, okay, yeah, boo. Yeah, I did. I mean, actually, yeah, I was curious. I looked closer. You can't really see those fingers climbing out of that. You get really close to the eye. You zoom in on it. You know, and it's my inner child is saying hello, hello. Is that what that is? Is that your inner child? Oh, you had made a comment. I think you had made a comment about that video. I just put out an inner child video. Listen, I mean that it didn't go viral. I'm still waiting for my viral video. I had a couple that went kind of viral. To me, they were, but I'm still trying to find I keep trying different things, but it's okay. Our inner demon. Oh, our inner child or inner demon. Yeah, like yeah, our dark side. Something that just leads us to, yeah, we always do have that tempter, don't we? Yeah. Yeah, remember there was always a little angel on one guy's shoulder, and then there'd be the devil, and they'd always be, one devil would be tempted, and then the other one would be trying to say, don't do that, but, you always sided with the devil. Yeah, remember that? Take eye control to another level. Billy the Goat, 5,000. That's a new name. I do believe I've never seen that before. MooTube. MooTube 2. It is an interesting name. Hello there. Hi, Mew. See, here we go. We're vertical. We got a whole lot of new people coming in here. All right. Well, people, I hope you like a little bit of what you see here. That's why I do this. I try to make sure that, I'm finding more people out there that can benefit from our talks, our discussions, our time together here. Okay. Yes, I'm new. Howdy. Well, howdy, howdy, Billy the Goat. I like that, Billy the Goat. Yeah. Okay, well, It's good to see some new people coming in. Hopefully the algorithm, yeah, the algorithm is reaching. It is actually reaching and finding new new people coming on in it. That's awesome. Howdy, Honey Rose. Yep. So again, like I said, eventually, like I said, as much as I want to try to start doing so many different things with like microphones and doing the live stream and the StreamYard, yeah, I gotta do that. I just I somehow I just wanted to go back to the hey Genesis. Hey, we have Justin just sent a gift. What was that? A little turtle drinking? Did everybody just see that? Did everybody see that on the chat? I'm looking and it was a little turtle drinking like a thing, a bottle of something, for like a second, and it said just that. Well, thank you, Justin. Sent the gift. Oh, that's something. Yeah, I mean, I'm able to do that here in the lives. I got a little gift box in there. But I appreciate that. So, uh, whew, glad you guys saw that too. Thought I was losing it there for a second. Oh, you saw it. See, that's what I'm talking about. I did. I saw that. I knew it was a little animated, like turtle, drinking something. Yeah. If you weren't looking at it, the screen, I would have missed that. If I was looking at the camera, I wouldn't have seen that. So wiggles fingers. Okay, awesome. Well, okay. Hi, Tom. The gift option just showed up. I've never seen that before. Yeah, I had it on last week. It's now that I'm breaking new barriers, thresholds, and things like that. So I was able to put that in. I activated that last week. So, but I do appreciate that. Thank you so much, sir. INFJ at work, the guy who is not a team player, introspective and prone to rocking the boat, i.e., making judgments about what is not working, drawing on things like logic, deep knowledge, etc. Oh, the guy at work equal. The INFJ at work equals that guy at work. Oh, I see. Like he's the guy who's all right at work. Usually when I'm at work nowadays, I'm very quiet. I'd kind of come in, try to keep to myself. I don't gossip. I don't talk about people. I don't want to. I don't backstab. I just kind of do my thing. I mean, I'm pleasant. Hey, how you doing? How are you? But sometimes I'm in the mood. I might talk a little bit occasionally. But do you play Pokemon Go by any chance? Oh, who is causing problems? Gratuitous footnote. I do believe I've seen that as well. Hey, Tom, there's a way to stream vertical and horizontal at the same time. Yes. No, yeah. You told me that last week. I know that. Um, I'd have to, I would have to actually have upgraded my StreamYard, to like I'd have to pay for it. I think in order to get that package, you actually have to be enrolled in. So I tell you, at some point, maybe I'll start, you know, buying certain apps or paying subscription fees for them. I'll have to at some point, but right now I'm still trying to. I gotta play things safe. So I went with the free one last week. Okay, but I do know you're right. You're absolutely right, though. That's you know I could have went ahead and did the same thing I did last week, but I wanted to go vertical. My point was today, let me go vertical. I can't go vertical on the webcam, just that, without doing it the way you said. So I thought, well, yeah, I'm going vertical tonight. So I thought I'd bounce it around a little bit. That's all. So I guess I look like this is like the old fashioned way of doing for me, doing things, right? The way I used to do things, right? That's all right. I was seeing that. All right. No pressure. Got that. Please hit the like button if you haven't yet. Oh, hey, thank you. Hey, I get Justin saying things like that. It's funny. Hey, y'all, what's up? Beautiful Saturday. Hey, George Porch, peaceful mind. How you doing, George? Hey, George, actually, he got on the stream last week. Yeah, George, we talked. Yeah, we talked for a little bit. It was good. And I do believe somebody commented and said you had a very friendly voice, like you were like one of those, just you easygoing types. I thought, yeah, of course, did do that. So, hey y'all, what's up? Beautiful Saturday. Yes, I saw that already, George. Look what I did for points. Look what I did. Point at name. Yeah. Oh, I noticed you also changed your name a little bit too. It was Honey Rose before, but it was longer. It was a different spelling, but of course, then you put the I in there too. So you made yeah, we had talked about that. Oh, by the way, George, you got to look really close into into Honey Rose's eye, okay? Because you really want to look into the soul. So you gotta pull that eye up really close, okay? Yeah, don't do that, right? George told me how. Oh yeah, no, I remember that. I remember. In fact, yeah, you were very close to talking to me last week too. And I know you didn't want to go on camera. Now, next time, I think all you have to do is you still have to leave all that stuff hooked up. You can't unplug it or turn it off, and you have to just let it go through. But I think before you go on a chat, I think you have an option of disabling the camera. But you can just like click on something instead of disabling the camera, and then you still would have had your microphone. You could have still spoken. We didn't have to. You didn't have to. You know, you didn't have to be seen. Okay, I understand that. Salutations, my dude. How we feeling? Ex Sir Can I do believe I've seen that name as well. See, I'm getting a whole lot of different. Now, these are some of the regulars from the vertical. The verticals are coming in here. Yes, things are doing great. Yeah, I think that pick was suits your humor. Yeah, see, I told you, you don't see it if it's small, but you gotta really look at that eye up close, all right? So I says, no, but when I saw the fingers, I'm like, oh, I get it now. It can't be just the eye, can it? It's gotta be something like, there's something deeper. That's typically who we are, isn't it? There's always something deeper. Okay, there's the eye, but there's something behind that eye. There's something behind the motive, like pair of fingers crawling out of that, Like there's something more than that. Gets you thinking though. It's like, what is that? What does that mean, I was here before, loved the content, and you can call me Carnage. Oh, Carnage. You mean like eating carnage, like carnage is like carn, like which is carnival, which is eating meat, basically, like carn. Yeah. And carnage is like, yeah, it's like eating meat. Okay. Well, carnage, if you want to be called carnage. We get the glasses on, right? That's carnage. Okay, so it's right in there. X Sir Carnage X. Okay, got that carnage. All right. Your eyes and facial features remind me so much of my mom when she was young. I mean, that was a compliment, not in an age-related way. Oh, okay, really. Now, was your mom very stern, very like something tells me though she loved you very much so, but she was also stern. She just didn't have that emotional love. She was probably laid down the law, in other words. She kept you on the right path. Okay? Because I see a lot of my own mom's eyes in mine as well. Sometimes I believe my mom was an INFJ. I mean, I didn't realize it till after she passed away, but I still, from what I remember about her, she was. I mean, that's all I can say. But she had very piercing eyes. She had those eyes that could stare right into you. She really did. And yeah, but she was that way. I mean, yeah, but she was overwhelmed. She had a very overwhelmed. She had my couple of my other brothers. I think she had a lot of things going on in her, and I think she suffered a lot too because she lost a couple of my. She lost my brother. She lost a divorce. I ran away. I kind of broke her heart when I ran away. I know it was my own. I had to do it. But yeah, I kind of hurt my mom doing that. I disappeared for months. She didn't know what it was either. When I came home, she had said that, how much she suffered because she didn't know if I was dead or alive. Yeah. I mean, I had my own issues. I wasn't thinking too much of that. I was ran away cross country, for months. I mean, I've talked about that story before, but yeah, I came back home and it really hurt my mom. So she went through a lot. She definitely suffered a lot, especially with the having the kids, her sons. Her sons gave her a lot of gray hair, I guess you could say. Billy, I remember the Maximum Carnage series in the Spider-Man comics during the 90s. Okay, got that. Oh, Ray's back. Okay, struggle. Yeah. Um, well, anyway, yeah, we're currently the channel, like I said, it's I believe the subscribership is going up. I've noticed it hasn't climbed as much, but I've kind of I've taken my foot off the accelerator a little bit, only because, like I said, work's been very demanding, and there was a lot of chores I had to get going. But I try to still, if at all, I mean, I try to maintain things with the lives. Do it this way here. Okay. Okay. So, but oh, we have uh, Hamoud Hamoud HHFD7. Hi, from India. From India. There's another there's another country that's halfway around the world. Now that's out that's in Southeast Asia. Yeah, quite possibly the second most populated country on earth, I do believe. India is has about 1 billion people over there as well. Message reach Muslim. Okay. Nice. Welcome. Okay. Work has been demanding lately. Same here. Oh, you too, Justin? Yeah, Genesis. Yeah, we gotta work for a living. I keep thinking, like I said, I mean, this house I'm in right now, it's a small, it's a single wide trailer home. I got one of those. I guess you could almost say I'm living in a trailer home park. I mean, I got neighbors. I'm in a co-op. I mean, Peace in the Valley. Oh, Peace. Oh my gosh, Peace. I haven't heard from you in so long. How are you? I sometimes think about you. I know you were having some things go. I'm glad to see you out there, Peace. How are you? Is everything going all right? You taking care of yourself and everything? Hopefully you're doing well. I know you had some issues with some health issues. You had a couple of car accidents and you had some neck injuries and things. I remember that. I remember you very vividly. That's good to see you out there. Glad to say hello. We have another Aussie. Oh, another one from Australia. There you go. That's right. I'm from Sydney. Oh, there you go. Sydney, Australia, that is. When I hear the Australian accent, I love that accent. I mean, it's just so unique. I can only imagine what you think, what I sound like. I mean, how do I sound? I must sound like, oh my gosh, listen to this guy's accent over here. You know, but just a suggestion, increase your hair length. You have a nice face. I just got a haircut today. I did have longer hair. If you look at my video, some of my videos from last week, you'll see I had, but listen, anybody, you probably haven't seen me lately. Over the winter, I had a beard. I had long hair. I kind of had that Moses look, you know what I mean? And my beard is all white now. And I just had longer hair, and this is a fresh haircut actually. And so my hair was getting very thick and everything. It was just getting too long. I had to get it trimmed. But I'll let it grow out a little bit. I can only stand it for so long. Then I need to trim up though. That's the only thing. Short hair or long hair? Um, I guess it depends. I hope you're doing well. Sorry, I haven't been. And no, that's okay. Listen, we're not obligated to do that. Nobody's obligated to. It's if you are able to, if you are healthy, well, and able to do so. Okay, you're taking care of yourself and being healthy and living your life is the most important thing you got to do. I mean, this is an add-on. Listen, I mean, I like to think too that this. I've always said it. This channel is a sanctuary. This is a safe haven for us INFJs, for us introverted intuitives, because we go here and we hang out and you communicate with each other out there too, and you see each other and you have there's a friendship with other ones, not just me. No, you have friendships with each other. I love that. And I see you having little conversations with each other. It just gets me right there. I don't know. I can't describe it. It's one of those things. You know what I mean? Was about to mention that. There you go. There you go. Why did you shave? Well, because why did I shave? Because a man is supposed to shave. I mean, well, he doesn't have to, but a shave. I got to tell you the truth. And listen, all you men know this. When you start growing out your hair, it starts getting itchy, it gets scratchy, and especially in the summertime when you're sweating, it's not comfortable. It reaches a certain length where it doesn't feel good. It's scruffy, and once you shave it and put on aftershave, it's like relief. It's relief because you've taken that off. Now you can reach a certain point and grow it out, and then all of a sudden the beard takes over and that scratchiness goes away. But after a couple of weeks, it just, I mean, I'm doing one of these, it's getting itchy. So you got to shave it just for comfort. Okay. Again, like I said, men, we know this stuff. We know why we got to shave, It's one of those things. Oh, I see. Yeah, there you go. Now, has anyone said you look like Mr. White from Reservoir Dogs? No, nobody's told me that. Mr. White. Who was Mr. White? Was he that guy with the gruff voice? You was he that? Hey, hey, it's either my way or the highway. Was that guy? That old guy? No, man, I can't remember who Mr. White was. Yeah, then there was Mr. Pink. I don't want to be Mr. Pink. Why you call me Mr. Pink? Well, I can't give you the answer on that. I mean, YouTube has guidelines. I can't throw slurs out there, but he did say a slur on that one. You look better after a haircut and a shave. Well, thank you. Hey, some people like, some people like the little bit of long hair. Some people like the short hair. I guess everybody's got a preference. Personally, I go through phases, just like the sun. I mean, just like the moon has phases. I think that's one thing I have changed. I don't know if that. I actually question if that is our type. There's certain people, they always look the same. They always keep their hair cut. They get a haircut every week or two, and they always keep it. And they always keep the same hairstyle. Never change it. And then they're either clean shaven or they got a mustache, and it never changes. And they always dress similar. And yeah, maybe they get older, but they always look the same. Now, sometimes I see INFJs. I mean, out in the wild. I mean, occasionally. I mean, I think sometimes you might see them. They're a little more scruffy, and then maybe they're shaving, or then they're growing a mustache, or they get a different hairstyle, and they wear different kinds of clothes, and they're the same people, the same, but they go through phases where they. Sometimes I wonder if we change. I've been like that. I've been like that. Maybe you can tell me in the chat. Are we all like that? Do we go through our phases where we change our appearance and our who we are? From even like a course of like years, like decades. I'm not the same way I was 10 years ago. Not even close. Charlie Chaplin. I think I look like Charlie Chaplin. Really? Yeah. He had kind of like one of those little. He had one of those little Hitler mustaches, didn't he? He had one of those little ones. And he always had the derby hat. Yeah, he was. My dad is bald. Yeah. Oh, I'm thinking a lot of us, but you are a but you are a mustache, not like Hitler or someone else. Oh no, I got a whole mustache. I had the barber, trim that thing. It was getting bushy, and I just had him trim it down. And it's not just under the nose, like Hitler had his, like just under the nostril, remember? And he shaved like the edge, like the handlebar part. Yeah, and, yeah, but you notice that doesn't really get because of Hitler. I mean, nobody wears their mustache like that anymore because Hitler had to ruin it for everybody. Hey, nobody calls their kids Adolf anymore because of him. I mean, who named their kid Adolf? I mean, I've never met anybody named Adolf, unless they were like probably like 80 something years old before all that whole Third Reich happened. I'm sure that name has just kind of died off a little bit. If you notice that, there's no Adolfs. Yeah, I mean, somebody might have named that kid Adolf, but they probably was. It would probably be bad, you know. I mean, how could you be named after that guy? You know, yeah. Your hair was tickling your nose. Yes, it was. Uh, Movie night. We're watching Ladies in Lavender. Oh, hey, there you go, Ray. Ladies in Lavender. Is that on the that almost sounds like a corn movie. Maybe it's not. I'm just I don't know. Just when I hear that, I think Ladies in Lavender. You know, like all right, enough said. Who's Shriway? Stop simping. What does that mean? What's your age, sir? What is my age? Some people. I tell you what. Can you tell me what you think my age is? How old do you think I am? Okay. And let's do a little poll. Now listen, some of you people know my age. If anybody, I know some of you regulars out there. I've told you how old I am, but anybody who doesn't know, 50, you think I'm 50? How about 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, city, oh, it's 55, 55, 55, 51, 1, 55. Oh, wait, this is an auction now? I almost became an auctioneer, you know? 68. Whoa, honey rose. You think I'm 68 years old? Well, if I'm 68 and looking like this, I'm doing pretty good, aren't I, huh? Well, you got me right in between. You got me between 50, 55, and 68. All right, I'm 61. I don't want to leave it too long. 61. Yeah, I was in the 60s, though. Yeah, but still, I mean, I mean, that's another thing. When I get a haircut and I shave, I look a lot younger. I get very young very fast. I can only imagine if I colored my hair and I get rid of all the gray hair, I'd probably look like I was 40 again, you know. But I don't want to do that. I'm not really the type to color my hair or anything, you know. So, uh, Reservoir Dogs was badass. We're talking about Reservoir Dogs, the movie. Oh yeah. Hey, one thing about that movie that it has changed my. When he was playing that song, well, I don't like Spider Kings at nights. I got the feeling something ain't right. Remember that? And he was, I can't remember who it was, but the dude was starting to torture the cop. Remember he cut his ear. He was really, and he was playing that song, like the radio was on. And every time, since that movie, when I hear that song, I think of that torture scene in Reservoir Dogs. When that guy suffered quite a bit, you know, really did what he was doing, and he was playing that song, and then it seemed to make sense too, you know, if you listen to the lyrics, and then when you saw what he was doing, it coincided with what was going on, you know. Stuck here in the middle with you because he was in his chair. I'm so scared. I'm in my chair, and he was in a chair, and he was torturing him, you know. And it just kind of really changed my way of seeing that song, hearing the song, you know. After that, do you like today's movies or not? I haven't seen. I haven't seen many movies, modern movies, in years. So I don't even really watch a lot of movies. And if I do, I'll usually pop in an old one, you know. I mean, I think I stopped watching a lot of movies like almost from the like maybe the 2000s, maybe the mid 2000s, maybe some of the original Star Wars, you know, before Disney took them over, you know, like the later one where Star Wars episode 2 and 3, 1, 2, and 3, things like that. But not too much, not too many new movies anymore. They don't appeal to me. Yeah, Tarantino movies are wild. I love Dusk Till Dawn. Yeah, same here. Yeah, I've seen a couple of Tarantino movies. I mean, I'm not really crazy about them. I mean, he's got a unique way of filmography. I know that. Pulp Fiction is another one. And I did see that one. So, but yeah, I'm not really Yeah, so not really into too many of their newer movies, you know. It would have to be something that now I do know that I believe, Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson, as you know, remember he came up with the Passion of the Christ. I mean, that was back around early 2000s. And that was like an amazing movie. I mean, it was very graphic, very brutal on the crucifixion. I believe he's got another movie coming out. I believe it's called Passion Part Two, or it's about the resurrection. It's about when after that. So he's actually finally going to come up with the sequel for that movie. Now that I might go see that. I made an exception to go see that Passion of the Christ at the theater, and yeah, heard it was quite brutal. It was quite a brutal movie. I guess I've been hearing too. There was some odd things were happening on the set during that. Like just things. I mean, that were really kind of hard to explain. Mel is a good man. Yeah, I think he had a little bit of a temper. He got into trouble there. I guess he had rage issues. Hey, Mel's an INFJ, I mean, he's diagnosed as one, and he's an Aussie. I know he lost that. He lost a lot of his accent. Vamp, he's an Aussie. Mel Gibson. I mean, hey, listen, I remember seeing my first Mel Gibson movies back. Was Road Warrior. Wait, was it Road Warrior? Um, oh, yeah, was it Road Warrior? Yeah, it was the one where it was set in Australia too. It was about like in the future, gasoline was scarce. Yeah, and that was his first movie, and I thought that was brutal. That was like back in like the late 70s. I was a kid. I saw that in the theaters, and nobody knew who Mel Gibson was. I think that was his first breakthrough movie. Mad Max. Oh, that's it. It was Mad Max. Excuse me. That's what it was. I knew it was about the Road Warrior guy though. So yes, okay, thank you. Billy the Goat. Uh Bro, bye. You ain't listening. What's the matter? What happened? You know what? You talk too much. Okay, that's his job. All right, I'm not gonna talk anymore. I'm just gonna have you look at me. See how long you stick around. I'm not here to. I can't do that. Now, what? Okay, listen. You got my attention now. Ahmad, what do you mean? I'm reversing my age. I take anti-aging serum. Okay, and that's helping you look younger. All right. Okay, is that what you were trying to? I do apologize if I mean, I'm not intentionally ignoring people here. So. Yeah, that's good. I mean, I don't take any sermon of my own. I just live my life and just do what I got to do, and I just age. I don't know. I work hours. I mean, I busted my hump working sometimes in the beaten sun for years and years when I had a day shift. I never I remember coming home, my wife, when I was married at the time, she used to say, your ears are all fried, like they were all like riveled up because I was out in the sun all day. And then I'd have to put on some like stuff so I remember my wife used to point things out like that one time. But no, I don't take anything. I just live a life. I work, and I'm just like, well, what's your secret to staying young? I say, I don't know, just work 60 hours a week in the blazing sun and just work your butt off, and sweat. I don't know. I can't give any advice because that's all I did. I just lived my life. Ahmad, bye. Okay. Uh, I watched Beyond Thunderdome a few months back. Awesome movie from Australia. Tina Turner from Tennessee, my state. The late Tina Turner. Yeah. Yeah. Matter of fact, I just watched on YouTube here a couple days ago. I watched Tommy the Who. I'm actually thinking I'm prepping something up for that movie, Tommy the Who. I'm gonna do something with that maybe, and on here on the channel. When but I had to watch Tommy the Who, and who's on there? Tina Turner's in that movie. She was the acid queen. Yeah, remember that? That was the part. She was like you know, she was being her, she was singing like her, doing the kicks, and then, younger, she did a great job as the acid queen too. That was like an all-star cast. The movie was okay, but I mean, I like the album better than the movie. But she was in that one, so I think of her sometimes. I think Tina Turner. I think Acid Queen. So um, bye, bro. Ain't listening. Okay, sorry about that. Must have took off then. So so anyway, yeah. So we're talking about movies. We're talking about a little bit of stuff here. That's good. Yeah. So we are currently doing pretty well. I have watched. I haven't watched that movie. I've never seen it. Oh yeah, Tommy the Who. I was just talking about that last week about the whole story of Tommy the Who and how I really related to that whole album growing up, especially the song, the album. Okay, the deaf, dumb, and blind kid sure plays a mean pinball. You must have heard Pinball Wizard, right? That's a classic rock song. That's probably the most uh, famous song from that album. It was Pinball Wizard. That deaf, dumb, and blind kid sure plays a mean pinball. Do 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 do. Right. Well, that whole movie was basically about a traumatized kid that became so introverted that he just kind of he couldn't see or hear. He became deaf, dumb, and blind. He couldn't speak because he was traumatized early on. But he became that introverted. But he went deep in his own mind, and all of a sudden, his mind became his sanctuary. You know, there's a reason I was drawn to that particular album. I mean, I kind of related to it, not just for my namesake, but I was talking about that last. Now, I do believe Genesis. Justin, I don't know if you were around. You might have missed last week's live, but I did mention that. So that's why I had to re-up, watch the movie again, and I was listening to the album. Sometimes I tap into some of my old music that I grew up on. That's all. Who is Honey? Oh, hey, Ahmad. Hey, uh, who is Honey? Oh, you talking about Honey Rose? Did I miss last? Maybe I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it did. Maybe it was last week. Maybe you were in. I can't remember. I can't remember. Stop it. um, but I think that's one thing. I think it was basically it was spurned on trauma. It had a lot to do with what childhood trauma did and how deep it turned a child introverted to the point where they just didn't want to even be in reality at all. And of course, part of the whole story was his parents, his mother, his stepfather were trying to cure him, trying to break him out of it, but nothing worked. And until finally his mother just lost her temper and kind of broke the mirror. See, he would stare in the mirror for hours, just stare at himself, and then that was part of it. So how did you cure him? Yeah, they had to break the mirror. It traumatized him out of it. It was an interesting rock opera story. Is what Tommy the Who was. So one of these days, I'm gonna have to, when I get my crap together, people. I plan on doing one of those. Maybe do a reaction video with the album, and talk about it, and talk about the story as it's going on. I got plans. You see, I get all these plans in my head. For little time and effort to be able to do it. So. I mean, go figure. Go figure. Always planning something. So it's always big right here. It's always like, wow, this is what I want to do. But putting it into play takes a lot of effort. You got to make it happen. Do the flirting with someone who likes it. I'm not into this stuff. Oh, what's up, Ahmad? Uh, so, Ahmad, are you from? Aren't you from? Are you from? Are you the one from India, or was that Kazakhstan? Oh, where were you from again, Ahmad? My mood is ruined. Very, very dramatic. Traumatic. Very dramatic there, guy. Hey, what's the matter, Ahmad? Hey, the squeaky wheel gets the oil. Listen, Ahmad, what's going on with your life? Why are you so troubled and traumatic, huh? Would you like to talk about your situation? You look like you're reaching out. You're trying to get some answers. Listen, I'm going to focus on what's up, Ahmad, huh? How's everything going in your life? What's going on? It sounds like you need something. You need some kind of clarity. You need something to energize you. Okay. So India. Okay, from India. All right. Yeah, no, so tell us a little bit. What's going on? What's going on? Why are you what's going on? Sounds like you're not happy. Listen, you can talk to us. Genesis said to me, honey, and sent a kiss emoji. That's traumatic for me. Oh, come on, man. This is kidding around. If anything, listen, how come that could be traumatic? An emoji traumatizes you? Oh, come on, that's just that's a nice gesture. That's just a listen. This is how we communicate on the internet. That's all it is. No, it's not. Don't take it personal. If anything, it's just it's being polite. It's just being nice. This is emojis are supposed to be symbols. You know, cute little symbols that we use to communicate on the internet. Instead of speaking words, we're speaking texts here. That's all it is. Okay, it's just a gesture of kindness and friendship. It's not meant to be traumatic. Well, listen, I don't know what the culture is too much. How you know India. I mean, I know here in the United States. You know, I mean, everybody's different. We think different. We've been raised different with different stringent cultures uh, and things like that. Um, so I mean, I'm thinking that has a lot it has a lot to do with it. Okay, but just think of it as it's just somebody's trying to just put things at ease. I don't think it was meant to be anything. Wasn't meant to be taken out of contents. Okay, that's all. I sent the kiss emoji because he was acting like a baby. Oh, I. All right. Oh, come on. That's traumatic. Oh, okay. Well, gee. So everything I just said, what I was supposed to say, I, I'm trying to soften things up a little bit. Uh, all right. Maybe, maybe a little bit of Billy Goat snowflakes. I don't blame you, but personally, I don't like it. Okay. All right. Yeah. I mean, sometimes you just listen. You got to roll with the punches out there in the old world. Listen, sometimes this world can be a rough world. Okay, and sometimes people can say things. You know. Have you ever heard the old saying, "Sticks and stones can break your bones, but words can never hurt me." You ever heard that? That's how things are. Words should not break anybody. Mere words should be nothing. They're sounds. They're just consonants and syllables formed in the contents of your mouth in order to form language. Now, if you inflict pain on somebody physically, now that's going to hurt you. That's all it is. We got to get to a point where we are a little more thick-skinned about this, and you can't let things banter on internet get you, because you know what, the internet can be a very cruel place, and you can't. I mean, how many times I'm doing a live and people start throwing slurs at me, or they just start saying you look like this and you look like that, and oh, you look yeah. I'm like, you got to laugh them off. You know, you got to consider the source, okay? And sometimes the only thing you can do is come up with something more witty, or ignore them. That's all you can do. All right, that's all. You know, you shouldn't be all bent out of shape because of words and emojis. I mean, come on, really? That's all. Uh, well, what you expect when somebody throws the toys out and says they're gonna leave, but then never that doesn't. Oh, I see. Tom, I think too highly of me, but thank you, LOL. There you go. Genesis, don't blame, but personality. Uh, Genesis, I don't blame you, but personally, I don't like you. Oh, there you go. Ahmad, why you causing trouble, man? Come on, man. All right, listen, I have to be the mediator here. I am the adult in the room. I'm the guy hosting this whole thing, you know. Now, Ahmad, man, we're just friends here. We're trying to just, you know, relax a little bit. This is a safe haven. If you have an INFJ personality, if you are, and if you know, I don't know who you are. I don't know what your type is, but this is supposed to be a place of refuge. I coined this as that. Okay, not a place of hostility, not a place of anger. Okay, All right, that's all. That's why I'm not getting upset because of it. I mean, we gotta laugh this thing off, okay? That's all. But sometimes if you do little things like that, you're gonna get you poke a dragon in the eye, and guess what? He might breathe fire on you, right? Yeah, what comes back at you might be a little more harsh than what you poked first. How's that, huh, for philosophy? Okay, there you go. If you really want to know the kiss to say, get the chip off your shoulder. Oh, okay, Billy Goat. There you go. I'm not a kid. I'm 36, but my mental age is a teenager. Now you're only 36 years old, taking what do you call it? Youth serum. No, serum. Excuse me. You're only 36. What do you think? You're getting old at that age? Huh? That's a little young to be doing that. I mean, don't be so preoccupied with a long life. Be preoccupied with a quality life. Okay. Too many times we get preoccupied with living a long time. But what's the point of living a long life if you're just miserable living your life? One time I told a boss of mine, right? Yeah, he was kind of a narcissist boy. He was like that. He was one of those. He always just gave me jobs, and he was always disrespectful. He wasn't nice. And one day I just said to him, I said, his name was Pete. I says, Pete, you're gonna live a long life, aren't you? And I said it like, you're gonna live a long life, huh? He looks at me and said, you think so? I says, yeah, you're gonna live a long time. He says, well, hey, thanks a lot. I says, yeah, because only the good die young. Right away, he looked like, keep running your mouth. He got mad because he fell into it. He basically took the bait, because he thought I was complimenting him. And I says, yeah. And that was basically my way of saying, there's nothing good about you. Okay. So sometimes miserable people can live a long time. So what's the point of living a long life where you look young and everything and you're just miserable? You got to live a good quality life, That's all. Yeah, that sounds about right. Me too, LOL. Okay. You really want to know? Kiss to say, get the chip off your shoulder. People are funny out there. You guys are razzing the new guy out there, Uh, but but that's, I don't know. Everybody's different, Like I said, hey, funny things happen on these verticals. That's what I mean. That's why I had to go vertical today, But if anybody has any other questions or any concerns, I've already had a couple of good questions there out there. I can reach up to 40. What does that mean? You mean age-wise? Yeah. Well, hopefully you can live to 40. I would hope so, So, all right. Well, anyway, I'm so yeah, but yeah. So I talk too much too. Well, like I said, that's kind of what I have to do, right? So I'm gonna close the drapes here, people. All right, I gotta close the blinds. All right. There, it's got a little dark out here in the Eastern time zone, I guess you could say. It's getting that nighttime feel about it. So I turned off the light, All right. But yeah, but like I said, I think talking about like something about youth in the INFJ, things like that. That's one of those things I always thought to myself. If people say I look very young, it's like I don't do anything. People ask me, "What do you do?" It's like, what is your secret to looking young? Hey, I don't know. Live your life. Live your life. Okay. Drink. I don't know. Drink lots of water. Don't drink soda. I never drink soda. I try to look out for like, I'll eat sweets and stuff, but I don't eat too much sweets anymore. I try to get away from too much sugary foods and all that for the most part. Nice to talk to you. I feel so light now. Tom, do you ever find yourself getting aggravated Aggravated with your job. Um, I've got, yeah, I do. Sometimes I get aggravated with the whole idea that I'm still working, but I know that it's necessary. I have a love-hate relationship. I mean, part of me says I like to work because I think it's necessary. I think work isn't just, I mean, we could think of it as just a grind. You got to work for a living. But, if we weren't working for a living, how would anything get done? If farmers decided they didn't want to work, I mean, we wouldn't have any food. We'd have to be doing it for ourselves. If somebody didn't get aggravated with their job, how would houses get built? So we need to work. We need to function. And if we weren't doing it as a society, as a civilization, then we'd be all doing it individually. We'd have to build our own log cabins, cut our own wood down. We'd have to grow our own vegetables, and our life would be pretty tough if we did it individually. So I mean, naturally, as you know, human beings decided to live to be civilized. Certain people grew food. Certain people specialized in building homes. Then that freed up people to be specializing into being doctors, because we need doctors too. We can't be our own doctor. I mean, what if we break our leg out there? We need somebody who knows what they're doing. So people have to specialize. So we evolved civilization into being helpful in that way. Okay, got me running on here. But my point is that as much as we may get aggravated with a job, we have to have something that we have that we enjoy doing. Now, my 8 to 5, I deliver diesel fuel. Okay, I drive a truck, I deliver diesel fuel. I mean, and I've been doing blue collar work my whole life. I'm so entrenched with working for a living, getting up every day, going that's what I do. So I'm kind of like so used to going through the motions. Um, I found a way. I found out early on in my life though too. You have to mentally condition yourself. Maybe, I mean, it's just you have to tell yourself. You have to kind of psych yourself into believing that it's for your good. You have to logically think it over. You have to work for a living. You got to do something. All right, and you have to contribute somehow. Okay, and as much as sometimes work will aggravate you, things don't go right, the weather's not going right, it's raining out, it's 12 degrees out, and it's a snowstorm, but you got to work in it. You got to put on some clothes and work out in a blizzard, work in a cold. Yeah, these things happen. So it's not comfortable, and it's not always pleasant to work, and sometimes it's painful. It can be stress and painful, but you have to make sure that deep down you have to come to a conclusion that you're forging. I've said this a lot of, not only do we spiritually forge in our life, we forge on spiritually. I think as INFJs, as you know, we are a suffering soul anyway. Internally, we have our bouts of loneliness, sadness, depression. I've talked about these things before. We can be alone. I think we're the most lone type in a lot of ways, especially introspectively. We're alone within ourselves. But my point is, we're a suffering soul. But I know that that's part of our strengthening. That's part of our forging into becoming strong-minded people. Our work, now that you look at your work, your physical work, you have to put that same kind of mindset, that same kind of durability that you are spiritually, that you are emotionally, mentally, into what you do for work. And you have to just forge through and say, screw it. I'm not gonna be a wuss here. And I know work is not, work can be aggravating, but I gotta put food on the table. I need a roof over my head. I need to, I gotta pay bills. I want a place to live. I don't want to climb under a bridge every night and sleep under a rock. I mean, some people choose to have that kind of life. I don't want to do that. I need to work for a living so I can have a nice place to live. And if I had a family, I'd have to. Well, I did have a family. I did have to support a family as well. So again, you have to make sure that you take that stress and aggravation in your work and just kind of to take it as not life isn't pleasant. Life is not always just fun and pleasant all the time. You got to work through it and do things you don't want to do sometimes. Okay. And that's one thing I think as an INFJ, I think now that I've discovered what we go through spiritually, it has to translate that way into your work as well. Okay. It's a way of just getting mentally and physically tough. Okay. So, forging. So, working towards something, a greater good, a higher meaning. Pretty much. Yeah. I think, now, one thing I can say too, I'm glad you asked that question though, Justin, and about the fine, being that we sometimes work can be aggravating. Absolutely. You know how many times, especially early on in my life, when I used to be a tire man, I used to do tires for a living, and sometimes tires were not very. Sometimes they were rusted old rags, and you had to work in all sorts of conditions. And there were many times when I was early on, I just got so aggravated because something wasn't going the way I wanted. It was taking longer than typical. You know what I mean? And all of a sudden, you were just you were literally to the point you wanted to walk away. Like, I just wish I could quit this job and walk away. I actually did that a couple of times when I was young. I was stupid. I did that once or twice. I thought, I can't do that. You can't just pick up and walk off a job. I mean, that's can't do it unless, I mean, gosh, unless it's really abusive. I mean, there would have to be something that might have to happen, where maybe a boss is that insufferable or whatever, for you to. But usually, you don't want to do that. Still, get another job. Put your 2 week notice in. Vamp changed her pick too. Kitten playing. Oh, did you change your picture as well, Vamp? I think you did mention that you were going to change that. All right, let's click on to Vamp's new picture. Let's see if I can see that. Oh, I can't. All right. Uh, oh, okay. Oh, I'm not really able to zoom in. Well, with what I can't really zoom in too much on I guess the app I had last week, I could zoom in on those pictures a little better. That's all. George, yes, I have. She's sitting on my lap. Oh, your cat. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Vamp likes her cat. There you go. That's nice. Yeah. Someday I'll get another cat. I haven't gotten around to doing that. Uh, I'm just what happened? Okay, there. Accidentally paused myself over here. So, um, while I play. No, but anyway, that was a good question though, Justin, about work and how it's again, I think it's just, I mean, from my own experience, I had to train my mind to be impervious to just even crap like that over the course of my life. Even just some of the struggles about going to work every day and getting aggravated, and I knew it wasn't worth it. You have to just convince yourself you got to stay in. You got to stay in the battle. You just do. You what do you play? I have Game Pass this month. Oh, what do I play? You talking about me? I don't play video games. Maybe you're talking to somebody else. Personally, I don't play them. I play a little golf game every so often on my phone, but I haven't played much of that lately, though. So it's just not something I do. That's all. I did when I was younger, but I like to be interesting at my work and have some sense of meaning. At times, these elements aren't there, and I just have to stick with it and push through. It's a forging experience. Exactly. You know what? Yeah, I know. Sometimes I watch some of these videos and they talk about how INFJ men, well, maybe INFJs in general, is that we have a hard time with our occupation, about our work. Maybe I'm going to steer into that. Now, sometimes I think because of the way we are aligned, we tend to like to um, be the helpful types. We like to, help people, the old stereotype. Sometimes I think I had to think about that when I first heard that. Am I really all that helpful? I remember thinking to myself, I'm not always like that. Maybe I was a little bit more when I was younger, but I felt like maybe I wasn't too much when I got older. And I think I kind of evolved to that. But I know that's a stereotype. We like helping people, and we need to find occupations and things like, people like nurses or therapists or psychiatrists. I mean, people that are good with the mind. Just that's where INFJs tend to flourish when they have an occupation. That's how it's usually presented. But then you get the guy who's just got his, let's say an INFJ, but he's a garbage man. All he does is pick up trash, or he delivers diesel fuel like I do, or changes tires. I mean, there's not a lot of fulfilling things in your life when you're just doing manual physical work. Um, but at that point there, you have to convince yourself that it's for you. You're doing this for your job. You're doing this for your family. You're doing this for you almost have to tell yourself that you are doing it for that reason. I mean? You're taking care of yourself. You're taking care of your kids. You put food on their table. Now, one thing I always was good with was when a customer, if a customer asked me a good, logical, sensible question about my work or about his truck, the tires. And I was very knowledgeable about tires. I had done it so long. I was like masterful with knowledge about just tire work because I'd been done it so long, and it was all hands-on experience. But I made sure I gave a good explanation, and I went out of my way to explain it as best as I could. And I put it into that. And I was always truthful and I was honest. And I just told it that way. And I had a reputation of being very, very knowledgeable and very accommodating to customers. Customers liked me because of the way I spoke to them. And that was actually, I made sure I went out of my way to do that, to make sure that because I thought the customer was happy with the work I was doing. At least I was showing up, getting the job done, even though I was busting ties down. And when they asked me a question, I would answer it because I knew the ins and outs of tires. I knew the construction. I knew the differences in sizes and what happens when you run them on low air pressure. What happens to them? Why they disintegrate when they're on low pressure? They build up heat. I knew all this stuff about them, and of course, as I try to demonstrate something, a lot of times things would just start coming out that I never thought of until in that moment. You know what I mean? Like we just know things. Things would just start unfolding as I was explaining it. So I was very good with customers. And I made sure that I went out of my way. Now, if some customer just wanted to sit there and, shoot the breeze, occasionally, I mean, I get somebody who just want to, talk about nothing. I couldn't do that. The old small talk thing. I was like that. Sometimes I'd be trying to do my job and I'd see like a driver come walking up to me and I'd be like thinking in my head, please leave me alone. Leave me alone. Just let me do my job. And I wouldn't be saying it. I'd be kind of like trying to ignore it. And hopefully, and occasionally somebody to come up and just start talking, yeah, and I'd be like, yeah, oh yeah, and I give them a quick brief answer, and then just keep going on. Like I'm not gonna stop. Like you know what I mean? But again, like I said, but if they asked me a question that was job related, then I was okay with that. Okay, so that was I think what made my day go by better too. That's what helped me to pass my time was just knowing that customers were, in fact, I would even tell the boss would actually say, like several of my bosses would say, oh, so and so said that you were like really likes the explanation you gave. Like they were like really really impressed with how you talked to them. I think customers actually used to used to compliment my boss. They'd call up and say, hey, that Tom guy, man, he is smart because of what I just described. And that was just me naturally. I wasn't trying to be anything other than that was just me personally. That was my personality. And that's just the way I was. And this is the way I've always been. All right. Now, was I a perfect worker? Yes. Sometimes I took a little bit of time. I mean, I wasn't the fastest guy. There were other guys that could fly through a job fast. And I try to keep up with them. And I mean, I always wondered why I'm slow. Well, I was a little bit slow. I'd get the job done right. I was efficient. I would do it good. I was meticulous about it. But sometimes it took me, 20 minutes longer. Maybe sometimes a half hour longer, depending on what it was. And I always tried to match speed with the other guys. And I remember I could do it, but it took, talk about extroverted sensing. It took all my focus. I mean, I had to be like very like working fast, and it took like I had to just like it burned me out just being unfocused. and it felt unnatural to me, like I was going too fast. But of course, work is like speed, speed. You got to go fast, fast, and because the quicker you can get it done, the more you can do another job quicker. You know what I mean, right? You can't spend too much time. And then, they just think about productivity, you know. So I always had to make up for it and being more efficient, being more durable, more the one that just went all out of their way to get it done. Okay. And always had to be the one that never called in sick, was always there on time, and was the last guy to leave. That's how I made up for it. That's how I still make up for it, by just being the one that's dependable. So I had to balance it. I had a little bit of lack of speed, but I had to make up for it that way. So, and of course, like I said, I knew my job as well. Okay. George, but do you have other games that you play depending on the mood? Oh, okay. So George, you like to play video games then? Talk about video games. There you go. All right. So yeah, that's good. So anyway, good question though, Justin. I hopefully I answered that. I answered that whole thing for you there. I work construction, also pipe fitting. You're a pipe fitter. All right. So it doesn't exactly fit my personality to a T, but I'm happy that I'm able to, and something I can actually, and sometimes it can actually be interesting. Yeah, there you go. Also too, I mean, I've always worked with, always work with guys. You're always working with other guys that are okay. Now sometimes, you know, sometimes you get people you work with, and sometimes they're dysfunctional, or they talk too much, or they swear a lot, and they get filthy mouths. Sometimes you have to just roll with it and just kind of play along with it, you know. I mean, because I had a shot mouth. In fact, I mean, I don't swear here on my channel, and I don't want to do that. This is not my place. I try to watch my profanity. But when I go to work, not so much in the job I'm in now, but when I was a tire guy working in a shop with the mechanics, I was F this, F that. I was a regular guy. I'd throw the F bomb all around. Maybe you don't hear that now, but I could turn that on or off. I guess that was part of my chameleon. When I got home, my shop mouth went away with me. I wasn't the type, because sometimes you got guys with the shop mouth, and they bring it home, and they're like that to their wife and kids at home. And of course, they're effing this, effing that, and the shop mouth never goes away. I think with me, I could always separate the shop talk from my home talk, and I never got vulgar at home. So, and again, what was that? Is that a chameleon part? Probably. I never thought of it until just like now. That's part of, like, I think part of our character as well. And that's the way I've always been. Okay. But here I like to at least make sure I don't get in the habit of throwing F bombs or S bombs, you know what I mean, or slurs. I mean, well, there's certain things I can't say on YouTube. They do allow certain times you can use profanity, just not every other word. You can't just throw it around all the time. I think I've been, you'll get in trouble, but you can throw an F bomb every so often. I choose not to, just because it's not what I want to do. You can swear at tires; they're rubber. It just bounces off. Oh, the old tire jokes there. Hey, now there you go. Son. Now that's a tire deal's joke there. Yeah, I think that one just went a little flat though. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Oh, but then it's only just flat on the bottom there. Okay, foghorn leghorn. See how that character just came out of there? The old, it's only flat on the bottom. You know what I'm saying? I've heard almost every tire joke there is. I heard that one a bunch too. You know what I mean? Honey Rose, boo. Oh, was it bad? She's saying boo. Was that a bad joke? I think you got a boo over there, about that, about your tire joke. It just bounces off. Hey, it was a good try. Listen, I'll say it was a good time. That was a good try. But you can swear on tires. The rubber just bounces off. Okay. LOL, great comeback. Yeah. So I do believe that one just went a little flat. Oh, okay. Well, thanks a lot, Billy the Goat. Yeah. Yeah, but anyway, just like I said, somebody asked a question about being aggravated and finding, actually, maybe that was a good thing that swerved into was like finding some kind of fulfillment in your job. Okay. That because that's always been a sore spot with us. All right. And so these are some of the things that I had, like I said, talking to customers and being very professional and being explaining things and actually knowing that I was serious too. I mean, I had, kind of like the way I'm talking to you now. Imagine me talking tires and explaining a question that I was asked, and knowing the background I had like years and years of tire work experience. So I knew my crap, you know. Yeah. So yeah, vamp, yeah. So I was kind of like the wizard. I was the wizard of tires, I mean, in a sense. I mean, I haven't changed a tire in years now. I got out of the business. I mean, I was getting old. It was just getting old for me. Let's just say I retired from the tires. How's that sound? Hey, retired. Hey, that's a joke, son. Joke. I tell you. Okay. Enough of that foghorn leghorn guy now. You remember him from Looney Tunes? Must have watched Looney Tunes. The rooster, remember? Foghorn, I say foghorn leghorn now. Got to roll with the punches, or in your case, punctures. Oh my gosh, the tire jokes are just flying now, huh? I do say, I think that one just blew out there, though. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Got to roll with the punches, or in your case, the punctures. Oh gosh, hey, actually, I got to tell you the truth. Billy Goat, that's a no one. That's a good one though. That's original, very spontaneous, very good. Roll with it. Yeah. See, I think that's a sense of humor out here. That's great. Um. All right. Well, anyway, roll with it. Okay, we'll roll with it, huh? All right. Yeah, just don't let it wear out though, right? Huh? Yeah, there you go. There you go. Vamp, I played Limbo, love the aesthetics. Oh, okay. Talking that's the Mortal Kombat X as well. Oh gosh, you're really into that stuff, huh? That's yeah. Get a grip. Get a grip. Oh, okay. Oh, get a grip with a question mark there, huh? Yeah, get a grip. Oh yeah, get a grip. Yeah, get some rugged snow tires. That'll give you some better grip now, wouldn't it? Huh? You think about that. It'll give it better traction. All right, now we're getting really getting into the tire field now, right? But anyway, that was it. That was what I did for many years. Yeah, now I'm trying to get this gig going here. Is just talking on YouTube, yeah, about my life experience, just being who I was. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's a pretty good gig too, right? That's all. Um, but okay, well, that was some good questions we got here. Hey, yo, I'm here. Said hi. I'm going to try to read some of your comments. Now, listen, people. I want to just go ahead and say I'm not ignoring everybody. I try to see as many texts and things as I can. Darius, if you're still out there, Darius Creations. It's good to see you out there, sir. We've talked before. In fact, many months ago, I remember you, Darius, and we had a runaround about one of my videos about the molecular structure of molecules and how they relate to the solar system. And you had a disagreement, but I did respect the idea that you had a a scientific mind. We had a bit of a disagreement on that. I had a video. This is what I'm going to talk about, Darius. Darius, if you're still out there, I think we became better friends. We got into a little bit of an argument about things, but I mean, I stood my ground and said, I, I don't see what I see from a scientific knowledge. I see it from a spiritual knowledge, what I've been told. Now, my point was this. I'm going to go on and tell you what me and Darius talked about. I put out a video probably 6 months ago, and it's still out there. I think it's called The Circles of Life. Okay, that's what it was. I named it The Circles of Life. I think it's kind of one of those. I was trying to describe how everything is in circles. Life itself is all circular. Okay, starting from the molecule, and it expands out. But it's how I described it. That now Darius he was a science teacher. Okay, and he's very smart. He's Darius Creations. He's out there. He's on here right there. Oh, he's out there. Okay, okay. I'm telling the story, Darius. Okay, now bear with me. All right, it's good to see you out there. No, but anyway, now he's got creations. He's got like inventions. He's an inventor, and he's got can crushers that are like guillotines with weights. I've seen some of his videos. He's kind of got some cool stuff that he's doing out there. You got to check his videos out. Tom, are you talking about Darius? Yes, I am talking about Darius. I'm laughing along with you, brother. Well, so anyway, I put this video out, The Circles of Life. And I started off basically saying that the way I understood life was about the atomic, it starts at the atomic level. We have atoms, and around the atoms we have protons, neutrons, photons, electrons. Things rotate around an atom. And I guess and then there's other orbitals that rotate around around those as well. Like they have their own shells in a sense, like their own orbitals. But altogether, everything has a certain count. I mean, there might be 15 protons for like a hunk of wood. I mean, there could be 20 photons for rock. And the more complex something gets, the higher the count. Like gold, silver, heavy metals have a lot of orbitals, much of them. Plutonium, these unstable things, they're unstable. Now, I was basically talking, I can't remember exactly what I was talking about. I was just basically drawing the analogy of that. But my point was it was circular, okay? And the fact is that I was describing how, like, the reason that we have, we have dimension in itself. The whole idea that we have an existence. The fact that we have anything, mass, is what I basically said. I mean, Einstein said that the energy equals mass E equals mc squared. Energy equals mass. Mass is just what we know. It's everything with weight, with substance. The mass, the speed of light squared. And I tried to describe what that meant exactly. Okay. Now Einstein described it as the fact that when you take like, let's say you twist up a knot really, really tight or something, or when you boil water, you're agitating these atoms. You're making them spin faster. Okay. You're increasing the weight to these atoms because of the fact that the speed of light squared is when that atom is circulating around a molecule. When these particles circulate around an atom, they loop. They become kind of fused with each other. They go the speed of light and they loop with each other, creating almost like a fused component, let's say, because it already chased its own tail. Here's an example. You're in a racetrack. You're driving in a racetrack, an oval racetrack, and let's say you went the speed of light and you were driving your car. And let's say you drove so fast that you actually tailgated your own bumper. Let's say you achieved just slightly shy of the speed of light. Now you'd be chasing your own bumper. Let's say you were tailgating yourself and you were watching yourself in the future in your rear view mirror while you were watching your past right ahead of you. Gets kind of deep, doesn't it? Let's just say you sped that car up to go the speed of light and you merged with yourself. You didn't crash into the bumper. You became part of yourself. These particles are doing that. And I was trying to explain that with Darius, that's basically what fusion was. But Einstein said that the theory of relativity the E equals mc squared was the whole idea that energy is basically warping itself. It's duplicating itself. Imagine taking that car. Now you agitate like hot water. You're making that, let's say you instead of merging with your car one time, you agitated that atom to where it was going around the track 15 times. It was making it go faster. It would increase the weight of that molecule because all these particles have been intensified in their speed, let's say. And now they became very unstable. Now, what happens is, now this is what came to me. This is the way I think, this is just the way I think. My intuition teaches me this. The reason that a very highly unstable thing like plutonium has, it's very heavy and dense and it's very unstable. But when you agitate these atoms, they start spinning. Now they start crashing into each other. They start smashing into each other. And then they lose their orbit. And as they lose their orbit, they get their gravitational pull pulls them toward the atom. Now these particles actually start crashing into the atom, splitting the atom. Now you didn't hear that from me. It gets deep. This is basically what atomic fusion was. This is, this was the groundbreaking discovery as to why we have atomic fusion, why microwaves work. Now, I don't think I quite said that. Now, I explained it in such a way very unscientific. I wasn't using like terminology and things like that. Now, Darius, I think I was using more just my metaphors. I was using my descriptive form of talking about science. And he didn't agree with me. He said, no, you're throwing that off. So we got into a back and forth, discussion about it. And we came about, we're friends. We came to a, hey, we respect each other. I just was looking at it from a different approach. Now he's very, very smart, but he studied in college, just, studied physics and energy and things like that, because he's a scientist, he went to science school. But I had a way of describing it that way, okay? But then I said it expanded deeper, like now what the theory of relativity of me, what I thought what it meant to me was how everything is in circles. Everything is in sense relative to everything. Now that one atom and that one molecule that I said spins, okay? It's in the speed of light squared. It's creating mass. And now these atoms are kind of fusing and weaving around. They jump out of orbits. They jump into other orbits with other atoms, with other molecules, and they kind of weave them together, giving them dimension, giving them kind of holding them together in a sense. But then I said, okay, now that's just a description of how the molecular structures are. But now you expand that out to a solar system. Now you look at our very solar system. And now a solar system and an atom have similar characteristics in their physics. The sun is a microcosm of that atom. The atom is the nucleus. And it has the particles, the protons, everything rotating around it. While now you have the sun, which is the nucleus of the solar system. And it has the planets revolving around the sun. Now you look at our Earth and you look at all the other planets in our solar system. Now as we know, we have 9 of them. And you look at some of the elaborate planets that we have. How about our planet of Earth? We are a terrestrial planet, highly elaborate. I mean, our planet, we got a moon that kind of orbits around, like the shell, the very similar to how the shells work on that particle, that molecule. These protons that move around have those shells that orbit around them, like the way moons. The way we get, like Jupiter has 9 moons around it. So that's the shell of that, elaborate proton or neutron that that the planet is. Now, the thing is that he couldn't understand, he was not seeing it from my way, because I was seeing it as a intuition. Intuition taught me this. I saw this. I saw it as a kid. I knew that. This was revealed to me. That's why I say God will reveal his creation to you. God wants you to know this. I mean, I came down to me saying that God teaches us. God wants to know we have his mind. God created it, put it in motion. He wants us to acknowledge it. I mean, it came down to that. I think it came down to me saying that because we have the ability and the capability of having his spiritual depth of his mind, he gave that to us. Okay, but anyway, I can't remember exactly what it was, but he left some comments. He was disagreeing with me because I wasn't being scientific. I was being more intuitive in my description and how things work. So my terminology wasn't the same, but I think the idea was about the same. Uh, Darius, haha, totally. Al's fair. Okay. So anyway, but anyway, so George, don't feel bad. I blocked my ex on Steam and she ghosted me. So, but anyway, hopefully, I mean, and then I actually expanded out the whole idea to the galaxy as well. Okay, now you get solar systems, and now you've got billions and billions of solar systems that expand out, and they're all part of a galaxy. Galaxies have those spiral arms, and now they're spinning, and they're all circular as well. And everything's spanned out from they're all relative in that way. Everything was circular, but that was revealed to me in a intuitively. Okay, yeah, it's kind of like almost like a body has a cell. Cells are clusters of atoms of atoms of molecules that make up a cell, and that's basically what a galaxy is in a sense in the universal level. Okay, so I was saying that everything spanned out from that way, but that's how I understood it. That's how my mind works, though. And sometimes these things were revealed to me. Now, these things, I've known these for many, many years. I can't remember when these were revealed to me, but maybe it was just during one of my deep introspections, one of my thoughts, whatever I was going through at the time. And my mind goes there. My mind got that deep. Little did I know that's just the way we are built. This is the way our mind is capable. INFJ mind um, is being that we're introverted and intuitive. This is a prime example of where introversion can lead you and how deep it can lead you. But I didn't know it at the time. Then I says, that's why. That's why I've always had that mind, and that's where I learned. I mean, felt like things were being revealed to me, and I came up with another video called it the God Code. I think we see these things because the closer we get to the closer we get to a grace, the closer we get to a level of consciousness, we're able to clear our mind. And when we start authenticating, we start understanding God's creation. We start understanding what the code that we were intended to know, things that we are born to know. These are some of the things we're born to know, that what I just described. Okay. Now again, I mean, I'm kind of hyped up. I'm just kind of rambling on a little bit, but maybe I could. I don't know if my way of describing it is all that good, but see, I mean, everything that I'm saying is there in my mind, but I mean, it just takes a lot of time to kind of explain it in such a way. Um, but basically, science and technology is all about that. Um, but anyway, ever since Einstein came up with that theory, energy equals MC squared. I mean, that whole thing, the whole idea of, like, if you notice, like right after that happened, the idea of being able to fuse chemicals, being able to take things, heat them a certain way, fuse them, that was a way of like intertwining, like chemicals, intertwining like oil, taking oil, making a tire out of oil, out of that petroleum, for example, all from that whole chemistry, all from just understanding the way physics worked. And Einstein came up with the molecular structure of how that worked. Of course, you know, atomic bombs were born. There was some bad parts of that. There was some dark things, that came about. But that was my point. But so we had a little bit of a run around about that. But anyway, Darius, it's good to see you out there, though. Yeah, it does look like it's good to see. I haven't, I see you pop in every so often. That's good to see. You start. I'm going to see what you got to say here, Darius. Tom, you look up powers of 10. It's a short video about scientific scale and size. Okay, powers of 10. Okay. Is it kind of like what I'm talking about? I mean, listen, I have my own description of it. Maybe somebody else has a different take on it, but you start at our size, then zoom out in powers of 10 until you hit atoms. Then you zoom all the way out into the galaxies. Whoa, sounds deep. Hey, there you go. Powers of 10. That's a YouTube video. Now you got me all interested now. Powers of 10. Okay. That's kind of like that sounds like what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? And I mean, all the knowledge is there. It is all there. I've seen that. I mean, that's the way my mind has worked. I was blown away one time when I realized that. I mean, there was one day I seem to remember. In fact, it was on I think it was during one of my bouts where I think I was getting over a relationship. I broke up with a girl. She broke my heart. I can't remember what it was, and of course, we go into our bunker zones, right? This is what we do. We get hurt, we get sad, something devastates, especially breaking up in a relationship. This is what always hurt me. And of course, what do? You revert inward. You go into your lone spot, that isolation, go into introspection. Now you're hurting, you're suffering a little bit. But during that suffering, sometimes things happen. When you start denying yourself that escape, things start happening. Your mind goes places like that, and sometimes you reveal things. Sometimes things start. It's a way of educating you about your life through an example of physics. Okay, this is how I learned because I would compare those examples of like branching out from the molecule to the galaxy and just understanding how the way things worked was a way of educating me and understanding how I worked, how I thought, how we should think. Okay, but that's how it educated me, and I had to conclude that that's deep. There's no way we could be born to know that unless we were told this from the creator himself. The one who created it all, put it all into motion, has to eventually, when we're ready, will reveal this to us so we can understand ourselves, okay, ultimately. And also give credit where credit is due. He kind of wants acknowledged. He wants a little bit of, God wants us to acknowledge that he put this together and put it into motion too. He wants some kind of recognition for his hard work. That's why he made us in his image. So, bye, Billy. What happened there? Basically, the spirits along the way get back. I love it. Amazing when I discovered this game. Billy, peace out. Have a good evening. Oh, Billy the goat, you taking off? All right. Billy the goat's taking off. Well, guys, time for me to get out of here. It was fun meeting you all. Thanks for the chat. Well, I hope all my space talk didn't turn you off, Bill. I ramble on a bit. You got to know that about me. Listen, anybody that knows me, some of you people have seen my lives for a year, and I go off a little bit, and that's something I can't help. I hope I don't scare people away sometimes. See, I'm always thinking I'm like doing that. I don't know. That's just the way I think, though. What I'm trying to do is just give you an example of the way my mind thinks and where it goes. Okay, I may look like a simple man, but sometimes it can be. But sometimes my mind is far from simple, far from it. Okay, sometimes that's an example how deep it gets, and I think we're all like that. Listen, I know it's hard to put things into words, but being that who we are, we have a different example that we follow, and each and every one of us has a different example of the same conclusion. Maybe you don't think of it in physics. Maybe some do. Maybe you got a different way of thinking of things, but it all leads you to the same conclusion. Hopefully, that's all that really matters. Can anyone explain how to put up a upcoming video thing? I've seen others do it and think Tom would get more viewers if people knew in advance to be here. Listen, honey, Rose, that's all my fault. That's on me. Listen, I tried doing that. I didn't do that. And sometimes I get complacent and I just throw it on. I have done that a couple times. I've put I've actually put posts in the community spot on the page. And if you're a subscriber, you'll get that. You'll get that on your feed. And I've advertised it that way a couple times. And sometimes if I set it up a couple days before, if I put the live in early, it'll come up on your feed as well. I didn't do that this time. That is my bad. Okay. But it's just a matter of doing that. You kind of have to advertise for it. Maybe throw out a little video. Like I could have, at the end of a video, I could have said something like, "Yeah, join me Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, and I'm going live." I could do that too, but I mean, that's definitely me. Okay, I'll have to start doing that, Honey Rose. I don't want, don't want people missing stuff, right? George, of course, this Alice Madness returns the game. Oh, Alice in Wonderland. Good to know. I will keep my eyes open. Oh, I know you will. Hey, is that a pun intended there, Honey Rose? You're gonna keep your eyes open? What a picture like that there, you know? Okay, well anyway, that was the story. So me and Darius basically, I know I kind of rambled on a bit, telling you basically how my mind thought. But now Darius, he's a very smart guy. He's very smart. I told you that, and I know he is. And he was just giving me more of the general terms of physics and things like that, you know. But anyway, I just had to tell him, hey, listen, this is the way my mind works. This is how it's revealed to me. It's not scientific. I never went to school for this. It just my mind. I learned this all on my own. You know, I wasn't educated this. Nobody taught me this except my insides. So, womp womp. Hey George Porch. I'll never tell. Oh, oh, we're going with the eye joke. Hey, these are really punny jokes. They're not funny, they're punny. Hey, punny how? You know, like puns. See, when a joke is funny, it's funny. But when it's a pun joke, it's punny. Honey? Oh man, it's getting deep, huh? You didn't know this guy could have a good sense of humor, did you, huh? Yeah, he's all over the place, this guy, you know? LOL. There you go. Ha ha, funny. Or funny peculiar. Yeah, something like that, you know. But anyway, I would be curious to know. Listen, uh, I know that our minds all go places. Being INFJs, we have a lot of times to think. I mean, being that we're so inside our own head, that's one thing that binds us together. Is we know the struggles. This is one of the things that we have so much in common is that we spend so much time in our inner world thinking. And a lot of times we're going to go back to the whole work thing when Justin was asking me if like work aggravated me. Yeah, and I told you that whole story, but I got to tell you too that sometimes some of the greatest moments of introspection that I've ever had just happen when I'm out in the field, when I'm doing my job. And sometimes I have these epiphanies, spiritual epiphanies, scientific epiphanies. I mean, these things might have happened while I was working. Yeah, I started having, I remember there was a day in particular where I started seeing all this stuff take place. I mean, I was looking at the fact that I did tires for a living, the fact that everything was in circulars. I started just seeing the whole mechanics and the whole metaphysics of a machine and how they translated into the universe. And that's where it stemmed from. It all stemmed from me seeing the physics of a machine and how it became natural physics. Yeah, yeah. Basically, it is a language barrier. In someone who studies the specific topics, I learned a different dictionary essentially. Yeah, that's what it was basically about, Darius. It was the fact that my terminology and my wording was just down to earth, common man. I wasn't using a lot of scientific terms, and I think that's what threw us off. But that's what we had to conclude. You know what I mean? But the thing was, I think we had a higher respect for each other. That was the bottom line. Is I mean, because we kind of duked it out a little bit. We disagreed, but we had to say, I got to agree to disagree with you. But I do respect. I earned you earned my respect for that. I do want to say that much. Usually sometimes my best friends are the ones in fact, I think I put that one of the things is some of my best friends, in school were the ones I fought with. These are the ones that were picking on me. giving me a hard time. And finally, I'd get in their face and I'd shove them back. We'd get into a fist fight. And then, a couple days later, we'd start, we became friends, I'd start hanging out a little bit more. Had a couple friends in school like that. We had to wrestle to become brothers. Yes, exactly. That's exactly true there, Darius. So I couldn't help but to tell the story because you were out there, and I just thought, hey, but I've been doing these live broadcasts usually once like Saturday nights. I've been going live, and I think I've only caught you once a month or so, once every other month. But you're not on them a lot, which is fine. But I think maybe you're just so. I appreciate you, Tom. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Hey, I haven't seen Harp. Hey, wonder if Harp is out there. Hey, I know he works Saturday night. Maybe he his feed is more of the lateral feed there, the side feed. So maybe he's not seeing the vertical one. Yeah, it's possible. But hopefully everybody will come in here at some point. And I'm just glad there's a lot of new faces as well, though, too. Yeah, but that's good. That's good. No, that's just eye opening into how we think as well. Okay. Now there's a reason why introverted intuitive minds. Now you got to think too, right? Now I'm going to still keep talking about this. We were talking about work, talking about what I just kind of led into about physics and about that. I'm going to go back to talking about something that's kind of on the idea. Do you know that now, Darius? Do you know that a lot of times now you're a tinkerer. You are a guy. You'll go and you like to do this. You said you're like the mad scientist guy. You've done things with chemicals and chemistry, and you did your inventions. And yeah, you got your YouTube videos. He's got his own YouTube videos where, like I said, I mean, his guillotine can crusher. Funny, it was actually impressive. He's got the weights, the old pulley system from the weights, and he put that thing in there, and he had the weights, and he put some cans in there, and he raised up the guillotine, and then he didn't cut the thing, but he did something where he released that thing all of a sudden to drop, like the guillotine, and would crush his cans down to like pancakes. And I thought, this guy is inventive right here, a tinkerer type. Now, my point is this: Thomas Edison was a tinkerer, and Ben Franklin was a tinkerer. A lot of these guys, these inventors, even Elon Musk, he's a modern ray. He's a modern guy. Now, he was a tinkerer. A lot of these guys didn't have a lot of education. They didn't go to college. They weren't just educated. A lot of these guys were just doing what you're doing, Darius. They were just in their garage tinkering around, thinking of things. And when you tinker, when you're just going through mechanics, and we tend to do that, and some guys do that, take things apart. It might take a machine apart just to see how it works. Edison did stuff like that. Maybe he didn't put it back together, but he just had to take it apart. And these are what tinkerers do. But all of a sudden, he started inventing things. Invented the phonograph, the light bulb, just to name a few. I mean, there was a few other things. I can't remember everything Edison invented, but he had patents on many things. But my point is that his education was not an education. He never went to school for that. He didn't go to school for like engineering or any of that. He just tinkered. And his mind just led him where he was. Was he introverted, intuitive? I don't know. But that he probably was. He sounds like he was a little bit of an introvert. I think introverts do that. They tinker in their garage. They're okay with just messing around with things. And some of our smartest and genius inventors were just that way. Okay. Elon, like I said, Elon Musk, I believe he was the same way as well. This guy is he's probably one of the most intelligent creators we've ever seen. I mean, and, you get SpaceX. Now they're talking SpaceX is going to be going out. He's, obviously he had his Tesla. So the guy is a not just the fact that he's made a lot of money, but I think that's what he was. My point is that it was just from tinkering. It's just from letting that imagination go, all that whole depth that I had talked about. Now, listen, me, I probably should have been a more of a hands-on guy. I mean, I have my own things that go on there. I have a couple of inventions that are in my mind that I don't put together, but they're in my mind, like about electromagnetic generators, whether or not it would work or not. Um, Something to do with like this, like like a polar magnetisms pushing away things and causing a constant cycloning effect, constantly charging a generator through electromagnetics. Almost like a cyclone, like a tornado. I mean, I get this whole thing on my mind, like having a surplus of these things. I mean, but again, I mean, they're in there, but these tinkerers do that. And a lot of times their mind starts wandering, like mine did, being out in the field, and just my mind took off that way and started dissecting the machine, the truck, and equated it to universal physics. And these guys do that, and this is where their inventions come from. This is where our mind is innovated. Okay, so some of your greatest minds didn't just come out of college. I mean, if anything, college is it can be helpful, but a lot of times college is this very like you're pushing old knowledge, you're pushing established knowledge into somebody by rote, by 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 memory, through books. We have that knowledge instinctively. It's all there. It should be there. It's just a matter of reaching the right level of clarity within your mind. I mean, a lot of it has to do with your spiritual level, and these things are revealed to you. I guess that's my point. These tinkerers in there probably were like that. They had that mindset. Albert Einstein, he just was gifted in his own way. His mind was deep. Yes, was he in a sense was like almost like on the spectrum disorder. I mean, he had his drawbacks. Einstein, as deep as he was mechanically, I mean, in the physics world, with where he was, I mean, he was very like simple little things baffled him. As deep as he was, almost like spectrum in a sense. But my point is that he also had a touch of spirituality too. One time I asked that question. I said, because my mind was going where Einstein's mind was one day. And now, not all those revelations I had told you before about space and about the atoms and the whole branch out and what E equals mc squared. Well, I remember one day I was blown away. It was during a bunker zone. I broke up with a girl. I was hurting. I was in my mind. I was working, and it all came to me. I was like, what's going on? And my mind was just going crazy. It was about 35 years ago. I was probably 25 years old. And my mind was going like that. And I was just like, I couldn't believe it. I was just like, oh, what I just described to you was going on all at once in one day. Like, and I was just seeing everything like speeds of light, and that was coming to me. I says, what happened? And that's when it spurred to me how it's a spiritual level, how this is all there. It's all just in our mind. We're meant to find this. And that's where I eventually came up with, like I said, like the God code and all that too. All right. I don't know if I'm repeating myself. I'm just trying to tell you that these are the origins, okay? That usually that's what introverted intuition is. And this is, I think we take for granted. We don't give a lot of credits where credit is due, but a lot of these inventors are just that, okay? And this is where some of our unbelievable breakthrough theories come from these types, okay? Yeah, and you think about it. The other types, like, they can spend hours and hours in their little laboratories, all by themselves, tinkering at night, tinkering, just doing things by themselves. They're introverted, but their minds are where they go because that's where they're pulled in. All that introversion, all that thinking pulls them into these dimensions. Okay, yeah. Darius. So Darius is laughing and giving me the thumbs up, basically saying, yeah, because he's one of them. Darius, that's what I'm talking. Yeah, just seeing you out there, you're bringing back a lot of memories about what we talked about. Okay, And you're saying yes because you know that's what happens. And not only that, I mean, we talked about this. I believe you're on this channel for a reason. You know, you're I think you're either an I. You said you think you were an INTJ. You think you're close, but you know that your mind goes those places, and you love being alone, doing those little experiments. You know what I mean? I remember that. Definitely, I have a massive space for my workshop now. I have moved last month. Remember? Yes, you did tell me you moved. You moved to a different state, if I remember. You crossed. I think you told me. Did you move to a different state? Relocated from like where were you? Like in Ohio. You went from Ohio to. I can't remember exactly, but I know you did tell me you moved. Something about you had a marriage that wasn't doing so good, or I mean, I can't remember. New York to New Orleans. Hey, there you go. See, I knew it was I knew it was a long move. I couldn't remember exactly. There you go. There you go. So I take it you're living in New Orleans now. There you go. So you're in Louisiana. I see. Are you up there by near Baton Rouge? There. Remember Remember there was an old cook, Justin Wilson, the Cajun chef. I tell you that this will be the best thing you ever ate. I guarantee. Maybe had that accent, the Cajun chef. That guy cracked me up. Justin Wilson. Yeah, he had that. He had that Cajun accent, man. I'll tell you. I guarantee. That was his saying, you know. Darius get some be, some big bonnets and coffee at Cafe de Mondor. Hey, sounds like George. George, I thought you're from California, but yeah, you must know a little bit about the French Quarters down in New Orleans. I'm a mile from the French Quarters in Bourbon Street. Down on Bourbon Street. There you go. I heard that's where they get the Mardi Gras. Yeah, I never been to New Orleans. I know I heard it's a party town, big time, because of all that down there. Yeah, huge party town. I know they got wiped out with Katrina. I know they had some hardship but they rebuilt. They rebuilt. I mean, it's a good place, right in the Gulf. You know, Gulf of Maine. So you left New York State or New York City? I would imagine probably upstate somewhere. Either way, a lot of people were leaving New York, and there was a couple of states that people are fleeing from because taxes are getting crazy. I know New York is one of those states. New Jersey, Illinois. California too. I know a lot of people the demographics have changed in the last 10 or 15 years in the U.S. because of that. Certain states are losing population, others are gaining population. New Hampshire's one of those. I'm up in New Hampshire, and New Hampshire's a state that attracted a lot of people. Now I moved up here from Massachusetts, and a lot of people from New York are coming up to New Hampshire because we don't have an income tax, and we don't have a state income tax, and there's no state sales tax either. So I mean, there's some perks that way. I mean, we had a perfect state. We're we're a state that's appealing to people to move to. You know, instead of those states like Massachusetts, Connecticut, like the state you got out of. I'm sure that had a lot to do with it. Regulations and taxes. People get out of those states. You know, I was 30 miles north of the city in New York. Oh, you were 30 miles north of New York City, but I'm sure you probably visited New York. Okay, yeah, there you go. I tell you, I heard New York City right nowadays. I heard it's very dangerous. I heard you go walking down a street in New York City, just walking, minding your business, and you might have somebody just decide they punch you just because they don't like you. For nothing. They walk past you and they punch you, yeah. I mean, there was a woman that got. No, I don't want to talk about that. There was a big saying. There was something happened months ago where a woman was attacked by a guy just for sitting in the wrong seat in a subway, and it was even filmed. Like I don't know. Bad stuff goes on. I guess it's dangerous, very dangerous down there in New York. It's random stuff. because so it was a rent trap. No chance to own a home. Glad to get out. See, there you go. So it was a rent trap. You just no way to own a home. Yeah, just buying a house, you probably had to have six figures. Just even think about it. And even then, you probably had to have probably a home like I got. I got a trailer home. I got a single wide trailer home. I love it though. It's perfect for me. And I'm wondering if like you need six figures just to have a house like that in parts of New York State now. So 6K to own. You have to earn 6K a year. That's over $500,000 a year just to own a house in New York. That's crazy. That's crazy right there. And the thing is, like you said, it's a rent trap. I mean, rent. Hey, rent isn't bad. I mean, we gotta live somewhere, and but I get to the point where I had to get a house. I didn't want to pay rent forever because rent does not stop. That's one of the downsides of paying rent. I mean, you got a really nice apartment, beautiful apartment, but you're not getting any equity for it. You're just paying somebody else's mortgage. Yeah, you got a place to live. Trust me, you got a nice place to live, but there's no equity in it. At least with a house, eventually the rent, the payment stops. So I was thinking eventually, if I pay this thing off, and when I own it flat out, then I won't be paying rent anymore. I won't be paying my mortgage anymore. So hey, no, that's good. I'm glad you made a good move. But you're happier down there in New Orleans, though. I would take it. Sounds like you're much happier down there now, as well. That's good. I'm glad. So yeah, Louisiana. I've never been to Louisiana, but I know it's steeped in history and everything. Hey, speaking of that, I heard up in Louisiana they still have those bayous. They have those. I heard that there's people still living up in the bayous that are, they're living like it was, 80, 100 years ago, where they have homes without electricity. They still have their log cabins or their shacks or whatever, and they live off the land. They probably still hunt. They still trap. Yeah, and they don't have electricity. They're just still burning wood, maybe burning oil or whatever they for their light at night. Yeah, I heard this people that are still living in those bayous like that are still, you know, like 100 years in the past. I bet they sweat a lot. Oh, you talking about? Yeah, talking about. Yeah, of course, because I'm sure. Yeah, but they're probably used to it. They're still probably used to it by now. You got to figure. I mean, New Orleans and the bayous, it's got to be very, very humid down there, especially in the summertime. I'm sure. I'm sure that. I think that part of the Gulf, though. Yeah, the humidity's tough. It's down that whole Gulf Coast area, Florida. Yeah, it's hot down there. I'm sure, and humid. Definitely happier. Have loads of projects. Was live this morning ripping up a floor. Oh, when you say live this morning, you mean like on YouTube or just doing your job ripping a floor? Like, I didn't know what you meant by that. Um, we have water all around. Oh yeah, exactly. Of course you do. Yeah, well, you're right in the Gulf Coast down there. Definitely, I would imagine. Oh yeah, it's on YouTube. Oh, you went live, and hey, there you go. So you're active. You still got your channel going all right then, huh? You're ripping up a floor live on doing that, huh? Hey, there you go. See, yeah, now people that have not heard of you have seen this, and now they can check out your channel maybe. So there you go. We got the Darius, the mad scientist out there, and he's ripping up floors live on YouTube. We're gonna tell you how to rip up a floor the right way. I'm sure. Hey, I wonder if you used any of those contraptions and those inventions that you got going there to do that. Lots of echoes in an empty cottage. I'm sure, definitely. So, oh, okay. Well, that's good that's definitely good to see you doing well though. That's great. Well, anyway, so people, if anybody's new to the channel, if you're cycling through this live broadcast and you happen to have stumbled across this fine broadcast, just want to introduce myself. My name is Tom Omega, And this channel is called the INFJ Experience. And yeah, no, you're welcome, Darius. Definitely. Yeah, I'm glad we definitely got to talk a little bit there. But if anybody anybody is cycling through this, if maybe your feed has led you to this broadcast, yeah, we talk about basically little bit about everything. Okay, I mean, get off the subject somewhat and talk about everything and anything, about geography and all that. But primarily, what this station is, what this channel is about, is it's a little bit of self help. It is it is a place that we can go, introverted intuitives, especially our type, the INFJ experience. It is here for us to it is here basically well, we can converge a little bit. We can talk a little bit about our personality, being that we have a very rare personality. As you know, people, we are the rarest personality type in the world. Okay, there's only 1 to 2% of the population that are INFJs, and we may never meet another INFJ in our life. We might, and it's possible. In fact, I know plenty of INFJs now. I've talked to some of you. I've actually had conversations and with many of you now, and so I found you all here. So we kind of converge on this channel, on some of these channels like that. But I think we always have to know that at some point we have to know that we have some kind of a community, because we can have friends. We can have friends and we can have acquaintances. We can have family. But sometimes there's certain things that we cannot share with people. There's a lot of things that we keep deep within our own mind, within our own self. Some of our struggles, some of our pains that we've had, people won't understand. We've learned early on in our life when we open up to people, it's never met with anybody being able to empathize, because sometimes we're just very deep in what's going on in our mind, our spiritual and mental struggles that we have are not very relatable to a lot of people. Okay, now you get another INFJ talking about that they've been through it too. Um, it gives us a sense of, like I said, a camaraderie. Camaraderie. Okay, I said that kind of quick. All right, and that's what we do here. Okay, and also being that some of us are experienced, some of us are older INFJs, and we've struggled a good part of our life, and sometimes we have things to share for others, and we can help enrich each other's lives in that way. Okay, so that's what this channel is all about. But if you have a good tribe, yes, it's like a tribe, isn't it, Darius? It's like a a tribe. I've heard it called that before, a tribe. Yeah, but that's basically what it's all about. That's why I created this, and the reason I did this in the very first place is because discovering my personal MBTI type was just like that. I stumbled across a video here on YouTube. An algorithm found me, and I started listening to a video, not a live, excuse me, and it touched home with me, and I started discovering more about my type, and it helped me out. It helped me to understand myself and to just come to the realization that I'm not alone, and whatever I have is not an anomaly. It's just I have a very rare type, and it seemed to make sense. So it helped my life. It didn't cure me, but at least it just helped me to understand my mind and my life. And that's what I try to do. So if it helped me to find myself, if somebody's going to steer into this and find out that this is their personality type, and if you're feeling alone, you're struggling, you're not alone. You're not alone. You can come here and at least hear some stories that you can relate to, and know that we all go through this, and this is how we live, and this is what we live fulfilling lives. The bottom line is that we live a good life, that we live a fulfilling life, that we find success in our life, that we, despite our struggles, despite the fact that we go through our bouts in our life, and we do go through many struggles in our life, we can come out of this stronger, better, happier, more fulfilled within ourselves. That's the ultimate goal of the channel, basically. So that's the fundamental reason as to why I do what I do, and why I established the channel the way I did. Okay, yeah. So anybody who's just found the channel, that's basically why we are here and why we do what we do. Okay, so I have a good tribe. That's good to know. At Tom. Okay, thank you, Tom. Lots of echoes in the empty cottage. Oh, I'm reading some of these. Audio is not great. Oh, what? Are you talking about my audio? Can you hear me all right? I'm on a regular. Maybe I should pull up a little bit. I just saw audio is not great. Let me do a sound check here, people. I need to do a sound check. Oh no, the audio in my. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you, Darius. I thought maybe you were talking about my audio. Oh no, the audio in my recoding. Okay, all right. Well, thank you. I thought maybe I'm like, oh no, nobody can hear me over here, you know? All right, well, thank you. Yeah, but usually I'm here. I'm making almost like a regular Saturday night out of this whole venture as well. Every Saturday night, I like to show up here and do it all over again. So, yeah, all right. Well, look pretty good in the live feed over there. Good gosh, I get a chance to see the side of my head, the back of my head when I'm looking at myself on the screen over here. See how the haircut worked out all right, you know. So, but that's bottom line. Why we're here, why I'm here. I don't think I've seen another INFJ in real life other than my mother. Your mom was an INFJ as well. Yeah. No, George. I've talked to a few of you from this channel. I've talked to you personally last week, and I've had a conversation with Jethro. I know he's out there. We've talked. You know, I've talked to him a couple times. Yeah, he called me up. Yeah, we talk like friends. You know, I've talked to him a couple times. You know, so yeah, and so I mean, I've talked since this channel, and I see some of the similarities. I can definitely hear a lot of like some similarities there. I mean, again, we're not, just because you have a same personality, it doesn't mean you act the same. You don't think exactly the same. It doesn't mean that. It just means your functions are. You think in a certain pattern. You do have a similar personality in that way. It doesn't mean you have the same core beliefs. Doesn't mean you have the same interests and same political beliefs. You could be completely different politically, or completely different allegiance to different ideologies. You could have the same personality, but it doesn't mean you think that way. That you have the same core beliefs. It just means that you have a function. You know, you're introverted. You need your alone time. You're intuitive. You have introverted thinking as your third function. Your second function, your feelers, your extroverted. So you have all these. Your long-term goal planners. Yeah. So, but you are different though. Doesn't mean you have the same mindset. And again, too, we're everywhere too. We could be different, many genders, heights, weights, races. Yeah, we could be anybody. I mean, it has no boundary to any of that. It doesn't have any boundary to that. I mean, just as there could be many different skin colors, different eye shapes, different heights, different weights. I mean, human beings are all built that way. We're different races and different people, creeds and things. But I don't know who said this. Maybe it was Martin Luther King said, we may have different skin color. We may be white. We may be black. But one thing we all have, all our blood is red. Yeah, we all have red blood. I think that was a powerful man. I don't think I quite said it exactly the way it was intended, but that was basically it. T-shirts. Sometimes we need one like that. Um, oh, That reminds me. Yeah, I'm actually able to do that. I went on a website. I need I need to start doing that. Yeah, I know. I have to. There's things I got to do as far as the marketing goes, and I got to hit it. I got to establish a store. If that's what you're talking about, Honey Rose, you're right. I haven't got around to that. I can now. I can. I need to do that. Yeah, Tom, make a merch T-shirt. Hello, I am an INFJ. Really? You think that would fly? People say, "What the heck is that?" You know, most people say, "What the hell is an INFJ? What is that? Like some kind of what are you coming out of the closet?" I mean, who would? What do you say to that? Say, hey, what are you from another country? What does that mean? What is an INFJ? I mean, all right, you'd have to explain. Then all of a sudden, well, yeah, it's a personality type, and you'd have to explain yourself. Um, I'm laughing my effing ass. I mean, well, that could really open it up. Like, what does that mean? Hi, I'm an INFJ. What does that mean? I mean, I don't know. Uh, LOL, I'm on the back. Now leave. I'm on the back. Now leave me alone. Oh, hello, I'm an INFJ, and on the back. Now leave me alone. Oh gosh, hey, these are some good ideas right there. Yeah, yeah. I was actually thinking of this one. How about this one? I mean, it would have to be like, remember Jimi Hendrix, the Jimi Hendrix Experience. I mean, anybody who remembers that, maybe from the '60s. I mean, it's Jimi Hendrix. Must have heard of him, but his band was the Experience, and there was a song called "Are You Experienced?" And he was kind of into psychedelic. He was into that whole era, and he was, Jimi Hendrix. And there was a song called "Are You Experienced?" And he just had that Jimmy voice. I was thinking, why not come up with a T-shirt and just like, "Are you experienced?" Meaning, yeah, because you're an INFJ. That's your experience. Just being in this world with this type is your experience. That's basically what it is. We are experienced, not like Jimi Hendrix experience, but our experience. Something on that idea. Maybe come up, maybe make it a little tie dye or something. Make it look like from the '60s. Yeah, well, yeah. I got some ideas going. I got work to do. You're reminding me, people, about some of the things I eventually got to sit down and do a lot of research and work, and yeah, I got things to do. Um, you know, Being a YouTuber, especially if you got serious at that, it's eye opening. Getting established, starting the whole channel, putting videos out, putting the shorts out, going live, and it was a climb. It's definitely a climb because for almost a good year or so, you're just doing that. You're planting the seeds in your garden. You haven't even you're not reaping anything for a while. Now, some people can go viral. They put out these videos and they know what they're doing, and like 30 videos in, they're already like thousands of subs, and they got tons of watch time, and they're already monetized. I mean, that to me it was a climb. I climbed, but it is kind of it's eye opening to me that it's a job. Now with me, I was never very good technical. I'm a good worker. I'm a guy who'll get my hands dirty. You've heard that. I'm a blue collar guy, and I'll work 10, 12 hours a day, 50 plus hours, 60 hours a week, and that's me. But when I get in front of a computer and doing technical stuff, I struggle. I really do. Just learning like little things and clicking and graphics, and that's a whole other field right there. You know. And I didn't grow up in a classroom with computers either, so I had to adapt to the computer. I did, and I'm still adapting. Just having this computer that I put together and going with the smartphone. Yeah, that was a lot of adaptation. So that's one thing I struggle at is I gotta get computer savvy, and I'm kind of still a little bit not quite there. So okay, his name is King Johnson. Yes, the name is accurate. Oh, we're talking about I have a role play character who owns a mechanic garage. Tired and cranky. I know, way off topic, but it amuses me. I have a role play character who owns a mechanic garage. Really? What is it, like a video game? What is that all about? Like so. What did I? T-shirts. We need one like that. Okay. Imagine walking around with a T-shirt, big black letters, INFJ. Ha ha. Like I said, you're just gonna get a lot of people that don't know what that is, and they'd be asking you questions. You'd be like, "What is that? What are you talking about?" They'd want to know what you are, or they'd be asking you questions all day. If you're okay explaining it, oh well, it's part of the MBTI and blah blah blah. If you're okay with that, or you might just lose people in the first sentence, like, "Oh, okay, I'm sorry I asked." I picture that being more the case, like, why did I ask that? What it was? So, I'd be careful with that one. I don't know. To me, I think a lot of people, because in my experience, a lot of people don't care. I think the only ones that really care about it is us. I mean, because it's so important to us, because of our struggles, because we know our own lives, and it's helpful to us. Other people don't give a crap. I'm telling you that. I think I put out a video about a month ago, told why, it's like, I think I'm doing the old hush like this, and it's basically, no, I just thought I heard something. It's basically why I don't tell anybody I'm an INFJ, and I basically describe how, when I first found out, I tried to explain to people, and people look at you like, oh yeah, okay, like they don't care. They don't care. So I just said, you know what? I don't want to tell anybody that, because they don't. And the only ones that do care are us. I mean, because we get something out of it. And we're going to, it's almost like, having, what is it? What's the rarest blood type in the world? What is it? Anybody know? Maybe this is a quiz. I can put this down. What is the rarest blood type in the world, people? Does anybody know that? What is it? Okay. Before I say it, maybe somebody can type in the answer. Okay. But imagine having the rarest blood type. But that rarest blood type in the world only can get and receive blood from that other rarest type. Now, I believe that can be a donor for all the other types. I mean, I think there's certain universal receivers that can take blood from all other types. But the rarest blood type in the world, it can only take that very same blood type from another one. Yeah, AB negative. You got AB. Oh, Darius, it figures you know that. You. Wait a minute. Is it AB positive or AB negative? I believe I was going with negative, but you're right. It's AB. Darius, I should have known you'd come up with that. Mr. Smart Guy over here. Of course you are. But tell me though, I thought it was AB negative, but bottom line is, my point is just that. My point is that, being that AB negative can only take a donation from another AB negative, and everything else doesn't work for them. I mean, in a sense, INFJs have that very rare personality, and the only one that really can see and understand an INFJ is another INFJ. Kind of like that blood type. We're the only ones that jive. You see? That's why we gravitate to each other on these, but you go ahead and try to interfuse your blood type, your personality type, to somebody else. Maybe another introverted intuitive. You might get an INFP, an INTJ. You might get some. You'll get like a somewhat of an understanding. Okay, other introverted intuitives. I should expand it out to INs. But you get extroverted sense types, extroverted, introverted sensing types even. And, they're probably not going to care. They're not going to care as much. They might ask a few questions, but deep down they're not getting it, because they're not you. They can't see what you have. Okay, we're so used to our mind being the way it is. Now, the thing is too, is we're described as having a racing mind, a mind that never stops as well. I thought that was common. When I found that out, I thought, oh my God, that's my mind in my whole life. My mind never stopped. I wake up in the middle of the night. That's why we have insomnia. Sometimes our mind never shuts off. It's like a constant running machine. That introverted intuition is always trying to look to it's always trying to figure out, never stops. I mean, we're overthinkers. You know the old saying, we're overthinkers? Yeah, my mind never stops. I thought this was common. Now, way back when I was married, I I now my wife at the time, I mean, we got married. I mean, we're not married now, but at the time we were together. Now, she was a different type. She was more of an extrovert. If I was to describe her, she was an extroverted, maybe intuitive thinker, judger. She was like an ENTJ. That's what I would say, female, you know. And I would say she was more assertive type, you know. If I was to guess, okay. Now, one time I had told her that one time she said to me, after getting to know me after a few years, you know, we were going through some struggles with the marriage, and I was going through some struggles with, you know, trying to find alone time without even knowing it, you know. She said to me one time, and she just saw it within me. She said, "You have a very tortured mind, don't you?" She said that like point blank, and I said, she could see it, because I mean, that just the look on my face. I mean, I was going through some things with the marriage, and I remember her saying that, and then I got into talking about the way I thought, and I remember I told her, I says, "My mind never stops," and she says, "Really?" And I says, "Why, yours does?" I was baffled. Like, you mean you can shut your mind off? And she said, "Yeah, to an extent." Like, and she couldn't understand that my mind never stopped running. Now, I think at one time, you know, I think I went to the doctor, and you know, we shared the same common doctor, right? We had the same, like, you know, primary care doctor. So I think during a visit, I told my doctor that my mind never stopped thinking, you know. And then she was like, "Why'd you tell her that? Now it's going to be on your record. You have a racing mind." You know, like, you know, that's what, you know, because I mean, usually a racing mind is associated with people that are schizophrenic or have mental issues or anxieties, because their mind's always racing. They're always having thoughts. That's how it's associated. It's thought to be like a negative. Okay. But I said, yeah, but I mean, isn't it good? I mean, I'm trying to describe what my mind's like. I never stop thinking. And at night, I'll wake up in the middle of the night and I can't get back to sleep. You know, typical of us, right? And of course, my wife always had you know, she just didn't quite get it herself, you know. But her thing was is that when we were married, now she was more an extrovert. I was more the introverted type, and she couldn't understand why I didn't have a lot of friends. I didn't have buddies. She thought I should have friends of mine, maybe guys I work with, you know, call up, "Hey, how you doing? Hey, let's go meet up and go bowling. You know, let's go hang out for a bit." You know, she thought it was unusual. I didn't have friends like that. I didn't have buddies that I'd call up and we just hang out and do guy stuff. And I just thought, well, she'd wonder why I wasn't like that. And I kind of shrugged my shoulders, like, I don't know, I just don't, like, it's just not something I do. I mean, I didn't even really have an answer other than, I don't know, I just, like, I didn't need to. I wasn't drawn to that. I was introverted. So what does she try to do? She figured, okay, and I kind of went along with it, thinking that maybe I needed to get more sociable. So she started trying to get more, you know, she was more the extrovert type. She liked to meet people. She had friends. And everywhere we met, if we moved to a new city or a new town, she'd, you know, meet new people. You know what I mean? She'd meet up with couples. So to her, it was like, okay, she meets up with a girlfriend of hers, and like a kids t-ball thing, you know. She's getting to know some, like, another couple. So then we start having dinner at their house, and our kids got to play together and stuff. And I thought, this is good, but my for some reason, I mean, I didn't know it at the time, but I wasn't getting enough alone time. I didn't know I needed it, but I was starting to get having a lot of anxiety, getting short tempered, having short fuses, getting irritable. Yeah, from just being around other people too much. And every time I tried to find a little bit of alone time, it was always, well, you're taking away time from your son, you're taking away time from me. You're a family man now, you're a father, you got commitments to be with your family, you got to spend time with your family, which I did. And she was right about that. But I didn't realize that part of like being introverted was that it was a necessity, because I remember being frazzled all the time, being constantly exhausted. I mean, to the point where there were pictures of me taken and I had a kind of a glazed over look at him. Like I just looked like I was gray. And I looked glossed over, like I was like zombie-ish almost. And I remember seeing some of those old pictures, thinking, "Oh my God, what's wrong with me?" And then it all dawned on me when I finally figured out what introversion is and what it is. That's what it was. I never had rest for 20 years. I would scrap for alone time every so often. I'd even purposely like not. I wouldn't go home right away, and I'd try to take a little half hour. I'd do a little something just to get a little bit of alone time, or I'd savor the moments I'd drive to work. Just that moment of 20 minutes, like I'd try to savor it, because I was scrapping for alone time that I needed desperately without even knowing I needed it. Okay. But once I realized that that's part of what our life is, see, this is another reason we need to know these things. When you know your type, when you know you're an introvert, you need to know that you have to regulate, you have to deliberately, purposely set aside time for you, for your alone time. It's part of who you are. Okay. Now, extroverted people can't really see that. They think because they're charged by other people, they like other people, they need their social time. It's hard for them to see that introverts need that they don't have a lot of friends. It baffled my wife. And that was a lot of, this is kind of what led to our failure too. This is a lot of these things led to us breaking up without even knowing why. But this is one of the reasons, some of the fundamental reasons why my marriage suffered as well. And but when it's funny thing is, when we finally decided to break up and I was getting my own apartment, I I was actually looking forward to being alone. I had to. I knew I needed it. I craved it. And it was like, and as much as I felt the cold chill of loneliness, like being with a family, being married, having my son, my stepdaughter with, being there, it was chilling at first. I mean, like going back to that, it was chilling, but at the same time, it was something I knew I needed. Okay. I did a door slam today on an extremely extrovert who thinks I am shut in, so exhausting. Oh, that would be cool. Now you need earth bending. I'm a water sign and a fire sign, Chinese zodiac. Okay. I'm a fire sign too, so water has always been calming. Oh, Darius. Darius, what you just said, water is calming. I love water. I love bodies of water. I love going to Lake Winnipesaukee. Now, Lake Winnipesaukee probably, I've told you I'm in New Hampshire. And if anybody's heard the name Lake Winnipesaukee, yeah, that's one of those tongue twisters. It's our big lake in the middle of our state. There's something so surreal about that lake. It just centers me. Just seeing the shimmering still waters. I love that. You're right, Darius. I agree with you, man. Definitely. I'm a water sign too. I mean, yeah. So I believe. Yeah, I was a water sign. My wife, she was an earth sign. Together we made mud. You know what I mean? Talking about my wife over here, my ex-wife now. Yeah. I'm only kidding. I couldn't help myself right there. No, but again, that's why it's imperative. See, this is why it's good, and this is what helped me, is that it finally made me realize that yes, we do need our alone time. It's essential to us to have our alone time, and we have to regulate it. And it's up to us to make sure that we keep that within our routine, that we stay we stay grounded and we get that introverted time that we need, because it is grounding to us. It really is. I got to tell you the truth. I mean, as much as I thought a wife and having a child and a wife, would make me a better man, and I wanted it to, and I craved it, because it's something where we're told we should do. We strive for that. As people, as a man, it's like we have to have a set of purpose, you know. I think it's part of our purpose. I mean, we work for a living. We want to earn money, but it goes beyond that. I mean, we want to be a father. We want to be a provider for a family. This is the way we're told. This is the way culture has cultivated us to think that way. That we're supposed to be in a nurturing family and we're supposed to provide. And it seems all noble. And it seems like that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to be fruitful and multiply, right? Now, I tried that, thinking that was what I was supposed to do. But when I was in my family, I wasn't regulating it, so I was constantly drained, always unhappy, and always scrapping for alone time. Okay, but if I knew a little bit more about who I was, I might have been able to have adjusted myself. Okay, to a marriage where, I mean, maybe I married the wrong type as well. And that's where I think it's important. I mean, if you find another introverted, intuitive type like yourself, I mean, we were talking about the golden pair. In fact, if Jethro, I know he's kind of quiet, maybe he's working, but Jethro had talked to me, we had talked about the golden pair. The most compatible pair for an INFJ is the INTP. Like that's supposedly like the golden pair. Like they have the alignments that just totally fit each other. I mean, whether or not there's a perfect, I mean, I think nowadays they do these matches based on personality types. Some dating sites do that, where they take a certain personality type and they know one that kind of fits with them just right. But the INFJ is an INTP. Supposedly that's the combination. That's a golden pair right there. So I mean, some places. So I think there are some sites like that specialize in finding. They type them. They type them out for. They plan their dates and things, whatever. Vamp. I had a couple of raging headaches too this week. The sun has been acting up. Solar winds and energy, etc. Oh, you had some headaches. Oh, that's right. Now, Vamp, I think you said that you have migraines, right? Oh, I think I told you too that I was having migraines when I was. Yeah, I told you what the symptoms of migraines were, and the only time I ever got migraines was when I was married. I had a series of these very vivid like headaches, and I was seeing like spots in my eyes, and I asked the eye doctor, so what is it? Oh, they're having migraines. I never had them before I was married, and I haven't had one since. So imagine that. I mean, yeah, that's another thing. I think that was giving me headaches too. Yeah. Not in particular. Find the ones that speak to who are like, okay. Uh, so, but again, that's why we need to find our balance. These are some of the reasons why, and especially when our interaction with other people, our relationships with people, it all has to be. We all, it's important that we find people that align with us, because if we obviously, I mean, we don't do well amongst very extroverted people, because they're drawing the energy from us. That's a bad combination. Somebody that's very extroverted does not make a very good friend to us. Now they may be good friends to other people that like that loud, like that energy that they're given, but we're being drained while they're being energized. It's almost like a natural vampire thing in a way. So yeah, that's one of the reasons why over the course of our life, yeah, this is part of our evolution, is to finding that fortress, that shield, that protection within our psyche, within our whole personality, basically, is to find ways of protecting ourselves. And just avoiding certain people is part of it too. Okay. We do have that's why we have a complex personality. And again, I've said this before, is being unaware of who you are. And just as I've said, most of my life, not being aware of even what introversion was or extra needing that alone time on what toll it took on me in my marriage. Okay. So, but again, I mean, not knowing you're an empath, not even understanding what that is, and knowing that you're picking up energies with other people, having, you're being around people, you may think they're yours. All of a sudden, it can ruin your whole day. You're going into a place, you feel somebody's energy, and you think, why am I thinking this? All of a sudden, you feel sad, or you feel angry, or you feel tense. And you picked up an energy from somebody, but you think it's you. You think, oh my God, what did I do? And nothing led to it. Now you spend the rest of your day trying to figure out why you did that. It just ruined your day. By understanding your empath, by understanding your personality, understanding who you are, okay, I detected this. I detected this thing. Somebody around me is doing this. It is not me, because I didn't think of anything to lead to that. Okay? This is where you become wise. This is your wisdom that you need to find within yourself. Okay? Now I'm 61 years old, lived up until 4 years ago, living this life. I was just starting to figure it out anyway, instinctively, and then this kind of happened. But I mean, that's part of our struggles. I mean, that's why they call us, that's why the old stereotype is INFJs are snowflakes, or they're sensitive, which they are, and they cry easy. And, there is a certain level of that. But you know what? I'm going to tell you something too. INFJs are badasses too. Okay? They may call us snowflakes. They don't tell you the badass. And I'm going to say badass because, we're badasses too because of it. Now, we may start off as snowflakes, but as you start to learn yourself, you become, you have no choice but to become tough. You have to become resilient within yourself. And as you morph into yourself, your true self, your Sigma self, your authentic self, you become a serious badass, okay? Not to say you beat people up. I'm not saying you start trouble, you don't bully. I'm not saying that kind of not like that kind of badass. I'm saying more like when you get to the point where when you're impervious, where you're in charge of your emotions, you're in charge of your empathy, you've mastered your empathy. And you can not just absorb emotions, but project them outward. You start to you change your polarity, okay? And I talked about the whole polarity of physics and how they work, things, this causes and effects. Well, psychologically and spiritually, we have the way of changing polarities in ourselves, and we project out calmness. Now, I'm to the point now, I go into a loud bar, maybe a loud bar, just a kind of an easygoing bar, and people are talking. Now, I hate to think I'm a downer, but I've been practicing things. I mean, sometimes I go in and I'm still the lone guy. I go in, I sit, and I'm quiet. But I notice the bar gets quiet when I'm around it. I mean, yeah, I'm kind of quiet. I'm the kind of the stoic guy sitting there. Don't really talk much. I mean, I'm polite. Believe me, the bartender, I'm very polite, generous with a tip. I'm good like that. But I've been noticing that the bar simmers down a little bit. All right. And that people start getting more calmed down. It gets quieter when I'm in a bar. And you think, man, I'm sure if it's on a Friday night and there's a bunch of rowdies, it probably wouldn't matter much. Because if there's more extroverts overpowering just you, it's not going to happen every time. But there are times where you can do that. See, I experiment. I'm always studying myself all the time. I've reached a point in my life now where my life is a study. Not constantly, but it is pretty much a study in a sense where you're always learning about yourself, and you're learning about your own nature, learning about your energies, how you project them out, how they actually they work that way. They may be invisible. They're invisible energies, but that they are out there affecting people around you, emanating from you. So you're not just pulling them in all the time and they're crushing you. No, you're detecting them and you're putting them back out. The polarity changes in you. This is your experienced wisdom. that you develop. That's what I mean. You become a badass that way, okay? Meaning like you become like a shield in a sense. Hey, like who had that joke about the tire, about it bouncing off? Yeah, who somebody had that little pun of a joke about an hour ago. It's kind of like that. Yeah, the things are bouncing back off of you, and you're projecting them back out. Okay, so that's what I mean by that. You become the badass. Pardon my language, people. That's about the extent of my profanity I'm going to throw around here sometime. Walk in with boots and spurs with the vest. But it gets real quiet. Yeah, my six gun on my side too, right? Yeah. Yeah, I do. I know I have a certain look about me. I mean, but you know what? I'm me though. I mean, I look that way, but I can throw on a really good mask. I think that's another thing. I mean, I think that's evolution. That's evolution, and I'm sure we all do that. You know. Um. So no, but it gets kind of quiet though. I've noticed that. Like today, I just went and had a burger. I hadn't gone to a bar in a couple weeks. I went down to a 99 in my town here, and I had a burger, had a couple beers. Yeah, had a couple IPAs. Sometimes I crave just going to a bar, just hang out for a bit. And I do. I hang around, and I listen to things. I absorb a few energies, and but I felt like it. I'm just having a beer and a burger. I kind of look forward to. I crave it sometime. So I did. But again, it's like I feel like it gets too quiet though. I'm thinking, oh. Then I start thinking to myself, is that my fault? Oh, these people are going to be bored now. Then they're going to probably want to leave early, and they're not going to want to hang around. And I'm like, oh. Then like, I'm not bad for their business, am I? Then I start overthinking, like, am I really bad? Am I bad for their business? Yeah, but I'm not doing anything other than this. I'm just there. But I feel the tempos change. I just do. So you can emanate your calmness. Okay. I don't hear a lot of these. Now listen, I try to be different. I don't hear a lot of that being said on some of these channels, and maybe some do say that, but and I only say it because this is my experience, and this is what my life is. And now since I know who I am, and it's helped me fine tune and understand myself exponentially. Let's just say, okay, that's all. So I'm glad you got a kick out of that one, Darius. Though the vest and the boots and the spurs and yeah, yeah, well, yeah, and the Clint Eastwood cowboy hat. What are you looking at, punk? I'm kidding. Yeah, but yeah, but that's just some of my observations as to why it's important. But again, these are just you got to look at your life as those forging moments, understanding yourself. Now, again, listen. Um, some people they want to project out and understand themselves by how well they're received by others. Now, the world typically measures much of us on that matter. Now, of course, you want to be revered as somebody, but typically, a lot of times, that's what the way society is based on is your how much wealth you have, how big, how nice your car is, basically your stature, whether or not you're the alpha type, are you the beta type? You see what I mean? Most of the time, we are conditioned to believe that we are supposed to measure ourselves by other people, by being, you know, successful, having the money, having the prestige, having that alpha thing, having I mean, in a sense, it is. I mean, we want to know that we're successful to an extent. I mean, yeah, it'd be nice to know that you're fiscally secure and all that. But I think what does an INFJ the best thing that we can do is to um, understand that your relationship with your inside, your creator, that whole spirit that I talked about, that whole relationship with your inside. Okay, that part of you that's always been alone, that we've been alone at, that becomes that's the relationship that really brings us the best fulfillment within yourself as well. Is the fact that you don't measure it outward, you should measure it inward. And that this would actually an INFJ will get benefit out of that, because the validation that you're looking for is something that is something you've been taught to do. It's something that you've been kind of conditioned to do, because the world wants us to validate, wants to find validation. Introverted intuitives, especially, their validation is internal. See, the fact is, I mean, I don't have a lot of friends, not because I don't like people. In fact, I like people. I do. I mean, I'm here on this channel. I got a channel, you know what I mean? But the thing is, I got this barrier. I mean, I'm sitting alone in my house right now. I'm talking on a phone. I mean, but I do. I love people. I do like people. I want to help people, but I don't need to be friends with them all the time. And I think, listen, I know what you're talking. You're saying, oh, everybody's saying, yeah, there you go, Tom. Exactly right. I get that to a point. That's who I am too, you know? So we're all like that. This is who we are. So our validation has to be that relationship with our soul. Now, that whole thing I talked about, the physics and the universal law and what goes on inside and the discoveries that we have. And I got deep into that. And I told you one day in particular, it was like blowing my mind when it all came to me, all like almost like I had a load of bricks on my head with all that. That relationship that you have with your spirit is where you will find your greatest fulfillment within yourself. When you stop seeking the validation, I mean, you can, when you can be alone with yourself and not need anybody as far as to fill you, and having that relationship, have built up that relationship with that inner guide, that greatest inner guide will fill you. I mean, that's your greatest accomplishment, is really what it is, you know. That's how we're internal. But when you start understanding this as your type, you're going to live a better life too, because you will start knowing the best place to look as far as fulfillment within you is in you. Jesus said the kingdom of heaven is within you. Jesus said that. That's the kingdom of heaven. Eventually, Carl Jung said it was the authentication. It was the individualization. Okay, Jesus called it the kingdom of heaven. It was being, but the thing is, everybody took him literal. They thought his kingdom was literally going to be streets and everything built of gold, they thought it would be built like a literal kingdom, like with gold streets and massive towers and things. He was talking internal. He said that kingdom of heaven is inside you. That fortress that you have is internal, but they took him literal. These are one of the things that got him in trouble. Okay? But that's your greatest fulfillment. Okay? This is what he was talking about. This is what you have to strive for. This is what's going to make your life a better life too as well. When you look out inward, not outward, for your validation, for your completion. Okay? And all else will start to fall into place for you. All else should fall into place when you discover that internal, because you're going to emanate from the outside. When you find that completion and that comfort, you start emanating. Not only do you just project out, but things should start happening for you, because your life will be in its proper order, its proper gearing. It's almost like when you spin in a certain way and you're going against the gears. If you're at a different speed, you got two gears. Here's one for you, Darius. This is common sense. You got one speed, and it's kind of meshing with another one, but they're out of speed. What happens? They fight each other if one's not spinning the same way. So they're kind of clashing. They're grinding gears, is the old saying. Metaphysics. This is okay. But when you start putting the right oil in there and they start spinning precisely at the right way, they flow together. They flow. That's what your spirit has to do. Spiritually, that's what we have to find within ourselves. Now, this takes most of your life to find it, but that's basically what grace is finding that inner calm and peace within yourself. Okay, but understand, as an INFJ, this is going to be your greatest achievement. Carl Jung did say that the privilege of a lifetime is finding your authentic self as well. And this is part of you finding your authentic self, is just knowing that your authentic self is your own internal validation. Okay. But that's the way we're built. This is what helps us along. Now, other types that have their extroverted type, I mean, they can find their own fulfillment in an extroverted way. I mean, I'm sure they have their own fulfillment, but sometimes it's based a different way. It is. But for us, it's all internal. Find your mesh. There you go. Hello. Say hi. Oh, we got a Jenga Drama. Hello there, Jenga Drama. And that is a brand new name of this that you look like a Colombian gangster with the jacket and the mustache. Well, maybe I am. Why? You got something against me? Huh? Well, do you? You gringo. Gringo, come to my country. Yo, and try to steal my cocaine. No, I'm kidding, people. Got me in a... I'm sorry. Hello, Rhett13. Rhett13. Hey, Rhett, we haven't seen you for a while. You know what? There's an old name that we haven't seen you for a while. I can assure you, you see, people thought I looked like a gangster when I had long hair and a mustache. I thought, hey, maybe if I shave, I won't look gangsterous anymore. But people still think I look like a Colombian gangster over here. Good gosh. No wonder people quiet down when I go to a bar. Maybe it's just the way I look. I thought it was all this. I'm thinking it's this. Maybe it's this. I don't know. I listen. Get the Cobra knife out. Oh, hey, I actually got a Cobra cane in my. I actually got this cane. It's funny you mention that. Are you psychic, Darius? Maybe it's intuition. I do have this. It's in my kitchen, by the way. It's a Cobra cane, and I unscrew it, and I got a sword in there. Yeah, it's actually a sword inside. I haven't used it or anything, but it's there just in case, Hey, it's a secret. Yeah, I saw a short today that made me think INFJ. It was Big Daddy Leo putting an egg on a stabilizer. Now, who is Big Daddy Leo? Putting an egg on a stabilizer. The Cobra. Honey Rose, huh? Oh my gosh. Hey there, Vamp. Yeah, no, it's good to see us. Find your mesh. Say hi. Look like a Colombian gangster with the jacket and mustache. That's funny. My gosh, man. Yeah. Yeah. Again, I mean, what's the old saying is, I think that's just the way my face is. What can I tell you? God gave me this face. God gave me this voice, this personality. I mean, listen, I'm going to tell you, I got a lot of amazing blessings in my life, and I think a lot of them had to do with the way I looked. I had a good set of genes. I had good hair. One time I thought about this. I remember being a kid, and I always thought, what's wrong with me? Have you ever done this, people? It must have been 20, 40 years ago. I was probably a teenager. It was one of those, couldn't figure myself out. And I'm like, what's wrong with me? I feel like I got a good body. I'm strong. I'm very strong. I'm pretty good looking. I wasn't being conceited. I was just thinking, I'm pretty good looking. I was working out. I was ripped, jacked. Had a good head of hair. But I'm like, what's wrong with but my personality's weird. I'm never thinking that. You ever think that it's like you have all these amazing gifts, like you got good physical characteristics, and you're strong and you're healthy. If then you tell yourself, yeah, but I can't hold a friend. I can't hold a relationship. I can't have a girlfriend for more than 2 months. It's like, what's wrong with me? You ever had that? It's like, well, why can't you have a girlfriend for 2 months? Well, I mean, because you start getting that whole love thing. Yeah, I mean, hey, other people can do this. Maybe other INFJs can do this. They can regulate. I never could. I never could. I mean, I was married for 20 years, but that was the longest relationship I ever had, probably ever will have. But it was very rocky. It was the fact that we were married, and I mean, we kind of felt obligated to be there. So did I. I stuck it out. But yeah, but I mean, I'm sure we've all been there. Now, I remember thinking, what's with this personality? I remember thinking that, like, what's wrong with me? I just have a weird way about me. People think I'm weird. I don't try to be, but I am. And I remember being kind of like all upset about it, thinking about it was probably in one of those, why me? Poor pitiful me. What's wrong with me? Why me? Why can't I be normal? Kind of one of those things. I remember doing that. I mean, at least once. Yeah, I feel you. Uh, LOL, yep, saw it too. There you go. That's what I mean. We've all been there, haven't we? I mean, I think at one time we saw that personality without even knowing, just knowing like, oh my, because we didn't know anybody else like us either. And we thought, there's got to be somebody who's a little bit like that, but you never did. You never really found too many people like you. And you were always the loner type. You were the lone one. And even when you tried to make friends, it's like you didn't want to be around them long, you know? Ret 13, that's what led me to the MBTI. See, that's what I mean. That's why we're all drawn here. Exactly. Right. So, I'm just waiting for a cigar to come out, laughing. A cigar. Who's got a cigar? Uh, we were talking about cigars. It's a secret. What's short today? Make me think of Be Deadly. Get the Cobra knife. Oh, hey, I could go get my Cobra cane if you want. I could do that. Hey, people. Hey, give me a second. Give me a second. People, don't go away, please. Please don't go away. I'll be right back. Don't go away. All right. All right. Well, Darius, it's funny you said. It's funny you had to say that, didn't you? Break out the Cobra. There you go. You asked for it. There you go. See, I think you're empathic. We'll be on what you either that or you're a very lucky guest. But yeah, this is the Cobra King right here. Got the ruby eyes. I I got this about I got this probably 25 years ago because I just saw it in a catalog. And I thought, hey, this is cool. I'll get me a Cobra cane. Of course, that's the Cobra handle. You walk around with it. But what's really cool about this thing is hold on. There we go. There we go. There you go. See, now this is what makes this thing deadly right here. See, is that it just comes out. Now, I've never actually sharpened it, but it is a sword. And in a situation, yeah, that probably wouldn't be too good. Now, I don't know. I got into stuff like that. I mean, I got a couple other swords. I got a couple collector swords. You saw the knight I have in there's a couple of, like, my living room. I got my knight. I got a sword in the back room. I'm into collecting stuff like that. That's just one of my things. But yeah, anyway, Darius, you talked about the Cobra King, talking about being a Colombian drug lord or whatever. Come on, really? Who'd do that, man? I don't even know how to. Hey, I don't wear a necktie or anything. You know, what's the old Colombian neckties? Yeah, that's like the old signature down there. Tom, that's office. Oh, you like that, huh? That's cool, ain't it? Yeah. So, but hey, like you said, just talked about the Cobra, so I had to do that. We're doomed. Oh, you're not doomed. You're not doomed. That's just something that I've had for 20 something years. It's just in my house that my sword is bigger than your sword. Oh, really? Okay. Uh, you gotta. Oh, are you into swords as well? Yeah, I know. That's just a little cane sword. Yeah. Hey, it's not. Listen, it's not in the size of the sword. It's in how well you yield the sword. Okay. That's the old samurai logic too. Samurais had, I mean, they were master swordsmen. Do you know they had like the three sizes? They actually had the warrior's one, and they had like intermediate. Then they had a smaller one too. It was like a dagger. So, yeah, but sometimes it's not in just what you have; it's how well you yield the sword that makes you deadly with the sword as well. At least you can go out in style too and defend yourself. I like it. Yeah. Hey, a funny thing is, right? When I got that, and talk about certain states, right? When I ordered that back years ago in a catalog, this is back before Amazon. This is when you're still getting a magazine, like in a catalog. And so I ordered it, and it said, it listed the states that they would not deliver that to, like California, New York, Massachusetts, Illinois. There was certain states they would not let you have that. Yeah. And I do remember thinking, hey, I'm in New Hampshire now. I'm okay with that. If I still lived in Massachusetts, I couldn't have got that delivered to that state. Some states they won't allow that. Yeah, there's some states are like that. Those are the states everybody's leaving too, if you think about it. Yeah, usually those are the states where they have high crime rates too, because they don't allow people to protect themselves. Kind of baffles the common sense, doesn't it? I got a bast sword replica from Conan the Barbarian with Arnold. I can wield it, handle it. He needed two hands. Yes, he did. Hey, I got a replica Conan the Barbarian sword too. It's the one that's I think I just put out one of my latest shorts. I actually I had if you notice, I got the knight. There's a couple videos. I got them as a background. There's a sword in the corner that's just leaning in there. And I could show you that one too up close. You want me to do that? I could go get that one too. It'll take me 2 minutes. I just hate having to keep getting up, but I will. I'll get that in a minute. Rape. No, grape culture. What is that? When Florida highway patrols are issuing moving citations to survivors of because Florida highway patrols have aligned themselves with demons. Oh, okay. Uh, Align themselves with demons, huh? Please. Oh, you want me to go get that? All right. Oh, Honey Rose wants to see the sword. Okay. All right. I guess I'm gonna have to go get that one then too, right? Politics isn't for this chat, spammer. Oh, Darius, man. Thanks for having my back, man. I have established that we don't get too. Try not to. I mean, we'll get into certain stuff. I try not to because that's very divisive, and it's just not the thing. Although trust me, I have strong political beliefs. I just don't have them on the channel. I'll be right back. I'll be right back again. Here you go. Let's see. I'll get this in the I'm gonna get this guy in the light here. This is the Conan, the Bavarian sword. Now this thing is about, gosh, this thing's almost 4 feet tall. I'm standing up next to it, and this thing's almost up to the center of my chest right here, as you can see. And it's got some really cool Gothic designs to it too. If you look at it, look at the sword handle. You know, the handle's kind of all like got pewter in there, and it's got like kind of a, it looks, this is brass. So a lot of brass in there. And you get down to the handle, it's got some cool artwork on there. Let's get that in there close to you. Let's see. How do you like that, huh? Turn this light on. Is that light helping a little bit? And yeah, if you see it, it's got like a really cool design in there too. Look at that. It's a kind of cool sword. This has got a lot of art to it. This was actually made right in Spain. When I got it, it's you know, they made sure it was, like it even said, authentically made in Spain. But here's the kicker, people. You want to see something really really cool? Look at this thing right here. See this? That little skull guy. It's a dagger. Look at that guy, huh? There you go. I guess if things are getting a little too close for comfort, you see what I mean? That little guy, there's a skull, man. He's a dagger. And he kind of goes right there, and he hangs out right up here though. So he just kind of goes right in there. And there you go. But they sold this to me as the Conan the Barbarian sword though. But as you can see too, the blade, it's a double-edged, like kind of a stainless steel, high polished. I mean, it's not sharpened though, because it's more of a it's a display piece. Yeah, I mean, you don't actually fight with this thing, but hey, there you go. So we had to get into swords then too, didn't we? Huh? There you go, people. Well, there you go. So, anyway, so I got. The funny thing is too. So there you go. Hope you like that, people. I'm gonna turn this light back off here. So. So as you can see, I got into the sword. That's so cool, Tom, huh? Hey, he's pointing though. Yeah. So, but anyway, okay, I'm just looking at some of your comments now. He's pointing though. Mine isn't that cool. Oh, really? Yeah. I love that thing. I think I got that before I got married. In fact, I did. I've been married and divorced for, it's going on 25 years. Like since I was married, I've been divorced almost 5. So I had that over 25 years ago, and it still looks as new as the day I had it. I mean, it's more of it's a display piece, and like I said, it goes in the corner next to my knight. You know, you saw the knight that I have. I mean, just some of the things that knight is like antique. I'm not even sure how old that thing is, but there's a huge story behind that knight as well. So. But Mom told me not to play with knives. I ignored her too. Oh yeah, well yeah. Coming from the guy who has guillotine can crushes. Yeah, I'm sure you play with more than just knives, there, sir. You impress me. Yeah, you impress me with some of your inventions, though. There's no doubt about that. So, yeah, but I mean, I think they make good pieces of art. And I mean, in some situations, yeah, they might defend your life. Yeah, you're gonna have to use them to defend yourself at some point. It's good to have things, you know. I mean, you know, we should have the right to defend ourselves, obviously, right? But yeah, that's all. But see what you started, Darius, when you talked about the Cobra. You got them out there. Definitely had some fun. That today would definitely have bigger consequences. There you go. So yeah, definitely. Well, anyway, I'm glad we got to see you got to see my swords, huh? There you go. Hey, I don't just show these to anybody. I have to like you in order for me to let you see things like that. You know, I have to trust you. I wouldn't just let anybody know I have these things. You know, so just take that for what it is. All right. I'm thinking I'm in this chat long enough that I think I can let you see that. Tom, did you name your sword? No, I don't name them. Why should I? Is that Do you name swords? I thought you name animals. I never got into naming inanimate objects. I don't name my car. I don't name swords. Um, things like that. My guns. I don't name guns either. I don't. But I will name animals though, if I have to. But mine is Fluffy Bunny. Nobody would live down being. Wait, you have a sword and you named your sword Fluffy Bunny? Really? Oh, okay. All right. I guess you just really want to underestimate it. Meanwhile, Fluffy Bunny's could impale you if it had to, right? You know what you're talking about? Yes, I get that. Okay. All right. Well, that's interesting. I would have never guessed. I would have thought, maybe Jack or something, or Butch, Spike. Hey, Spike. I don't know, but no, I don't. I don't know. Those are kind of wimpy names though, right there. After calling it Bunny, that's can't get much tougher than that, you know. So I'm a B in the best sense of the word. Are you? Are you? Well, sometimes. Hey, listen. It's a tough world out there, and it is a tough world. I mean, sometimes I look at I'm not a woman. I've never been a lady, but I can imagine that being a man. I know that a men. It's a tough world already, and I know growing up I had a tough life, but I still think that maybe not so much nowadays, but traditionally the way we're conditionalized too is that women are more vulnerable targets. I mean, I'm not trying to listen. I'm not cutting anybody down. I'm not stereotyping, but it was true. Um, so I think women have to make up for it and their tenacity. Their yeah. I mean, I see a lot of. Okay, I don't want to get too much into that, but yeah, women can be can have a lot of tenacity, you know. And I suppose they have to in their attitude and the way they present themselves, they have to make up for it in some way. All right, and I guess you get one with tenacity wielding a sword, and if you that wouldn't be good, right? I can imagine that would probably be not be a good day for somebody who tangle with you. I'm sure, right? So there you go. Uh, C.A. Bob, K. Bob, K. Bob. So Vamp, I used to have a replica Christian Bale Batman grappling gun, but one ex took it in the breakup. Oh, is that right? Oh, the grappling gun, is that one that's got he shoots he shoots the grapple like with the up under the rooftop so he can climb it. You mean one of those, like a replica of that? All right, got that. Oh, that sucks, Fox. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's kind of, well, it sounds like it was must have been sentimental to him as well. But was it yours to begin with, or was it his? I mean, it depends on who was it. I mean, did he take it from you and it was yours originally? I mean, that wouldn't have been good if it was yours, but if it was his to begin with, then I could see that being the case. But if it sounds like it was yours though. Yeah. That's too bad, So we're both Batman fans. He thought he was entitled to it. But whose was it though? You mean you both owned it? I mean, how does that work though? I mean, somebody didn't have primary ownership. Like somebody must have brought it into the equation first. I mean, was it? I'm not sure how that works exactly, but I mean, okay, put it this way: who paid for it? Who actually paid for that? Okay, and don't tell me it was split 50-50. I mean, it could have been, but typically, even though I played for the gun license, I named the sword Teller because might have been. Oh, I see. Oh, Penn and Teller. There you go. Hey, the pen is mightier than the sword, right? And pen is mightier than Teller. Is that what you mean? Ah, hey, that's very clever of you there to think of that up there, huh? Very clever. I like that, huh? All right. So I get that, huh? Um, yes, I get that. All right, that's pretty cool there, you know. Um, well, I'm telling you, it's I think we're having a good live chat here. It's you know, one thing I like to know is that one thing that's kind of cool is that you know people that the ones that hang around and stick around. I think that's good because we're definitely. It tells me that there's something that's alluring about the channel that's helping. All right. Um, I'd like to think that we're definitely helping each other in some way. That we're, you know, just just hanging out and being together is kind of giving us, you know, just keeping us liking our life. You know, gives us something to look forward to. Right. That's good. Oh me. Oh, you actually paid for this. So you thinking it was more in your ownership, Vamp, and the ex took this thing on you. Oh, well, that's too bad. You know, I mean, again, I don't know what exactly happened, but you know, that is what it is. Oh, I'm gonna tell you a little story behind that night. You know, the night I got the night that's in those videos that I have. He's a really cool knight. I got him on a pedestal, and he's standing there holding a sword. He's like he's standing guard, right? I love that knight. Now, my brothers, right? I got two brothers. My brother Jim, my late brother Jim, and my brother Paul, right? Now this starts with them. They told me the story. What they did was they were at some bar in my hometown where I grew up, okay? And I guess what happened was is that night was in this bar. It was like behind the bar. It was right near the bar tender's area somewhere, or it was in a window. It was in the bar, and it's just displayed there. So my brothers, being my brothers, you know, they were probably I'm gonna say probably in their mid 20s, you know, give or take. Because my brother Jimmy passed away when he was 31, so he must have been probably 27, 26, you know, and my other brother, you know, they were like in their young 20s. So I was a teenager. I was probably only about 18 years old. Well, bottom line is, from what I heard, these guys told me the story. They were hanging out in this bar, and it was getting late, and they saw the night in the window or wherever it was, and they thought, hey, that's cool. Look at that night. And then they were like, hey, let's take it. You know, so then they were like planning out a little scheme. So then they like looked at the frequency. They were studying the whole room. They saw how many times the bartender would disappear. Like he'd go in the back room or in the kitchen, and he'd come back out. And they said they spent like over like a while. They were hanging around the bar, just drinking and just doing their thing, and the whole time just kind of watching over things. And the meanwhile, they're talking. All right, here's what we're gonna do. All right, next time, you know, at this time, it was getting late in the day and late at night, right? So people were starting to leave, so there were less people there. And I think he told me that my brother Jim told me this. It got to the point there was almost nobody around, right? And he just kept watching the way it was, and then they were the last two people there. It was getting ready to close down. And now the bartender goes back, and I guess they had already planned how they were going to do this. Like one brother was going to go hold the door open, stand guard, while the other one was going to run up, grab him, grab the knife, and then they just both took off out the window, out the door with it. And that's what they did. I guess they timed it precisely. Then they grabbed the knife. They take off with it, right? And so they took the knife. They stole him, right? Now, how do I get it? And why is it mine now? Well, this is how the other story elapsed, right? So I guess what they decided was they were going to have kind of joint custody. You know, kind of like when you know, you got a divorced couple break up, and it's like, where do the kids go? Well, you know, okay, this is going to spend half of it with dad, half with mom, kind of deal. Where I guess the idea was, okay, well, I'll have it for a month, and then you can take it over your house, and you can have it for another month, and then I'll take it for a month. So they were going to have like this shared custody thing, right? So what happened was is it ends up at my house. Now my brother Jim, you know, I mean, it was at my mom's house. I was still living with my mom. I was still young enough, and that night was in my house. And my brother Paul never came and got that thing. He didn't care about it, you know. I mean, he was supposed to have joint custody. He could care less. I mean, he started like he was serious with his sweetheart. He's still with her. He's still with his childhood sweetheart. He was getting serious with her. He was starting. They got married, and he was starting a family. So I think he had more on his mind than just that, right? Now, Jimmy, I think I've told you the story where he had a little tragedy of his own. He went off and he moved out to California, and I think I told the story, but he had a tragic death, young, okay? But one of the things he did was he gave me that night. He said, Tom, I can't take this. I'm moving to California. Some things I can't take, but you can have this. So he gives me the night. All right, fine. Then he gives me a belt buckle. Now, 2 days before he left, and I never saw him again, my brother gave me that night, okay? And he packed up his Jeep with everything he had. He loaded it up, and he moved to California. Left, and that was the last time. I remember him driving away in his Jeep, his GMC Jimmy, and his name was Jimmy. And I remember thinking, my mom said, hey, maybe we're going to see him in a couple of years when we all move out there. She had this dream that we were going to move out there together. And I said, well, we may never see him again. Little did I know, I called the future. I said, or we'll never see him again. And I said that as he drove away. And I never saw him again. But my story is that he gave me the night, right? So it didn't seem to matter. Now I ended up getting my own apartment. And I've been on my own for 30 plus years. And I've had that night ever since. I've just taken it. Now my other brother who didn't care anything about it, one time he was helping me move. He saw the night and says, hey, I want that night now. That's my night, I want that back. And this was like 20 something years later. Now he wants the night back like it's his. And I'm like, no, you're not getting it. So I basically had to kind of hide it, and because he was going to take it. And then since then, a couple of times he said, hey, I want that night. Hey, bring that night over the house. I think it's my time to have it. So, and I never did. I said, you know what? I never really fought with him. I never explained it. I just never did. I'm like, you know what? That's got too much sentimental value. My brother gave me that night, and he gave me a belt buckle too, something that was sentimental to him. And he gave those things to me, right? And I never saw him again. So in my ideas, that night was my late brother's gift, that he gave to me. So it's got sentimental value to it, all right? So that's the story behind the night, okay? So the funny thing is, though, these guys both conspired to do that. They grabbed it, and here I am, the neutral brother who ends up with it. How's that fate? How does that end up for fate, though? You know what I mean? So, all right. So, yes, Tom, catch you around. Oh, what happened? No, okay. Well, anyway, I think I told enough of that story there. Darius, good night, chat. Give good night, Tom. Oh, good night, Darius. I'm gonna get some food. Gotta run, but I'll see you, Tom. Oh, okay. All right, Darius, gotta go get something to eat. Then definitely. Hey, I don't expect. Of course, we got things to do. Me, I got a live chat to do, and I want to hang around here for a little bit longer. All right. But anyway, that's the story about that curse of the night. You're the rightful heir. It seems like that, George. It definitely seems like that. It happened that way, and like I said, my other brother Paul didn't care about it. Didn't care a whit about it. And then he wants it back. Like I'm talking about literally like 30 something years later, like close to 30 years later, all of a sudden, hey, that's my night. And then I'd say, no, Jimmy gave me that. And then he'd say, well, it wasn't his to give. It was ours. And we came up with this whole scheme. And I'm thinking, oh, I see. So if a bank robber robs $1 million and he gets caught for it, and he gets thrown in prison for 20 years for robbing a bank, and he gets out, does he say, hey, that's my money. I stole that money. It's still mine. I mean, that's the logic you got over here. It's like, hey, I don't know where technically, yes, it was stolen. They did something bad. I understand that. I wasn't part of that. I wasn't part of the deed. I just kind of inherited it. So I'm just the carer. I'm the guardian of that night. But my point is that I don't know how that thing looked old when I got it. It still looked old. it looked old already. Like the thing was, now I've had that thing that's 30, almost 40 years ago when that story took place, when they grabbed it. Okay, whenever. And that thing looked old then. I don't even know how old it is. And under the bottom of that thing, it's like something is painted under the base that says made in Mexico. That's all it says, made in Mexico, like somebody painted it on there. So I'm gonna guess it's Mexican. It was made in Mexico, but I don't know what year it was, but it's an antique, there's no doubt. So anyway. So that's the story. Curse of the night. You're the rightful heir. I think so. I think so. It just it's almost like it came into my presence. It just did. And it's almost like it found me. Through my brothers. It did. It found me, and it's been with me ever since. So hey, it's got a good home here. It's my, like I said, it's kind of my brother Jimmy, my late brother's spirit, kind of. It's kind of eerie in a way that he gave it to me within a day, and I never saw him again, and he died tragically. So anyway, that's why he ain't getting it. All right. So yeah, so I think there's not too many sentimental things I have, but that's one of them. That's one of the things that I have sentimental because of that, So it's good value to me. Yeah, awesome story, Tom. Well, I hope you liked it. Yeah, that's all the truth there. That's what happened. That's it, But but if you've seen any of my videos, you know the night I'm talking about. In fact, the most recent one I got, it's in the background. And that's the one I try to make sure I have the camera set up so it's prominent. It's seen back there because it's very stately, It's just cool, So it's like, all right, I'll do that, Yeah, but I mean, that's another thing. Is I do INFJs, do you think we hold things sentimental? And if it is sentimental like that, I mean, it has to be something very, very rare in a sense. Like there has to be a story behind something. Because I'm not typically a sentimental type. Now, I've had people tell me, like a couple of times I've got concert T-shirts. I remember went to some concerts, and I'd get a T-shirt that I went to it all, tour like 1987, whatever it was, and I'd have people tell me, hey, those are sentimental. You should keep those and not wear them, and never let them go. It's like, yeah, but I didn't think of it. I don't even have them anymore. So certain things I noticed aren't very sentimental to me, but some are, But and matter of fact, I mean, if it's just run of the mill stuff, it's not sentimental. Now I have this. I have another thing that's very sentimental to me too. I have an old Bible that's older than me, and it's a Catholic Bible. The thing, it's probably about 6 inches thick, and it's just like one of those old, like the pages look kind of like they were gold, like gold paint. It was meant to look very like Catholic, like a stately looking Bible. And of course, it had a nice picture of like a nice religious picture on it, like it looks like Mother Mary, and there's like holding like Jesus and stuff, And yes, I do. I have a conch shell that belongs to my mother. The point is taken off, so it's fancy. Yeah, see, there you go. Conches are beautiful. Oh yeah, they are. They're very nice. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, but I have an old Bible too that's sentimental. It's ancient, but the thing is, I remember being a kid. I was probably 2, 3 years old. Now there's a lot of pictures in the Bible. In this particular one, now before I could read, I used to I'd flip and look at all the pictures, and some of them are like of old ancient Italy, or like, excuse me, not ancient Italy, like the old Holy Land, like old Israel, like from the 50s when it was taken, 40s or 50s when this was published, right? And some of them are like, they show like some of the Dead Sea, and they show like some of the actual areas where Jesus walked and things like that. But then there's some of them that are Stations of the Cross, and they're illustrated. And some of them are kind of graphic, where you could see it's like, Jesus is being nailed to the cross, and there's parts where they drew the blood, like, he's bleeding and everything, and he's like all in pain, and so some of them, but I remember being like
probably a toddler. And I remember like flipping through this Bible several times a week when I was a kid, always flipping through this Bible, just reading pictures because I couldn't read. And of course, some of them are Roman numerals and all that. But my point was it was always at my mom's home. My mom had that Bible, and it was sentimental to her because she had it. She always told me this was blessed by the Pope. She used to say that Pope Pius the 23rd was Pope at the time. Now I don't think he didn't specifically bless that one individually. I mean, there might have been like probably 100 of them laid out, like maybe thousands of them, and he probably kind of walked and kind of blessed them all, kind of in a big cluster. You know what I mean? I don't think he literally singled that one out, right? But I'm just saying, she used to say how that meant something to her, that it was blessed by the Pope, you know? So that meant something to her. So, but my point is I still have it. Now that thing is in very poor shape. I mean, it's even got a binder like my late brother Jim, he's been passed away for 36 years, but about 40 years ago, it was falling apart then. The binder was starting to fall apart from the book, right? So he took duct tape. He took duct tape and he like duct taped half of it and wrapped it up. And that's still like that. It's still like that. I thought, well, that's what he did. I mean, he was his way of mending it. We didn't take it to like a booksmith or anything. But I thought, well, that was Jimmy. Jimmy did that. So Jimmy had a hand in that book too. And my mom told me because I was the one kid that always seemed to look at that Bible. I always pulled it down and I always flipped through it. And sometimes I even started reading some of the New Testament. I started reading it. When I got old enough to read, I'd start reading it. So that was the one Bible I had, and I still have that. It was given to me, and it's old. It's one thing that I remember my entire life that I've had. So those are two things that I have most sentimental to me. All right. So, there you go. Hey, Crown V's in the house, huh? Hey, and I see Jethro. Jethro is now. I haven't heard from you too much, Jethro. I knew you've been out there, but he's out there, right? Like I believe there's something I have. I won't let it go. But there's heaps of things and plenty of them I will hold on to. That's a very good point. Yeah. Yeah, there's certain things. Yeah, there's a lot of things you could care less about. Yeah, there's a lot of things. Yeah, there's nothing sentimental about it, but there's a couple things like that you wouldn't let go. Now these swords, they kind of are. These are the things that I got. I bought them because I thought they were cool. Got them in I got them I got them mailed to me. In like a catalog. You know what I mean? But they're sentimental. Like I wouldn't even sell them, but they're not the same as like. These are sentimental things, like the whole fate thing with the knight, and of course the Bible. And my mom gave that to me, and now she's passed on. And just good to know that, I got it, and it's still, even though it's in rough shape, I still got it, as old as it is. Yeah, I just came back, was gone for like 20 minutes. Oh, okay, all right, that's cool, man. Hi, Crown. So Crown V, how are you? Hello all. Good to see Crown V's out there. He's stopping in for a visit. Yeah, that's what I mean. Sometimes we got people that stop in and hang out and visit and stuff like that, and it's awesome. But a lot of times I think a lot of us. Sometimes new people come in, they ask a question. Sometimes I love the questions they ask, and it gets me answering it. But if anybody ever had any kind of concerns, or if anything's ever on our mind, or things that are bothering us, I hope that we could share that to us. But I think a lot of times just hearing stories, just knowing that somehow you hear my things. I think a lot of times I might tell a story. Maybe about something that I suffered inside. And you might think, oh my gosh, we all did that. We all been through what you just described, Tom. I'm the guy. I'm the guy who does all the talking anyway. But a lot of times, just hearing a story like that and just knowing that we're all in the same camp and we all had this, but we're all surviving, is just that's a good that's a good indication that we're getting something out of this, because we're all been there. We've all had similar experiences, you know. So, but it's good to see some old familiar faces coming in here though too. But I noticed it kind of simmered down though in the last. It seemed like it was on fire there for a while. A lot of people are coming in, but it's kind of simmered down a little bit. But that's okay. Bottom line is, it's saying that, yeah, a lot of people are filing through here though. Yeah, but if anybody has anything, now let me ask you this. Now, last week when I did the chat, okay, now are you people interested in that in the future? Because I'd like to bring that back, but I'd hope that if I could make it easier in order to connect with, and we could talk on the phone like I did last week. I talked to George. He managed to, break the code. I guess he just had the link, and he had the link, and he put my name in there. And he found a way to get in there, but I guess it wasn't very set up yet. I couldn't really describe how to do it, but is everybody okay with that? Because eventually I'd like to bring that back and do that again, and talk to people, and maybe just have a little bit of a conversation, and do all that. But if you like that, that's fine. I'm thinking somebody would get a benefit out of that. Then we can talk a little bit more in depth. So yes, just came back, gone for like 20 minutes. Okay. I would love to talk to you. Oh, okay, that's cool. All right. I was talking to somebody last week. Were you here last week, Crown V? Yeah, because I had StreamYard going last week, and I talked to one guy. I talked to George Porge. He's out there. Yeah, he might still be out there, right? Yeah, he's still. Yeah, we talked for about 20 minutes or so, and I thought that was the coolest thing, So I'll have to eventually bring that back again. That's all. So. See, there's so many things I keep saying I gotta do. I tell you though, being a content creator and doing all this stuff is yeah, yep. See, yeah, it there's a lot to learn. There's so much that has to be done. And sometimes so little time to actually put it into place as well. So no, I wasn't on last week. I don't know StreamYard. Yeah, it's just an app. It's just an app that helps you to, do live streams. It just allows you to have people contact you and talk to you, with their voice, like we did last week. And you could even it's almost like a podcast in a way, but it's not quite. Like you could have people talk on the whole live thing, and and hear their voice and not just typing it in. So I did do that last week, but I still, unless if I pay for the whole thing, if I go beyond the free thing, then I think a lot of these other add-ons get easier. You know what I mean? They always want you to pay for the subscription, because when they do it free, they kind of lead you on a little bit. They don't give you the whole thing. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, think about this, right? You ever dealt with a drug pusher? The whole psychology of a drug addict, a drug pusher. There's always a relationship, right? You got the addict and you got the pusher, but each one needs the other one, right? So the addict, of course, is addicted to the drug. So, but sometimes you get that pusher will just start toying around with the addict, you know what I mean? To where they make them addicted to it, and then it's almost like they lead them along, They kind of do that to you. They give you this product, right? They give you just enough of it to sample it, like they give you a taste of it. But then once they get you liking it, they don't give you the whole package. They give you only a small portion, not to quite get, and then say, well, if you want the whole thing or if you want more, you got to pay for it. Yeah. It's like almost that whole, yeah, the first sample is free. Exactly. The first sample is free. That's a given, Yeah, I'll tell you, if the first sample is free, why doesn't that work with, I can't say the word, streetwalkers? I mean, it never seems to work that way, you know what I'm saying? What? Yeah, That first sample's never free, you know. Although, although, although one time that sample wasn't even just free, but I got something extra afterward. You know what I mean? I needed a shot for. You know what I'm saying? I'm only kidding, people, joking around. uh, yeah, sometimes Rodney just kind of bursts out of there. Sometime, you know what I mean? So, yeah, but that's what it is. But I'd like to bring up. I'm going to try to bring that back again, like we did. But these are some of the advancements I got going on now. That's all. Um, so, but it does look like that's it's beneficial. I think in the long run. That's all. Um, so, do we have anybody brand new? I think almost everybody here. Dangerfield, is that you? Yeah, that was Dangerfield. He kind of came out. He's in there. He's one of my many little characters that's just in there, and he just comes out every so often when he just wants to. It's kind of funny like that, One of those little personalities. There's several different personalities. I think I don't know if anybody heard that. I don't know if we're all like that, but I think individually, in some way, I wonder if that's part of our personality trait to adopt certain characters and personalities. I've said I came up with a video a long time ago called the Frankenstein syndrome, how we learn that as children. We adapt certain characters, personalities. We start emulating certain characters because if we're, usually typically as you know, INFJs, we had this life where we were left to fend for ourselves, basically. And when you're left to fend for yourself and find out the world in yourself, when you can't confide into somebody typically, yeah, I mean, that's part of the whole INFJ thing, right? But how do you have to emulate somebody or something? Something has to take over in you, where somebody has to become your role model, your guide, your inspiration. So what do? I mean, I think as kids, being that we're young, we're naive, we look toward people within our scope that we can see. And maybe they're fictitious characters. They could be people in, like movie stars, cowboy westerns, somebody that has a certain character or quality about them that you wish you had, because you're not learning it from anywhere else. You have to adopt something. You have to create your own character. Now, there could be several of these personalities, these characters within us that we stitch together. We might get bits and pieces of these characters that help to shield us, that help to give us some kind of strength psychologically, in a sense, right? And we stitch together the best qualities from each one of them. So we Frankenstein together a whole somebody, maybe like a persona, like a shield, like a I'm trying to think of the right word, like a persona in a way, something that we emulate in a sense. But we may have several of these characters we stitch together into one, but we take little bits and pieces from all of them, and that becomes a lot of we mold that in a way, in our emulation. Now this is something I personally saw myself do. Okay. And I actually heard, I kind of think that I heard inadvertently if somebody else mentioned a character that they did something similar to that they took on bits and pieces of like, they might have had a little bit of their uncle. They had a little bit of their father in them. They might have had a little bit of their distant cousin or something. Certain people that as they grew up, as they spent time with, they adapted some of their characteristics, their personalities, and just how they spoke, how they handled things, the way they would have thought in a situation. Yeah. Now, I think INFJs may find people in instances around them, and they may even use, like I said, fictitious characters. They use people from characters in books, fictitious characters in movies, anybody that could be, that they just pick up little traits from that help them along in life. And sometimes I think they kind of cement with us in a way. Now with me, I don't know. Was Rodney a character that you'd think he's an old guy who's always self-deprecating, always putting himself down. Gets no respect, right? I mean, I don't know if I so much did that, but I think that was more of um, it was my way of trying to like put people at ease. I think that was a way of morphing into certain characters as a way of, yeah, easing people, kind of, because sometimes I think, I mean, I put people at a disadvantage when they think I'm overly serious. Like you said, I got that look about me, thinking like I'm some, you know, I mean, I got a certain way about me. I look a certain way. Sometimes I think I do the opposite. I don't want to intimidate people. I think I do sometimes just naturally. So sometimes I feel like I have to reel it back by cracking a joke, by saying I'm not that bad. See, it's like I almost feel like it's the reverse of it. A lot of people want to project that. They want to cause fear. They want to put that in. The alphas do this all the time, right? It's almost like the big man, little man syndrome. Little man syndrome, the guy's smaller than he should be, so he makes up for it by being more aggressive, being more bossy, like Napoleon syndrome, they called it. But there's also a gentle giant syndrome. I don't know if you know this. I've discovered this too. I never heard it talked about. But typically, it's opposite of gentle, the little man syndrome, right? You get a guy's a big gentle giant, let's say. Let's just say a guy's like 6'9", and he's in all his life, he's been bigger than anybody, and he's always been nasty looking. And people shy away from him. People are afraid of him because he's just big. What does that gentle giant do? He's going to go all out of his way to prove that he's not so mean. He's not so big and scary and not so intimidating. He's going to do the opposite of what that little man syndrome's doing. So I think there's certain phobias in us that kind of bounce around, almost that have opposing polar opposites. So gentle giant syndrome, and you got the Napoleon syndrome. Okay, little guys had something to prove. Typically, yeah, they did because of that. Because, yeah, they always got a chip in the shoulder. They can't do anything about it. I mean, I'm like, personally, I'm not like super tall. I'm not like big, giant, tall, 6'4". I'm just under 6 foot tall, but I'm not short either. I'm like right at that average height where I'm not too tall, but I'm not too short, But I'm kind of right in the middle there, Yeah, but I'm just trying to talk a little bit of psychology and like how I think sometimes we adapt certain characters, though. Whether we knew it or not, I think that's where some of our characters come from. I mean, we are actually always looking to emulate. I mean, is it not a natural inclination to want to emulate? Like a son will naturally try to emulate his father, okay? And typically, a daughter, a girl, might naturally try to emulate her mother. Okay, so we have certain role models that we gravitate toward anyway. Okay, they're supposed to be our parents. They're supposed to even be our older siblings. We're supposed to have people in our life that we look up to. These are our whole world. When we're first born in our life, these are our world. Our parents are supposed to be our world. And they're supposed to be the ones that defend us, protect us, teach us, guide us along in so many ways, right? So, but when that is missing in your life, if you have not that to confide in, not every parent is very good, I can testify to that. And not every parent is present, okay? So when a kid is left up to defend for themselves, where do they go? Where does that, so something has to take over. Now, occasionally, sometimes, this is a psychological trait as well. This is an easy pickings. Now, you could get somebody that's very toxic that will enter into somebody's life and take advantage of somebody like that too. So this is a very sketchy ground too, because you could be led down bad places with bad people as well. But if you have nobody And this isn't happening. If you don't have anybody to confide in, sometimes you're left to your own devices. And let's just say you're the type to shy away. You're not going to look toward people. You're going to shy away like an introvert, like an introverted child would. Go deep within themselves. What do? They need that guidance. And if they're not getting it from their family, if their family is negative, or they're not getting it from their parents, from their father, from their mother, they're going to find it from somewhere else. They're going to find that emulation from somebody that they deem worthy, that they see something that they want from. Okay. And if it's, like I said, if it's that somebody on a TV show, could be Batman. Maybe it's Batman. You know what I mean? He's a fictional character in a TV show, in a comic book. Maybe it's Superman. You know, maybe it's the Pale Rider from, from those Clint Eastwood movies. Yeah, yeah, that was part of me right there. I saw Clint Eastwood movies. I says, that's the guy right there. He's somebody you want to be like, because he had that stoicism on him. You know. Yeah, there's certain characters we emulate, and is my point, is that that's what we look toward. I think psychologically, I think that the INFJ personality, this is the way we're built, this is how we're created. And so sometimes I think these characters don't leave us. They kind of, they do to an extent, but they don't. And we become kind of fused with them in a way. Now, maybe there is a little piece of, there's some glimmers of like family members, maybe. But if they're all negative, if they're just not there, if they're just not kind to you, then you're going to have to find that somewhere else. And I think that's where the Frankenstein syndrome comes from. And being that INFJs, it seems as though it's still a debate whether or not it is inherited or created, whether it is an upbringing or whether it is genetic. I mean, I still think it's a possibility that there's some genetics there, whether or not we can prove it. I've talked about this before, but as they know now, it's got to be something more environmental. Okay. And one thing that we all seem to have in common is just that. You talk to almost every one of us, and majority of us say that we had nobody, we turned introverted for that very reason, that we had nobody really to confide in, and we turned to ourselves, to that introverted, deep, lone part of ourself. All right. But the funny thing is too, I mean, I've described this too, this part of our self. I think eventually that lone spot that we have, that part of our being that is alone. And INFJs, this is one thing we all can testify to, is we feel deeply alone and isolated in our life. And sometimes it is painful, as you know. Now, I say also, during your awakening, when you discover yourself, when you have found grace with your creator, when you have found some kind of solace within yourself, that lone spot becomes your greatest friend, in a sense, because it fills you. It becomes your place of refuge. My point is this too, is that at one point in our life, when we were innocent children, now we still are like intentionally under the protection of our innocence, in a sense. That there's a certain, when we're born and we are born innocent and you don't have a lot of corruption in us, and your mind is pure, okay? But you still have nobody to turn to. I think as you're turning inward, that lone spot isn't alone. It's an embracement. It is an embracement early on because of our innocence. What starts to go away, we change. That spot of innocence eventually leaves us, because eventually the world gets a hold of us. The corrupt nature of us takes over. Our thoughts, our drives, things that we do wrong in our mind, whatever they may be. I mean, our sins, basically, they start to change us. We're no longer innocent anymore. So now all of a sudden, because we're not innocent, that lone spot that we turn to now becomes an empty cavern of misery, in a sense, for most of our life. But we have no choice but to drift there. We drift there most of our life. And I know you know what we're talking about. But early on, though, we probably don't even remember, but that's where we found solace first. We found it first. And the reason I say that is because eventually, and I'm going to say, I say that because we rediscover this. Because most of our life, as we lose our innocence, lose our self to the world, and start being tainted and changed and inauthenticated to the world, and that causes a lot of our confusion because we've been inauthenticated. This is one of our conflicts within us, okay? Because we're basically going against the grain of who we were supposed to be, who we were intended to be. And this is the main fundamental. It's not the fact that we're lonely, not the fact that we're isolated. Yeah, this is an offshoot. This is a symptom of the fact that we are in conflict with it. Being that we're introverted, being that we're so much in our mind, we're not looking for the extroverted world to fill us. We're still looking within us because we've tried that extroverted world that does not fill us. Okay? But my point is that you rediscover the embrace that you had, that you were as a child. Because eventually, and when your innocence comes back, when you rediscover your reauthentication, rediscover who you were intended to be, you rediscover the sanctuary within that loneness, and you don't feel alone anymore. You don't. Now, I can say this in all honesty, that's what happens to us, is we found it early on, but we forgot about it. We lose it as we lose ourselves. And if you find yourself again, you rediscover your fulfillment. But now at this point here, it's a wise and forged fulfillment within yourself. Okay. See, now this is just rolling out of me. This is just coming out of me. And I say this because if through experience, okay? Because most of my life, this has been my life, okay? And I'm still convinced that early on in our life, we're still God's children too. I mean, we're our children of our family. But still we're innocent. We're protected to its point. Our minds are still innocent. So that innocence is what shields us early on. But we have to rediscover it as we find our true self again. Okay. There's some deep psychology there, people. Now, this is all just because this is the way my life is. This is what I see. This is my experience and what it led me to tell you what it is, what our goal is, our quest here. Okay. Being in INFJ, loneliness is so much better than being around people who can't understand our presence around them. That's a very good point, Jethro. You're absolutely right. In other words, I mean, sometimes look at a lot of times people want inauthentic. They're willing to bend themselves. They're willing to conform to fit in just because they don't want to be alone. Yeah, you're right. I think sometimes we might try that, but realizing that it's more painful, like what you said. That's actually more painful to try to bend and to be somebody that you're not in order to win their approval so that they like you, so that they accept you, but they really don't know you, right? I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. Honey, I could not imagine being in a family that's largely, that large. Hope your childhood was okay. Oh, what did I miss something? Okay, well, my father was an ISTJ, so we were way off. My mother appreciated me. 6. My mother, okay, Honey Rose, my appreciated me being an introvert. I'm the third of six, so she had her hands full with the oldest. Oh, see, there you go. So yeah, that's sometimes that's the middle child thing. Sometimes you hear about the. I've heard about that too. You hear about the middle child syndrome. It's funny you steer into that. Now you said you were the middle of six. You were third in a family of six. You were the middle child. I guess that's a whole thing. Like, remember the Jan Brady thing? Marsha, Marsha, Marsha. Marsha was always getting the attention in the Brady Bunch. If anybody remembers that show, I don't know. And of course, Cindy was always the baby, so she was always doted on. And poor Jan, the middle child of three girls, she always felt invisible. Yeah. Yes, I mean, sometimes that's what it is. I mean, you might have three kids and then you get that middle child that seems to be neglected because of just that. They get overlooked. Yeah, and sometimes parents they treat they treat children based on, they treat them differently. Yeah, they definitely do. George, oldest is prep. Now she's new clothes. Second is taller. Now she's new fourth in the boy. Um, he's got a new hand me down. All of them. Oh, okay, Honey Rose. Okay, so talking about so now we're talking about our siblings and stuff. Oh, that's cool. So cool. SJs could be quite different. Okay. uh, yeah, but I mean, I'm thinking. Yeah, see, we all kind of know. I think we all get fond memories of our childhood. So see, I know I just start talking about being kids, and we talk about our families. It's just uh, it's all part of it, you know. Now, I tell you too, you know, that there's always things that we have to face in our life that we have to resolve too. All these little things that we think are superficial, all these little jealousies and hatreds that we might have harbored that we thought just went away because we got older. Sometimes, we still have to face these things inadvertently in our life. And these things are going to come back to us in our life. And I've said before that a lot of times our meditation, I haven't talked much about meditation lately. I was in other lives. I mean, I got to be honest with you people. I haven't even now, like personally, I haven't meditated as much as I probably should have in the last couple of weeks. I know I'd like to. I mean, I felt like I reached a certain point. I mean, sometimes we take our eye off the ball. I think that happens, but I think our meditation has to be kicked in there and too. But bottom line is, yeah, we have to face things. Things are going to start rehashing things this is part of our integration of shadow. It got me thinking of what Carl Jung said, is things I've been saying about things rehashing in our life, and facing them in the moment without reliving them, without hating them all over again. Now, the that's part of our shadow remaining in the unconsciousness, because when you relive something, when you're trying to relive it, when you're hating it, trying to forget about it, trying to repress it, this is all part of your way of keeping it in the shadow. Okay. Now, I was saying it in a way without actually saying it exactly with what Carl Jung was describing. And that's part of our integration of our shadow as well. Facing that shadow is actually seeing it for what it is. And I've said that before. But our meditation typically reveals these things too. Because, if you leave that shadow in the unconsciousness and you don't bring it to the consciousness, it will forever guide your life, and you'll call it fate. It'll forever rule your life, as Carl Jung did say as well. But that's part of our integration too, is that's part of bringing it into the consciousness, is facing it, seeing it without reacting it to it. And that's where the mental exercise of your meditation takes over. Now you're going to see these things bubble up. All the things that you've repressed, all the things that have roadblocked you are always there. They're always going to be there. And from time to time, they're going to be there. And if but again, it's a matter of getting them into the consciousness by not reacting to them as well. And eventually they start fading. And it doesn't happen right away. It doesn't happen immediately. It's not like being dunked in a tank of water and, hey, you're baptized, you're saved, and hallelujah. Sometimes it takes a series of these events to take over. It might take a series of weeks, months, year. It could take a little while to resolve these, but you have to be consistent at it and always train your mind to see things objectively. All right, without reacting to them over and over again. Okay. But these are the roadblocks that are keeping you from your true authentic self, because they've guided you in a way that you were not intended to be as well. Okay. So that's part of what Carl Jung was talking about as well. Okay. For me, it's like it works for me. Sometimes structure, in some sense, I remember things from when I forgot things. Okay. Okay, so Vamp, wait, hold on. Let's see what you said there, Vamp. For me, I like it. It works for me. Sometimes structure, it some sense it remember things from when I forgot things. Okay. Yeah, these are some of those things like when you forgot things that you remember. Yeah. You think you forgot them, or were they forgotten, or were they buried? Yeah, buried is the same thing as repressed. Things you want to forget, things that were painful, but you think they left you, but they never did. They really never did, especially if they changed you. And by harboring these things and keeping them in the dark, yeah, that's where they guide you. They just they always bubble up at the wrong times. Yeah. Hello, Dark Horse. Welcome back. We have Dark Horse and aye, buddy. Remember me? Good to see you again. Mob Boss. Good to see you too. Dark Horse, I do remember the name. Now, was that from a couple of weeks ago, or was that earlier in the broadcast tonight? Somebody had said something about being somebody said I look like one of those drug lords from Colombia or something earlier. I don't know. People think people say things. they say very. I don't know if it's mean things or what it is, but they say I look very menacing sometimes. Yeah. Yeah, it was a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, was I wearing I think I was wearing the brown blazer. That was the brown blazer night. And I remember I had the mustache and the hair. Yeah, I look kind of like, I guess I look kind of mobbish. I admit, I look back on that broadcast and think, yeah, I can see what they're talking about, Well, I got the haircut. I got all shaved, and somebody still said that. Somebody still said it, Something that's about the ball. It is. It's just everything, Yeah, you were wearing the blazer. I knew that. Yeah, I get that. Well, it's good to see you back. Good to see you back in the channel here. But I'm not that. I'm not a mob boss. Although I do play one on TV, Yeah. although mob bosses do still, they do tend to still wield a cobra. See, mob bosses, what they do is they have to have their serpent, and if they do, they have to put on a strike. No, I'm only kidding. I was just showing off my swords earlier in the day, It's never an insult. It's always a compliment to call you a mob boss. No, that's cool. That's cool. I guess there's some worse things I could have been called, That's cool. That's all. The mob boss, So, no, I'm just talking a little bit about I'm just talking off the cuff. Sometimes I just get led into certain things. I mean, a lot of our, we have similar things that go on in ourselves. And I think a lot of our issues that we have are, it's just a matter of finding our inner peace. One of the, like I said, I think I've mentioned that, is that finding our own true completion in ourselves, where we need to be content on our own. That's our first fundamental thing we need to find. And the rest of the time, once you find that, once you find inner peace and you find comfort in your own company, you are a lot of things start falling into place. Then you can start addressing some of your hidden shadows. Okay, because once you have the relief of finding some kind of inner peace, inner fulfillment within yourself, you're at a point where you can relax. You can sit back a little bit, knowing that, not sit back literally, but I mean, you don't feel so stressed. You're not pulled. You don't have that to worry about too. But eventually, though, I think there's another phase to your awakening. First of all, you find your inner peace. You find that tranquility within yourself, and then you need to start dealing with the things that changed you. Okay, like I said, all these little things that creep up from your psyche that you repressed. And now, when you found peace in yourself, you're able to face these things now because you're at peace in yourself. And now these things not gonna cloud you on top of your loneliness, your incompletion within yourself. Okay, that always tugged at us. That whole drive that has always pulled us in many directions is gone. So now you can focus on the things that you repressed. I think you are really enjoying streaming on YouTube and talking here as an outlet, and I'm happy that you're using it to spread positive, my friend. Well, thank you. That's, you know what, listen, that's exactly what you just said is my mission here. That's exactly why I'm here, and I'm glad you see that. Okay, that's exactly why I'm here, and I do enjoy doing this because I hope I just keep thinking somebody's going to be steered into this, and somebody's gonna need this, and it's gonna help save somebody, or at least steer somebody in the right direction. That's all. George Porch, Vamp. I looked up the good night, Honey Rose. Oh, Honey Rose, good night, Honey Rose. I know it's getting a little late. She was there for quite a while. Yeah, almost as long as we all were. I mean, most of us have been here most of the night. Now, this is like a hangout here. Hey, it's like a breakfast club. I haven't seen Harp though. I wonder how Harp's doing. Last week, if I remember right, Harp? I think he said he was dealing with a cold though. He said he wasn't feeling so good. Remember that? I think that was last week. Hopefully he's okay. I hope I hope that maybe he's just working late. Maybe he's I'm sure it's something like that. You know what I mean? But I think I do remember something like that. Okay. Bright sun, honey buns. Yeah. Okay. No, that's. But anyway, that's good that we. I'm glad that you're recognizing that though, Dark Horse. That yeah, that's what we're here for. Okay. But always remember too that there's a lot of us on this chat too. I learn from. They make comments that inspire me so much. We really do. What was the last book you read? What was the last book I read? Oh my gosh! You know what? Yeah, actually, reading a book. It's been a long time, only because I got to the point where it would hurt my neck. I'd start getting like, I'd get like numb hands and numb neck, and I couldn't. And sometimes I'd start getting narcolepsy, like I'd start falling asleep. I used to read a lot as a kid, but I have been getting into audiobooks lately. Yeah, and there's a ton of them on YouTube. I mean, of course, they're all in the public domain. If you want to get a book that's current, that the author is still making money off it, yeah, you have to buy it like on Tinder or Kindle. Excuse me, Kindle. But I've been typically read books from like the internet, like internet books. I heard Robinson Crusoe a few months ago. I never heard that. I'm surprised I never heard that one before. By like Defoe. Is it it was by Defoe. Yeah, it was, but I'm reading one now. Actually, no, audiobooking, one called Reflections, Memories, and it's basically the biography of Carl Jung. Yeah. I've been really trying to study up. I've been mentioning Carl Jung, of course, talking about his a lot about his psychology, but I'm also trying to learn up a lot on him as well. I'm actually in the process of that one. I'm trying to remember. It's called Memories, Reflections, and oh, and one other, like Memories, Reflections, and Memoirs or something like that. I can't remember the order. But it's a pretty good book. It just goes into how he, just entails how he discovered his psychology, basically, how he just. Now, one thing that amazed me about Carl Jung that separates from any other of these psychologists, especially Sigmund Freud, and that one of the things is that, well, they had a big falling out too. We talked about that, how originally they talked and they were brilliant by each other, but he recognized certain things in Sigmund Freud that were like, he felt like he had his own darkness about him. He had his own dark side, his own shadows that he wasn't facing. He sensed them in Freud, that he said he could see them, and he tried to point them out. And Freud was very stubborn about it. And Freud just kind of distanced himself from Carl Jung. That's an age-old story. All right, but I was reading part of that. But what gets me is that he incorporates the spirit. He saw the depth in the spirituality of people. Okay, he knew there was something more. We're not just protoplasm, and we're not just blood cells, and we're not just brain waves, and we're not just reacting like animals on impulses. Okay, no, there's a spirit that guides us, and he tapped into that. And I'm starting to find out more and more when I listen to this book how deeply spiritual he was. And I talked about his father was a clergyman and all that, and he was wrestling with the whole idea of Lord Jesus, and he was a Catholic. I mean, but he was trying to figure out exactly what it all meant, how it all, this the collective consciousness and how we relate to like the Creator, to the whole crucifixion in a sense, how we're all somehow linked to it. And I'm still listening to it. I'm still actually hearing this. I'm still, when I get it, I hear like a few minutes here and there. So I'm not even through with the book. I'm probably even 2/3 of the way through it. But almost stuff like it's what is getting me is like some of the things he says and how he discovered himself. It reminds me a lot of my own mind. Okay. I didn't realize he was that deeply spiritual, and how he incorporated that so heavily into his thinking. And that's where I thought, oh my God, there's got to be some connection there. And I can tell you right now, he was very introverted. I think he's definitely INFJ. You hear the way he talks. He's got all the traits of that. And he was that way most of his life. He's been, he talks about his journeys. Yeah. And I will audiobook that as well. Sounds interesting. Yeah, it's a pretty cool, like I said, memoirs. Just look up Carl Jung autobiography. That might even come up, and you'll see. And he talks about how he wrote this in his 83rd year of life. Now, he died when he was 85. He died. This was 2 years before his death, so it was a compilation of his whole works. So he was an old man when he's writing this book. Okay, he died in 1961. He was born in 1875, passed away in 1961. I believe he was 85 years old. He was just shy of his 86th birthday when it was, when he died, when he passed on. Okay, but that book was written in his 83rd year, and he mentions that a few times early on in the book. So. And that's so that you got to figure all his accumulated knowledge, everything he knew was put into that biography. And he was telling his story. Fascinating book, though. So that's the one I'm in the middle of right now. Okay. Yeah. So memories, dreams, is that it? Memories, dreams, reflection. I believe that's it. I was trying to remember exactly. That's it. So like I said, it's free on YouTube. It's out there. I've been hearing it out I'm sure you could probably find it in a book form as well. What was the last movie you saw? Seen any new movies? Um, I haven't seen any new movies in years. Many, many years. I don't even watch TV. Yes, I watch YouTube. I'm more drawn to YouTube only because um, it's it's what it is. I mean, you're drawn to things that interest you, and it's everything and anything you could ask for. You know what I mean? And it's basically somebody putting content out there that somebody's going to find interesting. Yeah, you're not just it's not just a radio station or anything. Yeah, but I can't remember the last new movie I've seen, and if I did, it was probably many years ago. I tend to if I do ever watch a movie, I always tend to gravitate to movies that I really liked. Things that are from my you know I I still gravitate to the movie Saving Private Ryan. That is one of the most brilliant, most masterful movies I've ever seen. I mean, you must have seen that. It's one of the best war movies I've ever seen in my life. Um, Sometimes I gravitate toward the Blues Brothers movie. I must have seen that probably 50 times in my life, maybe more. Uh, what are your hobbies? Um, you got to watch Shawshank Redemption. I have watched Shawshank Redemption. It was some years ago. I believe Tim Robbins is in that. Yeah, he's Shawshank Prison. Yeah, it's in Maine too, right? It's a state prison in Maine, and of course it's Stephen King. Yeah, it's been a while. What are my hobbies? Um, well, I work a lot. If you want to count being a YouTube content creator as kind of a hobby, if you want to count that, I mean, I could. I don't know if that counts. I mean, but I don't coin collect or stamp collect. I tried that stuff. Just I always drifted out of it. I just found it to be not my thing after a while. I tried little things like that. Um, I mean, I get into like, I think right now hobbies are just us really trying to discover and understand myself as much as I can. Especially not only just for the content for the channel, but for the idea of I just want to know who I really am. I want to find out. I mean, who I truly was meant to be. I'm trying to authenticate, and I think this whole idea of being on this channel, being part of YouTube, and the whole venture is kind of helped me out a lot, you know. But like I said, I do a lot of working. I just I mean, listen to YouTubes, watch YouTubes, listen to audiobooks here and there. That's all. And of course, making content. So you got to watch the Prestige. You got to watch The English Patient. Ah, yes, The English Patient, Elaine. I think I remember that was a Seinfeld episode, The English Patient. Uh, and I remember like it was Peterman, her boss. If I remember that whole episode was Elaine. I want you to. We're gonna go and see The English Patient. He made her like go with him to watch that movie, and she was like, no, she didn't want to see it. So every time I never seen The English Patient, but when I hear that title, I always think that like, wait a minute, English Patient, that was Peterman, right? So, let me ask you a question, Dark Horse. Can I ask you, are you from the United States? I mean, it looks like um, you could be. I mean, you're speaking English. I mean, I'm just wondering if are you American or are you from another country? Just curious. So, I mean, there's a lot of people from Australia, from England, sometimes. No, from Canada, Toronto, and Ontario. Okay, so from Canada, Toronto. Toronto's Ontario. That's right. So that is the capital of Toronto. Yeah, that's the capital of Canada right there. Okay. No, I was just curious because I'm thinking you got a good command of the English language, but I wasn't sure. I mean, from the questions you're asking that you were whether you were American or, like I said, you could have been English or Australian. There's quite a few Aussies in the audience as well, you know. So, but the Prestige. Don't know if I've seen that one, but then like I don't hear a lot of people citing the English Patient very often. Okay, but Ottawa is the capital. Oh, Ottawa. Thank you. Toronto is the biggest city in Canada. Okay, all right. I Ottawa. That's right. You got the Ottawa Senators hockey team. Senators is that's where they would have the Senate. Do they have a Senate? I thought they had a parliament or something like that. I thought they still had that whole. I thought they were still kind of under the British monarchy or something like that. Like this, I couldn't remember. I don't know. Okay. No, but that's pretty much it. I just I don't have a lot of like actual hobbies. I don't tinker too much. I mean, a lot of times I spend my time trying to discover myself, and I mean, I'm very much a loner though too. I mean, I'm typical as far as it goes. In fact, sometimes I feel like I'm like ungodly a loner, but I'm okay with it. It's like I feel like I wouldn't even know how to like get into a friendship or a relationship right now. I'd be like, I don't know if I could do it. Like I think I could probably do it for a short time, but I don't know. Peanut butter hot dog wiener guy. What is that? Oh, somebody. Haha. Ask me another question. Okay. Um, okay. Can I ask you a question? Are you a male or female? I'm just asking that because I don't know. I can't assume that. Sometimes I can tell by the picture that's on there or the name, but right now I don't know. But I don't want to assume that that you're a man or woman and find out I was incorrect. You know what I mean? So I'm just curious. I let's see, Vamp. I prefer YouTuber. I prefer YouTube where I can lean and learn and understand things about the world, even though it can be a messed up world we live in. Oh yes, a 38-year-old male with an American ethnicity. Okay, all right, that's fair enough. Again, I can't assume that sometimes. I mean, there was not Dark Horse could have been. It was really hard to tell from that. That's all. An American ethnicity. Okay, I get that. All right, got that. All right, and I take it you are inflicted with the rarest personality type, as we all are as well, or I would imagine so. American, not American. Ella. Oh, Armenian. Oh, excuse me, Armenian. Armenian, not American. My glasses aren't on. You know what? They look like. Oh, I see. Armenian ethnic. Okay, I do apologize with that. You know what? I There's a reason why I got glasses, and sometimes I don't necessarily wear them all the time, and I should when I read. So that's all. So I prefer YouTube where I can learn and understand things about the world, even though it can be a messed up world we live in. Oh, it's absolutely can be. Um, sometimes it baffles me how absurd things get passed off as normal. I've That's one thing I've noticed about the world is how flawed it is, especially human race. The human race is, I hate to say it though, human beings on average, we're really messed up. I mean, you just look around you. Now, I'm not saying everybody is. I'm not saying as a whole, because some of us have to get it. Somebody has to see it for what it is. Okay. Now, look, I got my flaws. I'm not a perfect guy. I'm not saying that, but I mean, it just amazes me sometimes on how crazy the world is. It really is. It's especially nowadays. Especially now, it's getting crazier all the time. I mean, the set of like moral values, the way people think, the way there's a lot of delusion out there in people. It's at an all-time high. It's crazy that it is. Something's gonna give sometime, though. It really can't go this long. So, but I know what you mean, though, Vamp. It can be messed up. There's no doubt about it. Somehow I think we're not supposed to fall prey to this world. We're supposed to be in this world, see it for what it is, but not be of it. Okay, because there is a lot of craziness. I think that's one of the reasons why I gravitate so much to being a loner. I mean, part of it is, yeah, it's who I am. I've always been like that, and I noticed the older I get, the more I become one, and the more I'm okay with it, though. Okay, but I think it has a lot to do with because it can be a very draining, stressful world out there, especially getting attached to so many people. And if you fall into and if you start getting mixed up with the wrong people, and unless you have a good background where you don't need them, then if you're going to need these people, they're going to just take you for everything you have, and they don't care about you. No, not to say everybody, but a good majority of the people, it's just all transactional. We live in a transactional world nowadays, it seems like. Uh, Hi, everyone. I see you, see me is out there. Well, hello there. It's good to see her out there again. I think you could easily make friends in like a volunteering group or something. You're quite charming. Charming, huh? I know I have that effect sometime. I guess I can be. Yeah, I can be charming. I can also be a ruthless SOB too. I mean, I'm not saying I'm gonna be like that with you, but it depends on who I am. I mean, who I'm around. I can be Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde though. I bet you understand what that is being like that though. But listen, when I'm around people that I feel comfortable with, yes, I'm very charming, of course. Yeah. All right. Hello, ICUC. Yes, good to see everybody's out there. We got some new people coming in so far. All right, that's awesome. Everybody's always welcome here, of course. I know your life without you speaking it. I can see where you come from. Oh, really? Really? Okay. I think a lot of times, um, hey, you know what? You didn't even see my shoes either. Remember Forrest Gump said, there's a lot you can tell about people by their shoes. Know where they are, know where they go, know where they've been, know where they're at. You know, remember that? And if you remember, right? If you ever look at Forrest Gump, you ever seen the movie Forrest Gump, right? Now he had a certain he was a unusual character, but there was a big lesson in that movie. Talk about movies that I've seen. Now I know this goes back to the '90s, okay, the old movie. But if you remember, what the first thing they showed, he was sitting on that bus stop bench waiting for the bus, right? And that's where most of the thing, he was just telling people stories. They'd come up and like he'd start telling people stories about him, right? If you remember right, the first thing they panned out and they showed his feet, they showed his shoes, and he had like grass stains and there were scuffs and rips and tears. His shoes were all mess, you know? And then it panned up, but you didn't catch that right away. It wasn't until later on in the movie he made that comment about you learn a lot from. Now this was Forrest Gump mentality. He'd look at people's shoes to find out what the character was. That was his way of figuring people out. And I'm not saying we do that, but it just made me think of that. And but I mean, sometimes just hearing somebody talk and just knowing like what they're all about. I mean, sometimes the stories they got, yeah, that's got to tell a story as well. Yeah, of course it does. Um, so on the same dark horse, this last week, I made a new friend in the shopping center because I helped calm down. I helped calm down from a panic attack. Oh, really? Vamp, you are that. That's the empathic nature in you. You have that empathy. You actually are. You have a way of, yeah, like soothing emotionals. Yeah, that's deep. That's very deep. Um, Usually people don't get close enough to me to do that. I think the thing is, I mean, I'm almost like shielded so much nowadays. I know I look kind of, I have a frightening look about me, and sometimes I wear that to the world, and I think that puts, but I think I need people at a distance so I don't suck up so many bad energies. Almost like, I feel like I push a lot of the world away. I think it's somehow but I wrestle with it too. I think, am I supposed to be doing that? Am I closing off? I wrestle with it too. Why? And should I let certain people in? I guess I have to let some people in. I do. Letting all of you in here. Okay. Vamp, that's very empathic and nice to hear. I don't think I can do that with other people. Yeah, that's right. In the 1930s, people wanted to understand how their minds worked. Psychology was more popular than religion here in America. That's the time people need to get back to wanting to understand the mind. Um, yeah, well, and that was right around the time, of course. Yeah, that was around the time like modern psychology was starting to really take off too. All the studies and all that, like I mean, that was right around the time of Freud and Jung too. Yeah, and not just those two, but yeah, but a lot of times, yeah, I would say there was a mixture of both. I mean, because spirituality and religion was very strong in this country right up until um, I'm going to say even until the 80s and 90s, somewhat, but it started tapering off. I've noticed in the last maybe 30 years, it started getting less and less. You go by an old church nowadays, and you don't even see like a cross on there, and that's like a weather vane. Like you see the steeples, there always used to be a cross or some remnants of like, you know, a Christian overtone, a reminder. You don't see that as much anymore. Like they've been taking off those crosses at the top of the steeples now. I've noticed. I mean, they still have them, but they're also very censored now. Or like the church, almost like the state stepped in, and you can't be so. You got to be a little more woke and a little more inviting to certain. I mean, Vamp, you must be nice to hang around with. I would think so. Vamp, that's very empathic and nice to hear. I don't think I can. I could do that with other people. Oh, all right. You don't think you could? Yeah. All right. Hey, Harp. Hey, look at who's in the house. Harp. Hey, you know what, Harp? I've actually been wondering where you were. If you might have, I asked a couple people, said, hey, I haven't heard from Harp. I hope he's okay. I just said, I hope he's doing okay. He was, if I remember right, you weren't feeling so good last week. You had a cold or something. And so I kept saying, I hope he's okay. I hope he's, he'll be in the house, but here he is. Catherine Myers talks with Young, and they got together with Young in the States. Oh, Catherine Myers talks with Young, and they got together. Oh, they did, didn't they? I haven't gotten to that point. Listen, I'm still I'm listening to his autobiography, and I'm not put to that point yet. Maybe that's later on in the years, possibly. I'm sure he must talk about that as well. I mean, he's still talking about, but man, the guy was super deep though. So much more different than the conventional teachings of psychology. There's no doubt about it. I'm officially filled with supervisor and slightly busier. Oh, I am officially fill in supervisor and slightly busier. Also had to organize an event over 100 people today. Yeah, okay. I figured that. I know you work at night, and I figured it's either you're not feeling good, or I'm thinking, he's probably just busy. That makes sense. That makes sense, man. I mean, your work has to come first, and you work on a Saturday night. Yeah, that's all. Cool. Hitting harps. Okay. Vamp is the nicest. Yes. Vamp, you got quite a following. You just touch people certain ways. You just have an infectious right away. Now, Dark Horse, You're fairly, I think you were here once. I think I've seen you like a couple weeks ago. But right away, I mean, yeah, Vamp just, you got something magnetic about her. Yeah. Very like, something, yeah. I mean, even spiders. She shed a. Did she tell you this story? She, what was it? The huntsman spider came up to you, walked up to you. It was a big spider in Australia. She's from Australia. And I guess these huntsman spiders are like tarantulas. They're large. And I guess it had something on its leg and it let her pick the thing off its leg. And it like it asked for help. Didn't you say that? Excuse me. Yeah. Vamp. Yeah, I found that fascinating. Now I'm like, I've always thought bugs were drawn to me, even spiders. I always thought that, but she said I wouldn't doubt it because I think sometimes animals, even spiders, I think are highly intelligent. We just can't see it because they just have a certain way. They kind of crawl around, they react, but there's an intelligence to them that we underestimate greatly. I think I really do, and I think they have a. I bet you they could even learn to trust. I think they can learn to trust us in some ways too. I believe it. I just don't. Uh, had to use all the good old extroverted feeling. Yeah, there you go. That sounds awesome for you. Yep. I had a PA and a hosting and greeting. Oh, I see. Jethro, sometimes I can be pretty cold, but I'm still sweet like ice cream. Personality pill. She was very easy, apparently very nervous but I made her feel comfortable. Oh, are we talking about the talking about you had to simmer somebody down? You had to kind of now you've done that a couple of times, huh? You talk about how you've had to didn't you somebody was you talk somebody like off a cliff off a bridge? Didn't you say you had somebody on a bridge and they were like, I mean, life sucks. I'm thinking of jumping, and you had to kind of intervene, and you got them to stop or something. Yeah, Vamp. Yeah, I mean, I hear stories from Vamp. I think, come on, you got to be kidding. She does. Yeah, it's just like that. Yeah, yeah. I can imagine. There's been quite a few stories out there. Uh, that's good. Um, I don't know. I haven't had too many opportunities to actually do too much of that. I mean, I suppose they're out there. I'm usually so like standoffish lately now. I'm kind of like, you know, I think I in a way kind of keep people at a distance, especially strangers in the world. I really do. I'm gonna say that. I don't I mean, I think I would be the type where I would spring into action if somebody was in true need. I know I would. I wouldn't just let somebody suffer or anything. But I don't go looking for. I'm not very. I mean, I'm not like rude. I'm just not inviting either. I think that's just who I am. The way I've evolved, I guess you could say, right? So, um, uh, it was full. It was fluff or lint. Uh, Let me ask you something. Would you go travel through the Amazon rainforest at an adventure and go through the wildlife and be at the risk of getting pneumonia with a random bug bite? Who are you asking that question to, me or to somebody else on the chat here? Uh, would I want to go to the Amazon rainforest? I tell you right now, if you're asking me that question, I mean, okay, I would say, you know, I would be open to it, but I'd have to, I'd probably want to be with somebody who knew that what they were doing. I'd probably want to be with a guide because that rainforest, unless you can't just go in there like a babe in the woods into a jungle like that. It's incredibly dangerous, and unless you know your way around and know what things are poison, because there are poison frogs. There are these even in the rainforest, even frogs, those brightly colored ones. Just touching them will make you sick. There's piranhas in the Amazon in the rivers. That can strip you down to like bare bones in minutes, especially if there's hundreds of them. There's snakes. There's panthers. And there's also just the plant life. It's a very, very dangerous place. You'd have to know what you're doing. You have to really be equipped for that. And of course, I think you have to actually have equipped. You probably need machetes. You probably need all sorts of gear, protection. Probably need a large caliber rifle just in case. You never know. I mean, there's got to be things out there. Yeah. So I mean, I would be okay with it only if I knew somebody was there that knew what they were doing. You know what I mean? I mean, I could navigate a human jungle in the city pretty well. I mean, that's my environment. I mean, I can deal with that. But the wild stuff like that, yeah, that's another ball game right there. Dark horse, I would be in a heartbeat. Well, there you go. So Jethro, no questions asked. Put me in that rainforest. I'm good with that, man. I'm good with it. I don't need nobody guiding me. Yeah, that's fine. No. Hey, that was my hey, flow state. Oh, hey, Indy just came into the house. Have you been out there a while, Indy? Would you just sent a gift? What did you do there? Flow state, huh? Okay, what is Florida State? What does that mean? Flow State. I'm not even sure what exactly that is, but I want to thank you that, Indy. How are you? Good to see you in the house as well. And it looks like you got did you get that super chat? Did that, everybody must have saw that come up, right? Awesome. Okay. Just got off of work. Oh, you work late. Yeah, we got a lot of people working late, working right up until midnight. What do you got, graveyard shifts? Sounds like almost graveyard shifts out there, right? Hey, I would be still working. I'd be just getting off of work too if it was during the weekday. I mean, luckily, I've got my time I'm working here as far as my. I mean, I'm off work obviously, as you know, but yeah. Well, that's awesome. Well, that is awesome, though. So flow state 200. Oh, 200 joules. Oh, is that what that is? 200 joules. See, I'm still not even sure what that stuff means. I have to look into that. I know the little gifts and stuff that they can do, and yeah. But well, how you doing, Indy? How's things going? I know you're living in Texas. Indy is from Texas, and I know he just moved recently, and if I remember right, he lives with his cat. He lives with his cat, right? If I remember right, Indy. So he's closing. Okay, so closing. Just got off work, was closing then. All right, awesome. Yeah, that sounds like an experience. Okay. Well, anyway, so I don't know, but I mean, I'm the type. I used to hike a lot. In fact, last time I went up hiking, I went up to what is it? Oh, I'm trying to think of Mount Arcadia National Park, which is in Maine. I know this is part of my world, my area, but it's like a 4-hour drive from my house. Now I went up there 3 years ago. This is the last vacation I took when I was waiting for the closing of my house. I took a trip 3 days. I went up to Mount Desert Island, which is in Maine, and it's Mount Arcadia National Park, part of Bar Harbor. What a unbelievable place! That whole coast of Maine is like a jagged, rocky coast. But what baffled me was how it's like you go from like this jagged, rocky shore, and maybe 30 feet later, you're into these deep, deep, dark forests, like pine trees and massive, tall trees. Typically when you see a beach, it's like it stretches out and it's just beach, like sand beaches, and they're usually really wide, like 100 100 yards wide. You know what I mean? Usually, sometimes shorelines are like that. But you get into Maine, and all of a sudden, you get into the northern part, up into that area, and they have a very jagged, rocky shore, and the forests are right up, like just feet away from it. And it's surreal in a way. It's like you're looking at this forest right here, and then you're looking over here at the ocean, and you're looking at these jagged rocks. And it's just like something you never see before. And there were parts of that too, where I'd take a walk on a trail, and you'd hit an area like a beach, and it looked like, I swear, you look like you were on a desert island, like marooned, like you were shipwrecked. You know, there's nobody around. It's quiet. All you hear is the waves washing up on the shore, and you're just drinking it in, saying, "Wow." You know, I mean, just, and I'm there by myself. I just went alone, and I was just like digging the whole idea of like feeling like I was, you know, isolated in a sense. And you talk about an isolating feeling, but it was quite enriching in a way. And meanwhile, you could tell it was like early in the season. It was probably May. Nothing really bloomed yet, right? At that point. And all the trees, they were like trees that looked like they came down in the winter, that were still stripped down. So it even had like that, it looked like a massive storm hit it, like maybe a week or two earlier. And you could tell it was still storm, like storms hit there. Like it was nice and sunny and pleasant at the time I was there, but you could see the aftermath of some treacherous weather right on that shore not long before that, you know. So I mean, I excuse me, but the whole time I was just like seeing it, just taking it in. That was one of the most amazing places I had gone in my life, was just that. And not only that, there's a place called Cadillac Mountain up there in Mount Arcadia. It's like I said, it's Mount Arcadia National Park. It's an island. It's an island that's a short distance from the shore. It's only like, I would say, probably just feet away from the shore. So there's a bridge that links the island to the mainland. So you can take a bridge. That's what I did. There was one way in, one way out of there. Okay, and it was actually Mount Desert Island, is what it's called. But it was like a uniquely wonderful forest island with jagged rocky shores, just in unbelievable landscapes, just unbelievable shorelines. And on top of Cadillac Mountain, people go up there and see the sunrise. In fact, I did that. I actually took a video of the sunrise up there, and I watched that sunrise because it's the highest point, and you're right on the Atlantic Ocean, so you can see that sunrise right there. And at that time, it was kind of cool in a way, because it was kind of cloudy the day I was there, and there was like a big pink horizon, like there was a big pink cloud, and then eventually it started just coming out of the just like it was giving birth in a sense. And at one point, that sun looked like an opening eye, like one eye just staring. It almost looked like the eye of God, like just awakening on the day. I actually got a photograph. I'm gonna have to pull it. Maybe I'll post that. I gotta do that. Maybe I gotta post that thing. But it was some of the most incredible. Like I took some nice pictures of that whole thing. But I just watched that whole sunrise right there. You know. So that was one of the better moments I had. You know. So you were asking like where I travel and stuff. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about rainforest, but that island was cool. That island, it almost kind of zooms you back into thinking like what it would have been like. Almost feeling like you're marooned on an island, you know. In random news, my lady friend that I'm dating paid for our last date, and she picked me up. Oh, so now you got ladies picking you up and bringing you on dates, then, huh? What are you, gigolo or what, huh? Hidden hop. It's a gigolo over there. Huh? I feel like the princess. Oh, yeah. Well, nowadays, yeah, you are a pretty princess. Oh, I wasn't going to say that. It sounds more like he's a gigolo or something like that or something. But why is she buying you dinner? Hey, you know what? I'm all for that. Women are strong and independent. They don't need no man, and they want equality. Why is it up to us? They wanted equality. Well, they can pay for dinner sometime. How about that? Okay. But why does all their equality have to end when it's time to pick up that check on a bill? Why is it a man's duty to pay for that meal or pay for the cab, open that door? Hey, wait a minute. You wanted equality. That was supposed to be, patriarchy and misogyny. But somehow that goes away when it's time to get the pay for the bill. And then we call the guy the princess when it's like, hey, didn't you redefine the nature of the dating world? Isn't that's all you, right? Yeah, that's what you asked for, right? Then there you go. So there you go. Enjoy it. Hey, you ain't no princess. Enjoy that for some time, That's what they asked for, okay? There you go. Tom knows. I know. I watched Taylor the Fiend too, You ever watch Taylor the Fiend? He's Australian. I know. I've talked about him before. I watch a couple of those guys, those red pill types, and they talk. I love those TikTok videos, You get all these women that are like, yeah, they talk like they do. And then they're like, why don't men approach women anymore? I was all dolled up. I went to a bar and I was hoping to get picked up, and not one man came up to me. They're in their princess era. They're all being like women now. I'm like, wait a minute, women! You told men to leave you alone. You told men to, you know, leave you alone. Let you can live your life. And all of a sudden they're crying when men do just that. Men started not approaching them, didn't pick them up. They aren't going up to them anymore. And then they're like, what happened to men? It's like, yeah, but it was pretty much what you told them not to do. Taylor the Fiend was the first red pill guy I watched. Yeah, he's big too. He's really big out there. There's no doubt. He's got that Australian accent, real deep voice, and he's a cartoon character. That's all. I don't think anybody's ever seen what he really looks like. He's that cartoon guy, is all he is. He looks like a vampire, right? He's funny. I mean, his stuff, it's hilarious, the stuff he pulls out on the TikTok, And but that stuff's really out there though. It really is. Fucks. I spoiled my partner when I go out. Like I pay every now and then I pay. Well, that's okay. It should be. And after tacos after ice cream, heartburn, baby. Yeah. Oh yeah. Tacos after ice cream. All the equality talk. Something needs lifting or care. Yeah, all that equality talk until something needs lifting or carrying. Yeah, that's right. All of a sudden yeah. Oh yeah, they want to be strong and independent. They want the men to, do all that, pick up the check, open the doors, be the man. But they're not going to be the traditional woman, though. They're not going to be the housewife who cooks and cleans and raises the children. No, see, that's misogyny. That's hatred. See, that's oppression. Yeah, but a man is supposed to be, buying the flowers and the dinners and stuff. Yeah. Well, men said, screw that. You want equality? Now you pay equal, And then they try to gaslight you and shame you. Oh, you're like a woman now. And like, yeah, okay, right? Yeah, well, you got what you asked for, Yeah, we don't say, oh, wait, Vamp, we don't say what happens. Okay. Oh, we don't say when it happens. Oh, when you pay for the check occasionally? Yeah, that's okay. Even humor a guy every so often. I guess nowadays too, you see a lot of these trends going on. We're on TikTok. There are always these viral trends these women start playing on men. Now, I tell you, sometimes these modern women, as they call them, they seem like they don't want to bring a guy peace. Men want peace, right? But primarily, right? But they're starting these tests. Like I see this one woman, she's got a camera set up in her kitchen, and they're at a counter, her and her either husband or boyfriend or whoever. She takes a bottle of ketchup, and she just purposely squirts it on the counter. And then she's like, "Can you clean that up for me?" Like obviously toying with him. And the guy's like, "No, you just made the mess. No." And then she kept insisting, "Clean it up for me." And then it's something to do, like if he doesn't, then he's inconsiderate. And if he does, then, I can't remember what the whole thing was all about, but it just seemed like it was a stupid little test like that. And then there's other ones too. There's other little things like that. I can't remember all of them. Oh, will you peel an orange for me? I mean, like they come up with these little viral trends, I hate those videos. Oh, yeah. Uh, I honestly, oh, everybody's going away. I'm talking about red pill and everybody's ducking out. Come on. uh, I gotta go. I gotta do that. You gotta go. You gotta do it back at her at that point. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Why not just say, "Okay, I tell you what, honey. Oh, sure. I just squeeze it over in here. Here, I'll clean this one up. Now you clean up that one." And make it just a little bigger than that. And say, "There you go." And do, like play a tit for tat, right? As the old saying goes. I guess that's what you'd have to do, right? Yeah, that's just. I guess there's a bunch of little tests that they start playing, I mean, but again, they show them right on the videos. I mean, it's right there. So. Indigo, I have absolutely zero human polluting for sanctity in my life, except at work. In my personal time, straight solitude. No friends, no women, just peace and quiet. I'm only here to witness the end times. Oh, so you got pretty much, so you got a lot of good, so at work you're by yourself then. You got a good job that you can be alone then, huh? I notice I work best when I work alone as well. I'm not very good when I work with other people. I mean, I can if I have to, but I prefer to be by myself. Most of my jobs have always just been myself, and I got a job now that I work alone, and I'm good with it. Yeah, exactly. LOL. Do it big. Do it bigger. Go big or go home. That's right. That's yeah. Sounds like we're all pretty much in that same thing, I think, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've always gravitated to loan ventures, loan jobs and things like that. Sounds like, yeah, we all do that. That's common with us, it seems like, isn't it? Yeah, definitely is. But I'm trying to find something here. So we are, how many hours are we into this? Yeah, we are into, let's see what's going on here. I'm checking my analytics. Well, I see a few people subscribe since I started the broadcast this today. Sounds like I gained a few subs. All right, that's awesome. I figured that might be. I don't know when they came in exactly, but I think when I started, it now says 1.14. Like what they do now with the subscription count is they give you the percentage of 1,000 that you have. Like right now, if you looked at my subscription count, it would say 1.14. So that means 1,000, and the 14 is the percentage of 1,000 that you have. So like 140 something. So it holds that for 10. So it's just different how they start counting it when they count it differently. They don't count every little one anymore. So, all right. So I was just curious to see that. So, and welcome to the live chat. Hey, Tom, I have a chat up. I have a chat up there. Wants to know what you think. Oh, okay. I have a chat up there. Wants to know what you think. Let me check. All right. I'm going to check out it's on your chat, Jethro? I must have missed what you said. I do apologize, my friend. I just, I try to catch everybody and let me see what you said. Okay. Is it this one here? It's funny us men can go in between masculinity and femininity while still maintaining our masculinity. And I'm sure some for INFJ females. Oh yeah. Um, well, I mean, that's one. Yeah, it's funny how we say that. I know we joke that he's being like a princess and all that, and I know, but well, I guess usually with an INFJ man, I think yeah that's see. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I think is that something we all do, especially as as INFJs. I think we can kind of see that side in ourselves. Listen, I used to see that side, especially when I was much younger. I used to see when I was in my 20s, especially. I mean, I knew I was a man. I was masculine. I never had any like proclivities to be. I mean, I was always a straight man. I mean, I am, and I always have been. But I did see sometimes I saw little traces of like femininity in my side, and I tell you, I used to hate that. I'd never admit that. See, I've come a long way. People, I've come a long way. I could never have admitted that and said that to you. Maybe 20 years ago, I'd say, yeah, I would just know. I would have known it, but I buried it. I did. But I had to come to grips with that, and then I realized that that's kind of an INFJ trait thing. Like the men have a little bit of a trace of that. That's part of like our personality. That's just that too. But I've come to grips with it so much I can say, yeah, I've seen traces of that, but I don't hide from it. I don't, I used to kind of bury that. I repressed that because I was ashamed of it. I thought I'm a man, I can't act like that. That feminine side of me is wrong. Not only that, I mean, I wasn't the only one who noticed it. Other people could see that in me sometime. And I says, yeah, I get razzed for that. I got into fights for it a few times. I used to get slurs said to me. Yeah. But yeah, not so much anymore. I mean, I feel, but yeah, I guess I came to grips with that. But I'm like, how could you be so insensitive to women sometimes? LOL. Wen's has some videos on it. Oh, on the whole thing we're talking about, Jethro? Okay. There is a video on that from Wen's. Oh, about the man being about the feminine side and the man and things. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure she covers a lot of different things, topics. I keep thinking eventually I want to have a video myself about that as well, but I need to learn a little bit more before I start doing a video about something like that. I need to be like have like all my facts straight as much as I can anyway. All right, but sometimes sometimes I have to be I I infuse my own experience and my own life into it, and also what I think is more common with all of us, right? And I think that's a common conception. And I notice I've always seen that in myself, and I never liked it, but something we have to come to grips with. The anima and the animus, as Carl Jung said, there was those two archetypes within us that are part of men and women both have these archetypes. Did you know that? The animus and the anima are both like they're basically the yin to our yang. Even in our subconscious, in our character, as our being. I mean, yeah, we're male and female. We're separate, genders, as you know. I mean, we have the plumbing that's different. We have the different body types, but we also have different spirits too. As you know, we do. We have a different spirit and a different temperament and different way of thinking. But Carl Jung described the animus as the side that the female yearns for. That's the animus. The anima is the feminine side that the masculine reaches for. Now that's part of our human attraction. We're attracted to beautiful women as a man. When we see a beautiful, feminine, sweet woman, we're attracted to that. Okay? We're drawn to that, right? Instinctively. And that's a good thing. I mean, that means you're a normal functioning man, right? Same thing with a woman. When a woman sees a masculine man and she's attracted to that, that's her animus that she's reaching for. But Carl Jung did say that these are two archetypes that cry for each other in our psyche and our soul, in a sense. So he said that our attraction to man and woman was based upon almost like the incompletion within ourself. Like, we have that kind of like the yin to the yang. I mean, in the Chinese philosophy, I believe it was there's always that yin and yang. You got that circle. There's a completed circle, but one is like a puzzle piece that is black. The other one is white. And of course, you have the spot that's like equally symmetric to balance the yin to the yang. Without one or the other, then that's not a complete circle. Okay? Now, in the psyche of the man and woman, the man has that incomplete yin to the yang. So, but Carl Jung said that was part of the integration of a man has to integrate with his anima, and the woman, females have to integrate with their animus. It's a kind of an integration of the completion of their own psyche that they cry for, that they long for. The outer longing they had for a woman, in a woman case for a man, for each other. We think we're longing for somebody else, that attraction to the opposite sex, right? He's saying that it's we're actually crying for that own completion within our own self, in a sense. And part of the whole completion of finding a completion and a true authentication in yourself, basically, is us finding a completion within that anima or animus within ourself. Almost finding that yin to the yang. But typically, I think this is the stage that most of us forget, is that we have to find that completion within us before we get married. A man should find that completion before he gets married. He has to find himself, his true self, whether you call it the anima, whatever you want to call it. There has to be a completion. I mean, it could be just called having grace with your spirit, grace with God himself, finding some kind of completion with your spirit where you do not feel alone anymore, where you don't need somebody to fill that void in your psychological, say, because that need to fill your void is your animus that you're crying for as a man, and vice versa with the woman. Yeah. But basically, somehow with the 9 of J, I mean, we have both of us living, and I think, is it possible that our anima in a man is like I said, INFJs, they have both the side. They have the feminine side and the masculine side. And at times you can actually see that point in us. Okay? I mean, in a physical manifestation, in our action, maybe the way we smile, maybe the comment we make. It seems like it's a little bit feminine or it's a little bit masculine, right? But that is in a sense the what we're crying to complete, in a sense. But when you have completed that animus anima within yourself and you found completion, then you have accepted who you are. You're no longer wrestling with your own identity. Yeah, you are complete in it. You see it for what it is, but you know that that's part of your completion. Yeah, and then you have integrated your true self. See, that's another archetype. That's how deep Carl Jung was. This is some of the stuff he's talking about, that audiobook I've been listening to. It's deep stuff. It really is. So you just got me spiraling out there, Jethro. But I'm glad you did, because you're absolutely right. Your comments you said were spot on, though. And but yeah. Let's see. Personal, about people getting triggered without trying, and it would annoy me if I triggered. I hear you. Yeah, fun in the sun. Authenticity is only important achievement. No growth occurs without self-awareness. Indy, you're very wise. You have these quotes that are just like very, you got very potent quotes in just a sentence. You can put so much. You got a good way of like writing things, that you just do. Into your life is a performance. Unaware that you're performing to yourself, Dark Horse. I unnerve people all the time because I refuse to perform. My mirror is so clear, people get triggered. The female, let's say, and the female has it easier because maybe we have more logic being a male. See, I think I told you before. It's something about I really gravitated toward that logical side to me. Like I mean, I sensed that I had the FE and the sensitivity, and I told you, like I really had I gravitated more toward the logical side, and I built that part of me. I feel like I've always been like that, but occasionally, yeah. Something dragging you positively, making you better. Trust me, it works especially when your negative side wants to dominate. I have a major trauma and PSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. Oh, I do believe, Jethro, I've always been told more of a tomboy than a feminine female because I wasn't into makeup or fashion. Is that right? Yeah, I think you said something about that too, Vamp, before. Yeah. Indy, have you tried not doing that? Yes, both. Blessed and been an emotional roller coaster lately, up and down, into bliss and acceptance, and then into resentment and despair. Being male empath is a particular form of torture. Your feminine INFJs, you female INFJs have it easier. Yeah, I think that is something that I've heard too. Is that the female INFJ is a little more equipped, is a little more geared to be INFJ. Yeah, that this is a tough one as a man. Yeah, that it is. I've heard that said too, and like what you just said though, Indy, is absolutely true. It's torturous for a man. It can be. I think early on in my life it was. I think again, all I can tell you is that in the more you strive toward your, as you get older, as you get, I mean, I think you're a few years younger than me. And I went through a lot of that too. But as you get older, though, things start unfolding. They should anyway. They really should start to. But obviously, you have to want to. You have to want to be geared that way, to strive for that to happen and see things unfold. But that's all I've noticed, is that my life's gotten better as I have developed myself. So Wins has some videos on it. Yeah, I'll have to. I think I know I've seen a couple before about that. I haven't seen too many lately, but yeah, I always wondered why that was. Sometimes I know. I mean, I know the world has a certain way of thinking. That sometimes they encourage that, and if you have something latent within your character, that's not, you should let that out. It kind of, don't wrestle with it. Yeah, not just integrate it, but just kind of, let it into your whole being. Even if you got to get surgeries in order to make it complete. You know what I mean, right? That's what I mean. Sometimes I think you see the craziness of the world sometimes for what it is, and how insane it really is. So, I mean, the world's way of thinking now is just, it's beyond integration. It's like being, almost adopting that in a delusional mindset, Yeah. Oh, okay. So, yeah, we're touching on some touchy subjects here, I guess, a little bit. 50. Oh, Indy, you're 50 years old. Okay. All right. I knew you were younger than me, is what I said. You're 50. I think I remember that. So you're coming into your own. You should be. I would hope you should be. I would imagine so. It's funny at 39 to hear you like, I think you like with just a slight more lightness to me, and understand everything you're saying. I call it being a hyper INFJ. That's right. being a hyper. Let me ask you something, Tom. Okay, go ahead, Dark Horse. I will look for your question. I'm trying to get caught up in everybody's I was trying to get caught up in everybody's comments here too. If you'd like to ask a question, go ahead. I'll be here. Uh, torturing myself would be allowing distortion in my life. I am pure and unsullied by others. Okay. Unsullied, huh? Torturing myself would be allowing distortion in my life. I'm pure and unsullied by others. Okay. My last chat was for you, Indy. Okay. Okay. Oh, you're 50. Oh, you're 50, right? Oh, that's what it was. Okay. Okay. Got that. I see that. You were asking if he was 50. Expanding can person journaling and anything else meaning to contribute. Okay. All right. Well, Dark Horse, you were going to ask me a question. I was thinking, oh, there it is. Okay. Let's see. You got it. Do you think that YouTube listens to your camera feed and changes the algorithm based on your content? Do you think YouTube overall monitors everything you do and changes your content based on it? Okay. You are grand. You are a granddad. You are a granddad. I know I should be, right? I know YouTube algorithm. Do I think it changes? I know one thing. It does everything from speech to text. I know they have these really elaborate computer systems that that see the patterns of what you're talking about. Yeah, they see everything, and they translate that right into text. They're absorbing what it is. I mean, you're asking basically, are they doing it on the fly? Like as you're in live chat right now, are they adjusting the algorithm based on what I'm talking about? It's a good possibility. I mean, I heard it is that algorithm system that they have is like they're getting it smarter and smarter all the time. It's actually it grows its capability all the time, from what I understand too. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, that's a very interesting question, and I don't quite exactly know the answer, but I'm telling you, there's probably a lot to that. But honestly, I don't know if it's that fast right now. You got to figure also, a lot of things are going on YouTube at the same time. There are millions of people like watching videos right now, even watching other live streams somewhere in the world. YouTube is going on. So this thing has to keep an eye on all of that stuff too. We're just focusing on my one broadcast here. I don't know if it's instantaneous. Sometimes it takes YouTube a little bit of time to actually catch up a bit, because when I upload a video, sometimes they encourage me to upload a video, put the description in the title, do some of the edits and things like that, and then leave it there for 48 hours. Okay. Now YouTube has to go through 48 hours. They throw little tests out. They test it out on other people, on other test groups that are similar, to see how well the click-through rate goes. See how long people, what the average time they spend on the video, how long they watch it, and how long they click through, things like that. They test it. So sometimes it takes 48 hours for them to determine. I don't think it's quite instantaneous. It might take a few hours for them to process. I think they base it on an algorithm, but I mean, being that I've been here a few hours though, I don't think it's that quick. I think it might take, maybe the next broadcast I have, it might change up a little bit. So, but that's still an interesting question though. It really is. So, okay. Well, hopefully I answered that. Well, we have 7 watching. I notice it's dropping off a little bit here and there. There was more before, but I guess because it's getting so late. It's already 1:30 in the morning. I can't believe it. I've been here for again, this is like a marathon live broadcast like I'm doing again. And I've been doing these regular, but it's another one like that. Let's see. Uh, I think they do even. Let's see. A hacker. I was very interested in Google when I appeared. I have a question for the chat. Do everyone get angry? Does anyone get angry? Oh, there you go. Vamp wants to know who gets angry. Let's see. I think I knew a gurgle and then. Okay, Dark Horse. I think they do even with Google and YouTube because they are the same company. They watch you and change everything you do based on everything you look up and research. Pretty much everything you do. Yeah, I heard something about that. That Google. Yeah, that's a good point. I think you're onto something. Whatever you just said sounds very. I think I've heard that before. I think I've heard that on some of those. Those professional YouTube ones that the tutorial ones are the ones that give you advice. Yeah, I've heard them say stuff like that. They're always watching you. They're trying to see what you click on, how long you are. They're always gathering information on you. So you're saying if you just go onto Google and you just Google certain phrases that have nothing to do with YouTube, Google is still part of that, even though it's not YouTube. Yeah, that's a good possibility. Yeah. So I think yeah, they are gathering. How long it takes exactly to process though? You're asking if it's within the same broadcast. Are they changing the algorithm within this whole broadcast? Like, are they sending me different people since I started this broadcast versus now, based on what I've said during this whole live? Yeah, I don't know how quick it is. How long the process? Does it take a few days? Does it take a few hours? That I'm not sure. Yeah, they're changing everything based on what you do with AI. Yeah, I barely get angry, but I do wish I could get angry sometimes, man. Okay, I'm going to answer that question, Vamp, about being angry. I noticed that lately, though, especially in the last few years, I don't get angry as much, especially not with other people. Especially no, I don't get angry that much anymore. I think I've really settled down quite a bit. In fact, I've gotten better at controlling my emotions, especially negative ones. I mean, sometimes I mutter under my breath if I drop something or get clumsy. Like last night, I was enjoying a glass of wine before I went to bed. I've been trying to do that. It helps me relax. And I spilled the wine on my table. And you should have heard me go, you, and I mean, I did get mad like at myself. And for a few times I sputtered and I went through I had my Führer complex came out. Yeah, the Führer complex. I coined that on a short before when, all of a sudden, like that, the Führer kind of rears his head, You dumb cough, he would get all angry like that, right? And I called that's what it is, because I do that personally, and I'm always angry at myself. I was cursing myself more than anything. But usually it's quick, it's a quick little 2-second outburst, and then I'm done. I don't think about it for long. It doesn't ruin my night. I'm like, all right, I dropped the wine, but so that's about the worst of my anger now. Little short bursts that go away pretty quick. It takes me more seconds than the government says now. You can have a look into the camera and say, support Israel, please. Oh, come on. I think N. We have is this a spammer here? It takes more than a second. I'm with the government and I'm here to assess and audit your channel. Can you? I see. You want to assess the channel. Can I have you look at the camera and say you support Israel? Oh gosh. Has anybody seen that from N? tell me this isn't some kind of somebody from the government that audits my channel, but it's telling me I have to support a certain cause. And if I look at the camera, does that make any sense? Now listen. Not to say you do or don't support the cause, but just because you put me on the spot, I'm not going to do that. Okay. But the depths. Okay, so how do you audit a channel anyway? I mean, what do you do? You know? Oh my gosh, you don't do that during a live broadcast. You don't. I'm auditing your channel. How stupid do you think people are out there? You know? Okay. Oh, that's actually kind of funny. Home of the brave until it's time for the Second Amendment, coward. Oh, see? Here goes. I thought you were I thought you were auditing my channel from the government. That's something that somebody from the government wouldn't talk about, call somebody a coward. But then again, maybe you would, you know. Well, obviously, the true coward is the one that has to hurl the insults. You know what I mean? Truly. They're trolls. I know that. I know that. I see that. Trolls, fake. Oh, I know that. I see that now. It's just funny that they put stuff out there. Oh yeah, okay. It just got me laughing. That's all. Week ago. Apparently, I'm very weird among friends because they don't get at any. I don't get at anything, even when I'm playing games, and it's frustrating. Wait a minute. Okay. Oh, hey, George Porge. Look at that. Indy. Yep. Most of men become Sigma males, it seems. Most INFJ men become or are Sigma males, it seems. Hey, that's another thing. I was trying to figure out what exactly. It's funny you bring that up too, George. I sometimes question what exactly is the Sig. You know, I hear so much talked about Sigmas and Sigma men and what exactly they are and how they are. And I not to say I wrestle with it, but I don't make a big deal out of it. But I sometimes question. I mean, I put out a short, like I put out a short that's like it keeps climbing. It's like got thousands and thousands of views, you know. It's one of my most popular shorts I've ever. It's called just the Sigma INFJ. And I basically was talking about, you know, how all Sigmas turn into INFJs in their own way. They just forge that way. I did say that in one of my videos. And I mean, I don't know how true that is if all of them do. I mean, it all depends on. I think you have to forge. I mean, as long as you're not, as long as you're forging that way, I would think you do. Yeah, as long as you're learning, as long as you're growing, developing, becoming more and more. I think a lot of the whole idea of the Sigma is the internal fortitude that you find. It's that ultra autonomy within yourself. It's that being alone and not feeling alone, not needing anything, and being very independent, being that lone wolf, that ultimate lone wolf. And I think that's the highest pinnacle of your calling, of your being in a way. And it's your completed authentic self. That's another thing too. I mean, finding out that that's your completion of yourself. Okay. Carl Jung talked about the self, talked about the completion. And yeah, that's your whole pinnacle of who you are. Okay. Yeah. But I mean, I think a lot of times, there's other types. I mean, INTJs, INFPs, I think those two, INTJs and INFJs, those types can be the Sigmas. It's based in their character, especially. But yeah, it's interesting you said that. You think that in a way all Sigma males, Sigma INFJ, all INFJ men eventually morph into the Sigma. I mean, I don't know exactly how true that is, but I think a majority of them, that they just naturally do, you know. So Hidden Harp, I couldn't imagine. I'm in Iowa and I can't stand. God is control and is much better in relinquishing control. Los Angeles, no way, you're a champ. Tom, you got to check the chat more often because you are enthusiastic about talking to us and answering us. Okay, I tend to get into my I start talking and then I look away from I feel like I have to watch and I'm trying to address you too, so you know I'm talking to you. I try to backtrack a bit. Wow, what were you trying to say there, Dark Horse? About you talking to us. Let me see. Okay. Did I miss Sigma? Oh, Dark Horse. Sigma is a type of personality that is supposed to be a in control of their life. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's if you want to wrap it right down into just saying in control, yeah. I think it's not just in control; it's actually being, yeah. I guess if you want to say independent, being have a hyper autonomy, being self-sufficient, but also being spiritually completed in a sense too. It's a spiritual thing. It's spiritual. It's mental. It's psychological. All of that. It's like you said, being in control, where you've found a pinnacle in your life. Yeah, you're in control of your life. You're independent, but also you're completed. You found completion in your heart. And you don't need anybody. Nobody can manipulate you because they have no leverage on you. Yeah. That's one of the things too, is because most of the time we tend to be weak, especially in the love department, especially in our need for, need for companionship, let's say. And typically, yeah, we'll tolerate a lot because we don't want to be alone. I mean, a lot of men are like that. And I think I think all men we go through a bit of a bout of that, but it's up to us to find that completion within ourselves. I mean, I talked about the whole anima kind of completion, finding that completion within each other, like the yin to your yang within your psyche. Yeah, basically. I mean, either way you want to put it, you can get into the psychological of it, or you can just, either way, I think that's basically what it is. Yeah. All right. But also it's also a Sigma is somebody that has developed they have figured themselves out as far as they've figured out their empathy. They figured out their emotions. They know how they're no longer governed by their emotion. They're not drawn by their sensitivities anymore. All that stuff. They've figured themselves out. All of that, which would make them in control. I guess it all boils down to the control of that, because everything was fine-tuned and honed in by them. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. So we're troubleshooting it. That's mainly it. All right. And of course, all right. Let's see. They walked my path too many times. Let's see. Take a serious loss of trauma to crack the show. Some egos don't die easy. Yeah, hyper autonomy. That's a good way to put it. Yeah, you like the hyper autonomy. Is that what I said? Yes. I would have to say that's personality pill. So Jethro, being a Sigma male, INFJ, is not easy to obtain. I think it's half and half. Okay, so you don't think all of them. Again, I think you have to want that. You don't, it has to be something. I mean, in a sense, it's default, but you know what? You could spend half your life escaping too. You could not come out of your shell. You could always wallow. You could always want to wallow and find fault and always find blame and never own up. Never look inside yourself. Even on as INFJ, you could always do that as well, and you won't Sigma. You won't become that because you're always blaming somebody. You got to face all that. All that has to be behind you, has to be coped with in your life to find that state of yourself. Yeah. I think a Sigma female is rarer than the male. Yeah, that's you think so? Yeah. I think that's so we're talking about the Sigma male because we're men. We know we're men, but Sigma female, I mean, you got to figure she's got to be highly autonomy herself, and she's got to be basically the same criteria. They have to be, they have to have discovered exactly their hyper autonomy within themselves, in control of themselves, and also have introspected where they have figured out their own self. Okay, as women, yeah. I mean, yeah, as you know, men and women think differently. I mean, yeah, you look at some of them TikTok videos, that's kind of obvious, isn't it? All right. But not all women are as crazy like those. You know, there are some women that get it, though. There are some smart women out there, you know. Not saying all just the women that agree with men, not saying that. But I mean, then you see some of these women that, you know, they'll make statements that where they're calling out other women for how crazy they are. So these are the ones you have to say that are getting it. They're seeing it. They're not delusional, and they got a good head on their shoulders, and they do make sense. And these, I tell you, I respect those women. I see the ones that get it and talk, and I'm actually attracted to that mindset. I really am. I hear them like, and they're not crazy. They get it. They think rational. That's very attractive, I think, to a Sigma male as well. They see that as attractive. They're not attractive to the crazy delusional woman. Yeah. And I think a woman that reaches that point, for one thing, and of course becomes, you know, just recognizes it, doesn't allow that delusion that these other ones do, and doesn't always blame everybody else. Yeah, that's all part of it. And also being ultra independent and not craving the same way a man doesn't need a woman anymore. So she wouldn't need a man, not in that same way. Yeah. But is it rarer? Probably. Yeah. It probably is rarer than that because I think men in general, now this doesn't get said a lot. I think men in general have a better time at solitude than women really do. I know they don't like to hear that. Now some women can do it. Some Sigma women, I'm sure they can. But on average though, I think men have an easier time. They can self-reflect. We're much more self-reflective than we give ourselves credit for, you know. And we can look introspect. Even extroverted men can at least have some level of introspection sometime. I mean, it depends on the man, of course, but I think as a whole, though, as a whole, as an average, I think men are actually can cope better with solitude and being alone, or they figure it out. I know there'd be a lot of women that would disagree with that. Say it's just the opposite. No, men need women because they want us to need them. Yeah, they're the concupiscence of their being depends on us being needy for them. I'm talking about the delusional ones, you know, those TikTok ones especially. It all depends on us being simps and being obsessed with them. In fact, they always say, "I want a man to be obsessed with me." You know, you know what I mean? Yeah, but when you found that autonomy within yourself and you truly don't need them anymore, then yeah. But honestly, though, a good woman would be attracted to that man. A good woman, a true woman, would actually find that man alluring to be with. Okay, functioning woman. Okay, just yeah, it's like the complete opposite, you would think, right? I'm enjoying it. This is good philosophical conversation. I'm glad you're liking that Dark Horse. I see. You know why? Because it's truthful. See, this is one thing I think is good about these about YouTube, about like just anybody can have a format. I don't have an agenda here other than to tell the truth and tell my true opinion, right? And I think that's what YouTube is all about, right? Although sometimes they can censor us. Sometimes we can't say certain things, you know that. I'm trying to be a different Greek letter male, like a Thea male. That's what I want to be. What is a Thea? Is that one of the Greek letters in the alphabet? Yeah, but I mean, isn't that what is the hierarchy? I mean, I think it's alpha, beta. Uh, there's like a few of these different ones. I know there's an omega. I know that's my last name, isn't it? Omega. There's an omega male too. He's like the one that's like on the bottom of the list, you know. he's like the, he's like the guy that's just like the, the omega male because that's the last word, letter in the alphabet, isn't it? Omega. You got alpha, omega is the two opposite. Believe it or not. I know. I'm Tom Omega. Well, that goes back to an old nickname of mine in school, so I just adopt that. You know. Actually, it was Mega, but I just put the Omega in there. But what exactly is that, though? What is that? That letter you were talking about. Sigma is very stoic. Way of life. I'm trying to be a different letter. How many stoic females do you know? I love the quotes of Marcus Aurelius. The only good Roman Empire. That dude was badass. Oh yeah, he was a Roman Empire. Also, he was like a philosopher, deep philosopher, wasn't he? Yeah. Marcus Aurelius. I do believe he said something like the soul is stained by the intents of the deed or something like. He had these quotes that were pretty deep. Yeah, I don't read too many philosophers. I probably should. Sometimes I feel like I get philosophical on my own, though. You know, sometimes it just. I wish I could have gotten therapy from Carl Jung, the most famous INFJ. No one understands this like he did. God bless his soul. Well, yeah. I actually studied a lot on my own INFJ. Women get their own house, early lives by themselves, not lean on living with a man. And ENFJ women, I know a lot. ENFJ have dated 4 of them. Okay. ENFJs. All right. Yes, you are the last mob boss. Mob boss. Yeah. Yeah, some people call, yeah, that it seems to be, I've got the mob boss thing going again, right? Alphas are extroverted jackasses who need validation to feel good. I have to look up the others. Yeah, typically alphas, they're very loud, boisterous, always flashy, always trying to out talk or outsmart everybody. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, that's the alphas. Usually they're very. I mean, there's a couple guys at work that are obviously try to be the alpha types, and you can spot them a mile away, you know. And yeah, like you said, they're always the loud types. Yeah, exactly. All the other Greek letters are more joke names. Only alpha, beta, and sigma is a thing, so far as I know. I think actually it gets deeper than that. There's like alpha, beta, zeta, delta. I know I said zeta. That's supposed to be kind of halfway between a sigma and a. I know that you got the sigma, which is supposed to be equivalent to the alpha, but they're introverted. They don't seek the validation. They command their own respect and all that, but they do it in a quiet way or something like that. So, Mebel, MBTI, I know INFJ overlaps so much it's hard to discern sometimes. Yeah. I was trying to remember all the ones. I just know there's a delta. Delta males are kind of like in the lower part too. Beta. I can't remember. And I knew there was omegas in there too. Yeah, like I said, go figure, omega. But typically the ones we talk about are alpha, beta, sigma seems to be the ones that are most common that we talk about, Omega is only you, Tom. Yeah, yeah. Hey, That's just the nickname I go with. I mean, that's not my actual last name. You probably knew that though, right? Jason, hello there. Good morning, sir. It is good to see you in the chat. I'm glad you're out there. And yes, we've been at this for a few hours, and it's good to see you. And how are things going there in the UK? I do believe Wales, I believe, right? Yeah. Jason, yeah, Jason is probably calling from the Great British Isles of Wales, right? Don't worry, Dark Horse is not my real name either. Would be cool if it was. I figured that. I think we all have aliases on here. Okay, every one of us is not our real name. I know that. Yeah. But I mean, we don't want to give out our. We could talk. First names are okay. Can come up with a first name, but last name definitely don't do it. Yeah, you don't want people tracking you down out here. Alphas get on my nerves too, but I know how to manipulate them. My name is hidden. LOL. Yeah, I know what you mean. I know the alpha types. Usually they just deal with, they try to just be loud and try to talk. They try to talk faster than you. And sometimes they just try to talk about things that they have. They got to talk about their girlfriend or their wife, their cars. They're always throwing all they always got to put their things in there as their sense of value as well. I've noticed they do that. Or their knowledge of things, just their knowledge of, certain things. If they can outsmart you, out clever you with just their knowledge of like tools or engines or carburetors or it could be cars or it could be just anything or their fascination with firearms. Let's say they could talk about calibers and how many deer they got the year before and then versus anybody else. See, they use these things as measuring stones to increase their value as an alpha. Oh, I went hunting last year and I got 2 deer in the season. How many did you get? Oh, one. Huh? That's it. Oh, I got a 12-point deer. How many did you get? Well, I got a 6. Oh, you see what I mean? They actually use these as measuring sticks. They're always taking the things. I've noticed they do that in the course of my life. I'm just using these as specific examples, but it's never internal. It's never fortitude. It's never their. See, Sigmas are more confident in their level of fortitude in their soul. They don't have to talk about it. They usually don't say it. It's just there, and usually it's in who they are. It comes out in their whole essence of who they are. Okay, a lot of times the quieter they are, the higher volume they speak. Now put that on a fortune cookie. The quieter a man is, the louder the volumes he speaks. Something on that idea, meaning like the Stoic. That's a Stoic philosophy. All good. I've been watching you on. Oh, all right. All good. Been watching you on the replay. Haven't missed a live show yet. Oh, okay. Yeah, I noticed. I've been seeing some of the replays. I check analytics. I do know people are watching the rebroadcast, and he must be one of them. That's good. I mean, they are. I actually sometimes I have to review, and I'll go back in and watch a rebroadcast just to see how things looked. See, you get a different perspective when you rewatch things a couple days later, and you see yourself. When I do this, and it gives me a chance to say, "Oh, okay, all right, I sounded like clear and crisp here. I was understandable." And this is like, oh, I could see why I didn't sound that good on this here, Here's the thing about alpha. I am grateful for alphas. They do the job I don't want to do. We all have our roles. Yep. Vamp. I've dated an alpha male. It's interesting. Okay. All right. Yes, every aspect has a needful function. Yeah. So, yeah. So yeah, like I said, that's like I said, through the years though, that's what a lot of my experience just dealing with people is from what I deal with at work, certain customers, things like that. Not so much anymore now. I don't deal with customers directly. I drive a truck. I pull out in the yard. I fuel trucks. I mean, I bump into some, people moving trucks around here and there, but not too much. So I'm pretty much by myself, which is great. So Jethro, yeah, both INFJ men and women are fine on their own. I think both like to be married, but tougher for men in these times. Yeah. There was a time where I felt like I needed marriage when I was younger. I did get married, and that was enough to tell me that I wasn't very good for marriage. Yeah, not not in a conventional way. I found out that yeah, I was probably the best. If I'm in a relationship with a woman, I would have to be able to, we'd have to do our thing, and I'd have to disappear for a little while. She would have to be the type like me where she'd be okay disappearing, and we kind of met. That'd be a perfect relationship where we could meet up, okay, spend a little time, and then at some time we gotta kind of go our way. Now, how many relationships are good like that? Not too many, especially with the whole, trust issue things going there. It's tough to think somebody's going to go off and they're not going to find somebody else in your place. So that's what I mean. That's why relationships they always want to keep a close eye on it, on each other. You see? So, but that would be my perfect relationship if I could have one. But when's that ever going to happen? So I'm reduced to like shallow flings. I can have those, get together, have a little thing until my mind gets so full of it and I can't do it anymore. I gotta go away. I haven't done that in a long time, but that was the story of my life for a long time. I think I piss off alphas because I don't give a damn what they do and give them zero attention. I love it. I'm addicted to it. Uh, okay. Super fun. Definitely would do it again. Hadn't pissed me off. They'd call me a bitch because I stood up for myself. That's when we broke up. Oh gosh, yeah. W Tom W Tom me too, LOL. I don't know what that means, Jethro. What is what does that mean? Uh, I'm in the grief. I turned to bad drugs for 6 years. Oh yeah. Oh, the flings. Oh, oh, yeah, me too. Oh, so Jethro's you're the fling guy. That's all you can really handle, right? Not these long-term tangled relationships where you're dealing with somebody and then you get in the drama and you're getting the headache and then you get in the twisted, gaslighting and the manipulation, and then you try to point it out and somehow you're crazy for pointing it out or you're wrong for doing that. It seems like they all turn into that, and when they start doing that, that is so draining. And then you try to point it out, and then it's like dealing with crazy, yeah. And that's when my shift drifts away. It's like yeah, 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 yeah. That's definitely the lone wolf, though. That's a lone wolf thing, though. Because that's where they drift. Yeah, they can't. That's just can't hold on to that. But the thing is this: how many times do you see dysfunctional relationships where you see these men in these marriages and you say, why are they going through this? And meanwhile, they're so messed up in their head. They're having bad habits, smoking, they're drinking, not because it's the fault. It's the whole need for them. I'm not blaming the woman for making him like that way. It's the need for her. It's the fact that he needs her in the first place, needs that relationship to feel like he's something in his life. You see? Like he doesn't feel complete unless he's in a relationship. So many men are conditioned this way. And somehow, if you're not in that relationship, there's something wrong with you. If you're not chasing, if you're not pursuing, and you're not in one, that somehow there's something wrong with a man for not being in one, you see? And a man that's alone for a long time, So, I mean, this society looks as that as like they're dangerous. What are they? All of a sudden, a lot of things start clicking in. Like they question what are they? What are they? What are they doing? Why are they alone? Is there something? You see what I mean? Not to say that maybe just a man found peace. You see, we're conditioned to believe that men have to be in these relationships in order just to be something. You know, but I think, but then you start seeing all these red pill contents out there, and you say, yeah, but tides have changed. Tides have awoken because I know Western women, modern women have gotten so insufferable. Not all of them, not all of them. There's some good ones out there, but a good part of them are, you know, to the point they're not dateable, they're not marryable, and if they are, then you're crazy for doing it. You find out, it's going to be miserable for you. But men are waking up to it, and men are saying, you know what, they're more peaceful by themselves. Yeah, you find peace by yourself, and it's addictive. It is actually when you start finding that. It's almost like you push a certain barrier that you go and you cannot go back. And if anybody came into your life, then it will be things are going to be on your condition completely because you got no tolerance anymore. Yeah, you will not tolerate anything disrespectful whatsoever. Yeah, that's all. I think I'm to that point now. I know I am, and it's been a long time since I've been in a relationship. In fact, I mean, I've been on a couple of dates when I first broke up with the wife, and that was a few years ago, but I took a whole different path. I took a different path, and then it turned into a whole bout of self-discovery, like just like trying to really piece my whole life together, piece my mind together. So, very, yes, every aspect has a needful function. I've dated an alpha. Interesting. That's what Vap said. And the nice thing about alphas is I'm grateful for alphas that they do a job. Okay. All right. Let's see. Oh, wow. There's a whole lot of chat. I was just. Uh, is the INFJ stare cliche? We look past your expression and read your eyes for instant data about you. It's amazing how accurate and instantaneous. What do you mean by that, Indy? What about the INFJ cliche? We look past your expression and read your eyes for instant data about you. Okay. Oh, are you talking about in general? Okay, all right. Oh, yeah. You're talking about in general. Oh, yeah, no, that's this by no doubt. No, and since one thing I've noticed though, since after you've discovered your type and you've discovered your intuition and you've started to study yourself, I've started doing this where I've started saying, okay, so that's my primary function, something I've ever always had. But you start becoming hyper aware of your own gift, your own introversion, intuition that you have, and I've been seeing that too, and I started realizing that the impressions I've had of people were dead on. Were very dead on. I can read people very quickly now, very, very quickly, and just have a read on them just by almost looking in their eyes. Yeah, like you said, Indy. Yeah, it's spooky how much just seeing somebody inside their soul in their eyes, how much you can figure out about them without even very many words. So, like you said, it is almost like peering in there. I mean, you may not know specific exact things, but you know enough to know just the whole, the basics enough. Yeah, it is definitely true. That is true. It's so available. There is no effort. It just happens. That's absolutely right. It does just happen. People feel exposed when they see through them. It makes people so nervous. But now I just let it happen. I can't stop reading. I can't stop reading people, Jason says. That's right. Because it's just instinctual. Yeah. It's not that you're trying to, it's just what you do. It's just like it's like a sense, the way you might feel something to get a texture of so whether it's sandpaper or smooth, that's what your intuition is doing with people. Just instinctively, it's just always processing. You don't even try to do it. It's just doing it. Yeah. But when you're aware of that's your gift, it becomes crystal clear to you. It really does. When you are finally understanding that this is how you were built, and this was a documented discovery of a type that is this way, things get so crystal clear. And now you start, okay, now I see it now. I've always had this, but now I understand this now. And I see how it's starting to mesh with my other functions. Yeah. I mean, you keep quiet about it. You just sit back and say, wow, that's unbelievable, that you can see and be very accurate in reading people. How can we channel it to make other people instincts about us to be the best? How can we, what do you mean? How can we channel it to make people think that our instincts are the best? I mean, is that important for you for people to think if that's important to you, people should have a read on you just to have an understanding of your history, of who you are, your disposition, your attitude. They should get a little bit of something out of that. Yeah. My assessment of what people think about me on general is he's a good guy. He's honest. He's hardworking. He's a little crazy. He's a little bit eccentric. Well, maybe not crazy. He's a little bit off. He's a little bit peculiar, but he's a damn good guy. This is the read I get people say about me all the time. He's a little bit weird, but he's a decent dude. And I know that's what the majority of people think about me. And I've had people tell me I'm weird. I had a guy at work not too long ago. He started a job. He's still there. He's been there a couple of years. And I can't remember what it was exactly, but I said something. We were just talking, and he said, you're weird, man. He says, what? He says that you are really weird, just right to me. And I'm thinking, yeah, I know. I'm almost like, what do I say to that? It's like, yeah, I know. It's like, I know I'm weird. And I know I present that way to other people. But at the same time, they know you're weird, but they know the qualities about you. They'll say this, but in the same breath, they'll say, yeah, but he's decent. He won't stab you in the back. He's a good worker. He comes in on time. He's not a thief. He's honest. He's a decent guy. He's just a little bit odd. That's all. So I don't know, but that might be what you're going to get. You might detect that, but a lot of that has to do with your own character and how you present that. That's at least, I'd rather people think I'm a little bit weird, but at least know that my heart is in the right place, that I have a decent soul, and I'm a, decent inside there. That's all you can really ask for. But that weird thing, no, you're going to be labeled with that most of your life. You may try your best not to be weird, and that might make you weirder, just trying not to be, because you don't know anything else than that. Because we just are. We say things. We have a certain look in the eye, a certain deliverance in how we say things, a certain confidence in what we say, and the mannerisms, the vocabulary we use, and everything about us is just not conventional. I wouldn't say it's not a weirdness. We are not conventional. We're just not like run of the mill. We're like people that just don't seem like we're cut out of the same cookie cutter that everybody else is. A majority of people are. We are not conventional. Instead of saying weird, that's what I would say. Okay, just Jasper, soup. Okay, even your emotions have an echo. So much space. Yes, Dave Vamp, personality, but sometimes I just want to give a good impression to somebody. I remember when I was lost my mind. It was something so pleasant about that place. I remember when I I remember when I lost my mind. How can you say when you lost your mind, Vamp, it was a pleasant to be in that place? Now, losing your mind means you're pretty much losing your sanity. What do you mean by that? Because I mean, lost in your mind, like, lost in that lone spot of total solitude. I mean, I'm not sure what you mean by that. I mean, Jason, that's try giving a good impression will be used against you if you're not compatible. It can be a trap, dark horse. Seek first ye the kingdom of God, and everything else would be added to you. Absolutely, very good. Saith wisdom of the Lord there, Indy. Yes, that's true, Tom. You speak a lot of truth, my friend. Thank you for your words. I'm trying to give a good impression. Yeah, you're doing all right. Don't try too hard. Just be yourself. I want you to be, you're trying to, you're trying to be good, trying to get a good impression, but also relax and just be you. Okay. You don't have to fight too hard for that. Okay. You're not competing for anybody or anything like that. Okay. So just relax about it. Right. Laughing my LMAF. Oh, it's a song. Jason, that's more Tom. I was singing in chat. Oh, Tom, I was singing in chat. Oh, okay. Oh, is that what you were doing? You were singing in chat? And I said what I thought, okay, give a good impression. Trying to give a good impression can and will be used against you if you're not compatible. It can be a trap, dark horse. Yeah. Yeah, you have to have the attitude too. You're decent, but it's up to other people to use their own brain and their own mentality. You should not have to go out of your way to convince anybody of you. You be you. Be yourself. Be your kind, pleasant, honest self, real self. And if they can't, it is not your responsibility for them to put their brain cells together to have a good impression of you. No, and you shouldn't have to fight for that. Okay? So think about that too, all right? And if they don't have a good impression of you after, then guess what? Then it's on them, not you. Okay, there's something wrong with their thinking. Think about that, right? That's the attitude I have. I don't go out of my way. Trying to, that's it. Personality, it's kind of a tick. Yeah. Watch the music video Brass in Pocket, The Pretenders. It is an INFJ song. I'm sure you will all agree. Really? You think so? The video Brass in Pocket? Oh, yeah, that's Chrissy Hine. I got brass in pocket. Special. I'm special, special. Want to have some of your attention. Just give it to me. Got brass. Oh, yeah. I'm just trying to think of the lyrics as you mentioned that, Indy. You know what I mean? Yeah, Chrissy Hines. Yeah, Tom, you're a great singer. Yeah, I can be. I can be. You got it. That was just one bar. I can't remember. I just know that's the song, but there you go. We should do a karaoke night. How would we do? Well, yeah, we're all like hundreds of miles away. How would we do that through the internet here? I mean, hey, we're literally, some of us are halfway around the world. We're everywhere. Hey, that'd be something. What do you do? Like a podcast? Everybody has their own karaoke going somehow. Yeah, I suppose you could do that. The only thing is, YouTube has these copyright things. I don't know if I'm not sure if you can do like a song, a cover tune, as long as you do it a certain way. I don't know how much you infringe on copyrights if you use somebody else's material. YouTube's weird like that. You got to be real careful when you sing certain songs and how much you sing of that song. And if you don't give like credit to the who did it, you know what I mean? I mean, if I just sing it, say it, I think that's one thing, but you can't play the music or the video or the audio for too long without commenting on it. You know, it's like things like that. Oh yeah. Oh, it is even alive. You can do it. Set up the music and sing for us. Uh, oh, you can do that, huh? I think you can. I mean, because then it's yeah. I'm not sure how that works though. Yeah, yeah. But again, like I said, copyrights. I'd have to make sure like Strangers in the Night. Yeah, I used to love singing. In fact, I had a chance to be a singer. I've told this story before. I could have. I had a friend of mine. He's passed away. I had a friend of mine. He was a guitar player. I grew up in Lynn, Mass, and there was a lot of like your garage bands, lots of garage bands in Lynn. I had a friend of mine. His name was Mark. Good guy. He's a good guy. Real popular with girls. I mean, he was like the type. He had the long hair. He was tall. He was like he had the personality, and he was a hell of a guitar player. And he just could get girlfriends like I mean, smoking hot girlfriends like nothing. Always had a girlfriend. I mean, and he had one girlfriend that of course, she was deathly jealous of him because he would play around, and he knew it. Well, anyway, he had a band. He had a band called them Illegal Dealings, and they were looking for a singer. I told them I could. I kind of sang a little bit. I knew I could, but I was always thinking that deep down, if I got too involved and I started, at that time of my life, I felt a little bit, confused. I had a fear that I'd end up going down a bad path. I'd end up like Jim Morrison. Remember for the Doors? I'd end up like these singers that, end up overdosing or doing something crazy and they end up dying young. I always thought, yeah, that'd be a bad path for me. I just saw that rock and roll is leading you down there. So deep down, I was scared of that. And I kind of one time I had a tryout too, and I kind of sabotaged it. I sang really crappy. I didn't even know why, but I think deep down I didn't want to get chosen, but I didn't want to admit it to myself that deep down I didn't even want to do it because I thought I'd end up like Morrison, at 27, Kurt Cobain, somebody. So, but uh, let's see. Yeah, I don't like Ball It. It's wrong. Can you imagine all the people on YouTube watching this who can't, for the life of them, say something because they're afraid of talking? There's people like that. It's bizarre. Yeah. Filippo egg rolls are the best. Oh, okay. Filipino people are good at karaoke doesn't mean that I'm going to sing karaoke. I thought it was invented in Japan. It's actually a Japanese. Karaoke was invented by the Japanese. The word karaoke is actually the Japanese. But I bet you the Filipinos do it as well, I would think. There you go. You can set up and do the music and sing for us. Are there karaoke channels? Are there actually channels out there? Can you do those cover tunes? Because I noticed too that you can actually, there are karaoke channels just for that. I could come up with a song on YouTube, on YouTube, and it would just display it, and the whole screen would come up with the lyrics, and the song would go, like I was doing a YouTube right here. So it is all fully equipped with YouTube, and you can find just about any song on YouTube to do a karaoke. I mean, I'm sure it's got some limits, but enough. Yeah. So, uh, so you definitely can. I've seen people here who sing. Okay, so maybe that is it then. All right. I was always thinking about the copyrights. If I could say anything I wanted to make videos, anything I wanted making videos would be easy. All right. So what you're saying, some people are so scared even to make a video or talk. They wouldn't go live. They'd be like terrified. I think I believe that. It's funny you say that. I don't know. I've never had too much of a problem. You would think uh, our type would be like terrified of talking because, we're very introverted. But the funny thing is, I mean, sometimes INFJs are surprisingly very, very extroverted when it comes to like a crowd. I've noticed I'm like that. I can go up in front of a crowd of people and sing like I was in a rock band. I can do karaoke, but I'm not very good at making friends or holding friends or keeping friendships. But I can do that. I mean, I have that capability. But I wonder if we're all like that. Like it's one of those paradoxes that's part of our personality as well. Me, I would go hard and get canceled. Oh, you think so, Jethro? You think you'd tell the too much truth. You'd tell the truth so much that they'd have to take you off the air. Huh? Somebody call up and complain, huh? Oh yeah. Yes, I know, but it's very karaoke. Philippine is crazy. Personality. Just reading some of your comments here, people. We're just talking a lot about karaoke stuff now, aren't we? Right. Oh, excuse me, people. Do forgive me. Yeah. I just so yeah. So we should do a karaoke night then, huh? Yeah. Maybe so, huh? Um. Well, I'll have to think about that. There's a lot of things. I tell you what I want to do. Eventually, I got a lot of plans that I want to do. Like I said, I actually want to do a reaction video sometime. Maybe certain albums. I want to do Tommy the Who. I want to do a couple other ones that I think that would pertain to us. That would be some interest. And tell you what my take is on certain albums and certain like works, maybe certain songs that I think we could get some value on. So there's a couple things I got in the works that I want to do. I gotta, you know, I know I'm always telling you what I want to do, and I got a lot of plans, and but again, I got a lot of plans, but follow through, man. I really I gotta get into the works of it. So again, always the vision. So, but I mean, the steps are coming there. The steps are all gonna be there at some point. I tell you what, one thing, if I was ever full time, if I got to the point where I relied on this and this became a job, I make sure. See, I don't know if that would make me better or like maybe like, oh, because even could YouTube ever even just become a job? I would hope not. I mean, just think that you make videos, you make live things, you're making video. It looks pretty easy, and it could be lucrative depending on what you have for audience. If things go viral, it can lead places. I'd hate to think it ever just turns into just another job, though. I don't know. It doesn't seem like it would be. But some of the stuff that is available on the computer, some of the software, and the amount of things that when you start looking at software, though, I actually downloaded like an OBS, it's just like an app. I was just checking it out. And just on the surface, it's like as soon as I saw it, it's like, oh my gosh, there's so much you would have to. I'm thinking once you get the hang of it, you would click through and it would get easy. But first impression is you're looking, saying, where do I go? What do I do? How do I, okay, now if I get a video, I have to somehow link it and put it in here and, download it here and then transfer it to this little thing here. So and then I'd have to cut it up and, just get the parts that I want to talk about. See what I mean? I mean, there's definitely a production that goes with it. A lot of things that I've been seeing that have to be, the steps that have to be done, and then learning this stuff. And it's like, it takes time, it takes patience, and you have to take time when you're actually going through the whole motion of doing all of it. Yeah. But again, that's all part of learning it. It is. It definitely is. But after saying all that, as you know, people, I don't know if I mentioned this too. I haven't said it too much, but this is actually the 10th. No, excuse me, the first anniversary. This is the first year of the channel. Not this particular day. The 9th of June is. I guess technically now it's the next morning. It's the 7th, right? Okay, but it's going to be Tuesday. But I figure this weekend's close enough. I put the very first video for this out on June 9th of last year. So this is the first year of the of the of the channel, you know. So has anybody been there from the very, I wonder if there's anybody that's been there from the absolute very beginning. Probably not. I mean, I've had very few subscribers. I don't know if the first handful of subscribers I don't even know who they are. If they're still out here, they might be. They might very well be. I wonder who the first few subscribers are. You know, like the first 10 maybe, you know. But I mean, it's been a while though. I did a song for karaoke like 8 years ago. I realized it was a terrible song singing, then I stopped. In the local high-end bar in Last Grill last night, spent $100 in a dinner and drank for myself, ribs, shrimp, tequila, and beer. Oh man, Indy, you spent $100 eating all that. Oh man, that sounds like good stuff. You eat good, don't you? Shrimp, tequila, beer, ribs. Oh my God! Look at this guy. You could dish out $100 for yourself. Hey, I spent $50 today. I went to a bar. I had a couple beers, had a salad and a burger and some coleslaw. You know, it was like the bill was like 40 something bucks plus tip, you know, it was $50, you know, but, I don't know if I do 100, not on myself. I mean, I would do about a 50, maybe $60, but I do that every so often, but I'm glad you're treating yourself every so often. No, that's good. But shrimp, ribs, oh my gosh. That's good stuff. Ribs and shrimp. I love that stuff, especially on a barbecue. Oh my gosh, you start, putting the ribs on. Ribs are great. My gosh, I love those barbecue ribs. You get the right kind of dry rub on those. Once a paycheck. Oh, once a paycheck. Oh, I hope you're good with money though. I mean, actually, I mean, you said you live in a. I know you said you live fairly frugally. You live in your camper or something, don't you? So you're probably not paying any rent. That's kind of cool in a way, right? As long as you have a bought and paid for vehicle, then right, you're not paying for the rent. Tip two. I have very few expenses. Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah. You still got to think about your future though, too. Hopefully, you do have to think about, you can't, you got to, I mean, some part of me kicks in when I start thinking like, I start getting very conservative fiscally because especially since I get older, I'm very, very frugal now, you know. I mean, I'll go out to dinner every so often like I did today, but I can't make a habit out of it. Then I'll skip a couple weeks, I won't do that, and then I'll go another week when I think I can do it again. But until my house and my mortgage is paid for completely, then I can start relaxing a little bit. When I get that mortgage, the money that I'm paying for mortgage and interest right now, man, if I could just save that would be massive. And that's going to happen someday when the house is paid for. I still get years to do it though. So I am not retiring, so I live in the moment. Can't take anything with you. Oh, okay. You're living in the moment. Yeah, I mean, I do look into the future. I'm always planning my future. I do that. I'm always thinking ahead. I'm always looking a few years down the line. So I'm in an RV park now. $675 a month, and all the utilities are included. Oh, that's pretty cheap. And that's like just that's like the rent for it then, huh? Okay, that's not too bad. Yeah, I mean, I pay a mortgage, but I have a minimal that I can pay for the mortgage, but I'm always trying to bump it up a little bit so I can get more into the principal. so I mean, I already got 2/3 of my house paid for, and I've only had the house just going on 3 years. So, I mean, I'm way ahead of it. I mean, 2/3 of the mortgage is already paid for. I'm hoping to have that paid for in like another, 2, 3 years or so. You know, I got things I got worked out, and once I pay for the house, though, I can think about seriously, like I can retire if I want at that point. Will I? I don't know. Well, I mean, I'm hoping by that point I finally figure out how to really get a functioning channel in a, where it's actually lucrative. Yeah, I mean, it's happening slow but sure, right? That's good. 3 years in yeah, it is in doses. Yeah, uh, is doable. Yeah. Well, I took out a 25-year mortgage 3 years ago, right? It had 25 years, so I was 58 at the time. So I figured if I'm 58, 25 years, this can't work. 50, 68, 78, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82. I would have been 83 years old. If I did it in 25 years, it would have taken me till I was in my 80s to pay this house off. I mean, by that time, I mean, will I live that long? I don't know. I might, but I'm not going to be working. I'm not going to be working full time. I'd be paying mortgage on my Social Security and pension money to pay for a mortgage. That's not going to happen. I thought I can't do that. I have to work and I have to aggressively throw money at this thing, and which I did. I had to borrow on a pension and I had to do a couple things to really, and I did, but I got it down at 2/3. So there's no way I'm gonna hold this thing for 25 years, until I'm 83. I can't do that. Don't care about a future that doesn't exist. We have 10 years max until all hell breaks loose. No one will have anything. Oh, 10 years? Boy, you're kind of a doom and gloomer, huh? I mean, I listen, I kind of half agree that I think I mean, you can see the writing on the wall. There's a lot of, it seems like the way people are nowadays, something's got to break. I mean, just the world is the state of the moral values. I mean, and this is a worldwide phenomenon too. Yeah. Usually these things always ended in, let's say, intervention, divine intervention. Remember the Great Flood? Yeah, it's a Bible thing. The whole, Noah's Ark, all that whole thing. You always think of that stuff, but we're, you know, God destroyed the world in a flood, the 40 days, 40 nights it rained. Whether or not that's true or not, I mean, that seems fabled, but bottom line is it always seems to be intervention took over, either that or war. You looked at the fall of the Roman Empire. Same thing, the civilizations, these massive civilizations, the Greek Empire, Ottoman Empire, Roman Empire. If you look at human nature and human history, I mean, these are good indications. Rome started off as a noble and decent republic, and it was a democracy. They voted, they elected their representatives. It started off noble, but over the course of Rome lasted for hundreds of years. I mean, if I remember, Rome, some of the Caesars were well before BC, and it ran right up into the I think, what was it, the 800s, something like that, when all of a sudden it splintered so badly that it splintered into East and West Roman Empire, and of course everything just fragmented and it fell apart. But it lasted thousands of years. But you saw that the people, what happened was people were getting corrupt, people became perverse, and people just got highly entitled, highly just, you had classes of people that, I mean, when you hear about, they had vomitoriums, I mean, they literally had, so when I first heard that, I thought, what decadence that was, that the Romans were doing that. They would gorge themselves, go to these parties, go to these orgies, and they just do all this. They'd eat and they'd glut and they'd have their orgies and whatever. And then what would they do? When they got glutted out, they'd go to the vomitorium and they would induce themselves to clean themselves out internally, let's just say, without being too, okay, you get the idea. And then they wash up a little bit. And now they were empty. They go back and they fill their bellies up again. You see, this was the kind of glut that they turned into. My point is that you're starting to see that kind of decadence in our society. I don't know about necessarily that, but this is the kind of decadence that happens in human societies, human cultures, as a collective. Now, these are indications of human nature. And we're seeing those indications in our world, in our country. I see them. The warning signs are there that things are going to collapse. And if that's what you're talking about, Indy, if you think that it's 10 years off and that's all it is, if that's what you're looking at, you're seeing the same signs I have. I see what you're saying, okay? The world is in a way because of small groups of people. Is in this way because of small groups of people. Yeah, but these small groups of people, they get the loudest. It used to be that you'd have these small fringes of people that look like there's more of them than they really are. I think a lot of people are more like us that have common sense. Hopefully, they are that have the senses about them. I think we're actually in higher numbers, but it seems the ones in smaller numbers are the ones that somehow are able to move agendas, move certain scripts in a way. They get the louder pulpits, or they're actually being either that or there's illusions that they are. A lot of it, I think, is smoke and mirrors too. All right, but I think we're almost at war with there's two types of people out there. I mean, there's people that want to live decent lives, that want to follow their conscience, and then there's people that don't. You would think they get the louder voices, wouldn't you? But so you're thinking it's just smaller groups of people. It's not the whole collective, because there's a lot of decent people out there too that don't like what's going on, that want to see it for what it is, right? Well, that's good though. I'm glad you're seeing that. Hey, it's a good possibility that those people make the difference. I mean, that could be what we are. That's who we are. That's why we're here. I mean, the decent people are supposed to eventually make a difference. Maybe, Hillbilly John, are you John Voight's brother? Oh, we go back to John Voight. Somebody called me that a couple of weeks ago too. Howdy, partner. Hillbilly John. I do believe I've seen Hillbilly John in here before. I think I've seen that name a couple of weeks back, maybe a month ago. I remember that. It's funny. I thought the same thing. And you said it. Oh, yeah. Well, you're talking about the whole idea of how there's more of this than there really are, and it's an illusion. Yeah. But somehow it gets trumpeted as the other way around. We're in the illusion that it is more widespread. But sometimes you see signs of that not going that way. Okay. Personality pill, yeah. Jason, by the year 2030, there will be a major shift in mankind because AI will be in full swing and millions of jobs by humans will be gone. Well, let's hope they're smart enough not to take away too many jobs. I mean, gosh, we still need to work for a living. We can't just be earning a paycheck because, I know how it goes. Down for the rich. It's not pretty. They ask for the playing field will be level. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Jews stole my page. Oh, come on. Nah. All right. Now we got a troller in here. Oh, man. Hey, there you go. I just got rid of that anti-Semitic rant, whatever that was. That's the first time I've done that. Yeah, I don't want that stuff on here. Nobody's gonna start putting little hate things in there. I don't care who you are. We're not doing that stuff, okay? All right. All right. And you know what's funny? The NFJs try to help. And we got demonetized by those small groups. Yes, I know what you mean. That's how they, well, yeah, they try to censor and they try to block and they demonetize. Yeah, I hear about, sometimes you hear that. That's what goes on YouTube. Every so often yeah, you hear about that. The ones that try to leave impacts, that's how they censor you, is they demonetize you. So then they say you can't be paid for certain things like that, certain opinion things. Now, you're right. I heard about that. You got to the platforms that don't do that, you know. Yeah. Think how fast AI is moving. Oh, I know, you're absolutely right, Jason. It is moving very fast. There's no doubt about that. So, uh, all right. All right. I'm trying to, all right. Okay. Think how fast AI is. Oh, yeah, definitely. Okay. Uh, one more. One more what? What are we talking about? I get demonetized daily as a manager. I was called in to save a falling store. I have gotten rid of 2 votes and 3 troublemakers, 2 more to go. Oh, okay. Oh, oh, so Indy, it's your job to go in there and clean out the dead wood. Is that what it is? Yeah, one more, huh? Okay, I got that. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning, and I've been here since 7 o'clock. People, you don't mind if I go use the restroom? I will be right back. I promise. Please don't go away. Just give me a few minutes. All right, I'll be right back. All right, I am back. All right. Well, thank you so much for waiting for me, for not totally abandoning me. I appreciate that, people. And I've been here quite a bit. Yeah, I had to get up and use the facilities, and I do want to thank you for that, though. Okay. All right. Oh, oh, hey, I got some top fans here. Look at this. Oh, I just pushed a button on my phone. Oh my gosh, hey, I got some top fans going. Just about everybody here.
Who are these? Why are there? I got a list of. I'm just looking at lists of people. The most top ones are the ones that have. Okay, Vamp, Genesis, George, and Personality Pillar on the first four up here. Well, I want to thank everybody who's out there that is contributing. Yeah, everybody that is part of the chat is right in there. They're showing top fans. Hidden, you're in there. Indy's in there. Honey Rose, I know she was in there. Yeah, I think just everybody that's been contributing to the channels, especially to the broadcast tonight. That's good. I never pushed that button before. I just have to see things. I just say, all right, hey, I just saw that over there. Okay. LOL. Italian mob boss is back again. Oh, there we go. That's right. Italian mob boss. Oh, man. So the Godfather, huh? Yeah, okay. That's funny. That's funny right there. Big campfire. Done that, yes. Bigfoot camping. Yeah, so we definitely are we are on, what's it say, super chats. We got super chats in here. Goal amounts. I'm just checking out different things here. No, so we're coming up on how many hours? We're coming up on almost 8 hours I've been here so far. I tell you, 3 o'clock in the morning, it's coming up very fast. Is it 3? It's almost coming up on 3 in the morning. I find that hard to believe. I've been here that long here. Really. Okay. But I tell you, it's worth it. I mean, I do enjoy coming out here and doing what we're doing here. That much I can say. So, okay. Hopefully everybody is enjoying this broadcast as much as I have had fun here today. I mean, you'd think that I would imagine you must be somewhat good with this. I mean, yeah, I think because this is such a unique niche for this channel that it's good that we're all here. Okay. I built such a great fire. Once it raised 2 inches, very straight fire. Stayed up. It's 7:45 in the morning in the UK. Yeah, I would imagine so. Indy, I'm a tired guy. It was fun. Love all around. The guru. This guru is heading back to his cave. Oh well, Indy, thanks a lot for stopping by. I get it. You've had probably a rough day at work. You just got out of work, and it's time to go back to tend to the cave, as you call it, right? That's awesome. Well, thanks for all your insight. Appreciate you stopping in. Okay. Yeah, good night, brother. Yes, good night. Guess what I do, Tom? Dark Horse, guess what I do, Tom? Let me guess. You really want me to guess? I could come up with some pretty clever guesses, you know? Yeah. Well, okay, so do you think Britain will win the Soccer World Cup? Honestly, I don't know who the best team is right now. I mean, that's another thing. I mean, listen, I mean, in the United States, believe it or not, I mean, listen, I'm an all-American guy. I've grown up and pretty much very patriotic. I follow the main Boston teams. I follow sports teams, like the American hockey, football, baseball. Soccer really wasn't that popular with me growing up. That soccer didn't start taking off too much in this country until 1990s, and then they started trying to integrate soccer into the country. It never caught on quite that much. Although I do know that the United States is hosting the World Cup in the United States this year. In fact, I do believe Gillette Stadium, that's where the New England Patriots are playing. I know that they're having some games played right there in Gillette, right here in New England. So I think
They do it in various stadiums throughout the country. That much I do know is that that's going on. And I know it's every 4 years, but yeah, they've decided to have it in the United States. I believe they've done that one or two other times since they've had the World Cup in the United States, and this is one of the few times that they've had it. It must be something lucrative to bring it to the United States. It must be some benefit for everybody to come to this country for it. But honestly, I really don't know. I don't know who exactly. If Britain is the best team to win, then yes, absolutely. Hey, but don't count that Brazilian team out there, okay? Actually, Brazil has won the most World Cups. Am I right there, Harp? Hidden Harp, where are you? I do believe that Brazilian. Listen, I don't know how good Brazil is now, but yeah, you're gonna watch out for that Brazil team. I think they won the last World Cup, didn't they? In fact, I think Brazil, they're like the Yankees of the World Cup, I believe. So, hey, correct me if I'm wrong, Harp. I don't know if you're into the. I know he's Brazilian. I don't know if he's into the World Cup, but yeah. But anyway, Canada, U.S., Canada, and Mexico are hosting the. Oh, is that what it is? Oh, U.S., Canada, and so the whole North America. So they're actually having part of this is in Canada and Mexico. I didn't know that. I had no idea. Well, thank you for giving me that. Germany are the best. Oh, Germany. Okay. No, I thought it was Germany. That was another one that wins a lot of cups as well, right? I believe that's another has a lot of them. I think they won. Wasn't it West Germany, and then it became Germany? Back during the Cold War, they had to divide the two, or did they somehow bury the hatchet and just call it Germany? Because there was that West Germany divide there for probably 40-something years. And after the fall of the Soviet Union, it went back to just being Germany again, not West and East. I know they put that wall right down the middle of the city. They built that wall. Yeah, they built the Pink Floyd, the wall right through the middle of Berlin. Yeah, how about that? That figures. Two cities I could, yeah. Yeah, East and West Berlin, East and West Germany. Yeah, they split that thing right down the middle. Britain doesn't have a united British team. It is either England, Scotland, Wales, North Ireland, and England and Scotland in this year's World Cup. Oh, okay. All right. Well, somebody was just asking if it was a British team. So there you go. There you go. You got many different teams representing each and every one of their countries then. There you go. I wouldn't have known that. I don't know that. Like I would rather use a person at the counter than scan my eyes instead of in case of an error. Okay. All right. Well, anyway, people, I tell you what, it is getting very close to 3:00, and I've been here a long time. I'm going to wind this down in a few minutes, but I'm going to tell you, people, that I'm very glad everybody showed up today, and we had a great live again. I want to thank everybody for being out there. That's all I can say. And I'm glad that there's some regulars that are finding good content in this. This at least it does warm my heart to know that people are returning to these lives, and that you enjoy these lives. And all I can do is hope that after these lives, not just because of me, and I'm not the one doing it. No, I'm not saying that, but because we all have a place to, like I said, a refuge, and that we all come out of this having a little bit better of an outlook on our lives, okay? And we find some kind of new clarity in just knowing that, we're not battling this completely alone anymore. Yes, are we isolated? Ultimately, we are. We are still alone in our little worlds, and we're battling we're battling our own selves for the most part. But now that we figure out who we are, we have learned about ourselves, and we are learning, forging. All I can say is that these lives, hopefully, and all the content that we have, And this bit of a community that we got is actually just it's making a difference in our life. Okay. I mean, honestly, I can say that when I'm here doing the lives, and especially too, I mean, through the week, I mean, I still think about our lives. And when I say lives, meaning these live chats, not meaning our lives. You see what I mean? So yeah, that's all. I guess I just I like to know that people it's impacting people's lives. People are actually getting some kind of benefit from having these live broadcasts. Okay. But I have to say, just by your support, knowing that you come here, some of you are here every week and becoming very dear friends again. Like I said, I've said that before. So I just want to thank you all for doing that and supporting the channel and to knowing that yeah you're out there watching videos and supporting the channel. You really I want to thank you all very much for that. Okay. And as far as tonight goes, yeah, and I want to thank you. So again, thank you for showing up today. I didn't have a big old birthday cake that said no, I didn't wasn't going to do streamers and little cakes as symbols. I'm not into that. I'm not going to do that for a birthday party. But the acknowledgement that our channel, this channel, is pretty much turned a year old. I mean, technically in a few days, but close enough. That this is a year anniversary, and so much has happened in a year. In the channel, this channel, me, I've changed it a lot in a year. I mean, just this venture of going into YouTube and uploading videos and learning things. Yeah, um, it's been very gratifying for me. It gives me I mean, not only does my job give me some sense of purpose, this channel helps that as well. I think ultimately, just knowing that if I'm doing some good here, just bringing light to us, okay, then that's a purpose, and that at least fills something within me, okay, and it does. So I just want you to know that I appreciate it. I appreciate that you're all supporting the channel. Okay, all right. All right. So who are we welcoming back? Catch you next time. All the best. Okay, Hillbilly there. Like I would rather do the person. Okay. Okay. Well, anybody. So anybody who, if anybody has not seen the whole broadcast or came in late, of course, as you know, this will be processed and rebroadcast and could be watched at another time. It just won't be live, but feel free to check out the rest of the video as well. Okay. And tomorrow I gotta do a couple recordings. I gotta come up with a whole new couple of videos so I can post them for next week. So I got some busy. I'll be busy tomorrow doing stuff like that. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much again, people. What time we got? All right. I got a few minutes. I'm gonna go right till about 3 o'clock. Uh, do something special. You mean like right now? Or like you mean as in something for like the live, Well, listen, do you have any suggestions? Now, Dark Horse, here's your opportunity. If you can give me like, if you say do something no, okay, tomorrow. Do you have any suggestions? What is there a topic that you'd like me to do that you would watch and something that is pertains to our personality? And is there something that you'd like to hear about? Your input is valuable here. I'm going to let you know that everybody out there, you are valuable, and I will take suggestions. Yeah, if you like, say, oh yeah, talk about the stare, or talk about whatever. Yeah, that I will do that. Actually, tomorrow I might even be thinking about. I got into a little bit of the monologue about the animus and the anima, and talk about maybe I have to get confident and know that I can speak on that with some good, knowledge and things. But when I do, yeah, I want to do that. I want to talk about that. Talk about your album reaction things you were talking about. Do what you love. Uh, okay. Yeah, for me to do that, yeah. I mean, like I said, I got the OBS hardware. That'd be cool if I can do that. Yeah, maybe that's a good one. Again, that's going to take a little bit of research, learning on how to do the OBS. I think it's actually easier than it is. Sometimes I hype myself up, and then I start reading into these tutorials, and then I start watching a tutorial, and they tell you how to do this stuff. I'm saying, hey, that wasn't that bad. That was actually pretty easy when you saw somebody explain how to make stuff work. So it might be easier than I think. Guys, I'm off to the gym. See you on the next one. Hey, Jason, thanks for showing up. That's right. It's for him. It's like early morning where he is. Yeah. So just talk about what you like to do. Yeah. Okay. I mean, so that's pretty much it. I mean, I pretty much already told you what I like. Get a different lighting going on. Something. A different lighting going on. Riding a motorcycle. Uh, riding a motorcycle. What's that? Hello there, Daisy. Daisies. Okay. Just all of a sudden riding a motorcycle. Okay. Uh, I haven't rode a motorcycle in many years. I know people think I kind of look like I could be the biker type. You know, yeah, I could be the mob boss type. I could be the Colombian drug lord type. I got, I got a lot of types I could be here. You know what I mean? People tell me all the time, say, "Hey, you look like this or that." You know, a New York guy. Um, yeah, there you go, a New York guy. Actually, this accent of mine is. I grew up in the Boston area, but I did grow up in the northeast part of the United States. And Boston and New York, they have it's a little bit different, but it's still that that New York Boston accent. It's kind of in the same area. It's not exact, but yeah. Southie. No, I didn't grow up in Southie. I grew up in Lynn. Why? Do you know Boston a little bit? Lowell? Not. I know Lowell. Sounds like Daisy. You're familiar with the Boston area then. You must have heard of Lynn. You heard of Lynn, Massachusetts? That was my hometown. You had the three L's. You had Lowell, you had Lynn, and you had Lawrence. You had those three L towns. Yes, Lynn. So there you go. Sounds like you're familiar with that a little bit. But yeah, no, I grew up in Lynn, Massachusetts, and that is a city right on the coast, about 8 miles north of Boston. I mean, I could be in Boston in probably half hour, depending on traffic, obviously. But mainly it's because there was no direct route from Lynn to there. It was just a lot of bad, stuff. Does it clap? Does it clap? What does that mean? I think what does that mean? X Punk Pie Queen XX6661. Oh gee, that does it clap? I think. All right, I think. Well, okay. Yeah, it's getting to be almost 3 o'clock here, isn't it? It's getting back to 3 o'clock, and yeah. Um, well, people. Yeah. So I want to again, like I said, it's 3 o'clock, and I said I was going to hang around till then. So I'm going to get ready to. I have to sign off at this time here. Okay. Well, thank you so much, everybody. If you're new to the channel, and again, if you got here late, I do apologize. I've been here for many, many hours. And if you do want to watch this, you can always watch the rebroadcast of this live, and that'll be available as soon as I end this broadcast. It has to process, and it will be available. Actually, I think you might be able to see if you stayed on this. You might see the immediate rebroadcast immediately. All right, but or you could even have it rebroadcast, and it might process it in a couple hours. You'll see it. You'll be able to see it tomorrow. Okay, either one. But I encourage you, if you would support the channel, just watch some of the videos and see if you like the content, and see what I get out there. Okay. So if anybody's new out there, thank you so much for subscribing. If you did, okay. Vamp, thank you so much for another live personality. Dark horse. Well, what do you do? Okay, thanks, Vamp. Go Jets. Oh, come on. That's New York team. I don't like the yeah. I can't I can't root for the Jets. I was a Patriots fan, you know. I was. I don't follow too much football anymore though. All right. Nice chatting, Tom. Thank you. Have a good night. Okay, well, thank you too. So anybody out there, thank you so much for hanging around tonight, people. And so until the next time, people, thank you so much and have yourself a wonderful rest of your day. Okay? All right. All right. Tom Omega is going to be signing off now. Thank you.